Good evening, and welcome back. If the night feels a little heavier than usual, do not worry. You are safe in your bed, wrapped in warmth, while I take you somewhere very far away. For the next few minutes, you do not have to move, or fix anything, or be anyone. Just listen. Out there, in a place you will never have to stand, boots drag slowly through wet moss, each step making a soft, sticky sound in the dark. A woman walks at the front of the line, the leader, her backpack creaking quietly with every shift of her shoulders. When she speaks, her voice is steady, but on certain words it wavers, just a little, like a thin branch bending under too much snow. She calls out instructions, jokes with the younger hikers, pretends she is not counting every gust of wind. Around them, the forest is dim, green-black, the air cold enough that every exhale hangs like a ghost and then fades. And just beyond the tree line, where the fog thickens and the pines knit together, something is listening. It never steps into the light, never breaks a branch, but the sound of the wind changes when it leans closer, threading through the needles with a whisper that almost shapes itself into a word. In a moment, there will be one small noise, a crack of twig, sharper than it should be, that makes every heart on that trail jolt and race, including yours, even though you are only here, lying still, breathing slow. If this kind of quiet, unsettling journey helps you feel less alone in the dark, you are always welcome to subscribe and keep this little campfire of stories burning so that on the next long night, you can find your way back without ever leaving your bed. Good evening. Before we go anywhere strange tonight, we start here, with you, in a room that already knows your shape. There is a soft lamp on somewhere to your left, or maybe it is just the blue glow of a screen fading slowly on the nightstand. Your phone lies face down, a thin rectangle of silence tethered to a charger. The curtains are mostly drawn, but a thin line of night leaks through the gap, painting a faint stripe across the wall and the edge of your pillow. The air is neither too warm nor too cold, just steady, like the inside of a held breath. Somewhere beyond these walls, a car passes with a low sigh, and then the street goes quiet again. You might have a pet curled at your feet, a small, steady weight of fur and trust, or an empty stretch of blanket where someone used to sleep. Either way, the bed holds you without complaint. The mattress remembers where your shoulders settle, where your knees bend. Your body knows this place. Your hands know where the light switch is without having to search. Your doors are locked. The night is outside. You are inside. My voice is the only new thing in the room. I am not here to drag you into a nightmare you cannot leave. I am here like someone sitting in the corner, talking softly while you drift. You do not have to answer. You do not have to move. You can let your eyes grow heavy and just follow the sound. If at any point you are too tired to keep up with the details, that is all right. The story will keep walking forward, whether you are fully awake or already halfway through a dream. Tonight's story does not begin in this room. It comes from a place far colder than your sheets, and from a time that still sits in someone else's bones like old weather. It begins on the edge of a lake that is more like a small sea, in a country you may never visit, in a language you may never speak, under a sky that feels much closer to the ground than the one outside your window now. There are mountains there, not the polite postcard kind that sit behind resort towns and ski lifts, but long, dark spines of stone that run like old scars across the map. People go to these mountains for the same reasons they go to any high place: to feel small on purpose, to get above the noise, to see what their life looks like from far away. Mountains are where the world rises up to meet the sky halfway, where clouds scrape their bellies on rock and keep going. But high places have their own moods. They are not just scenery, they are temper. Some days they are generous, offering clear paths and steady weather. On other days, they shift, like someone turning over in sleep, and the wind comes from the wrong direction, and the temperature drops without warning. People looking for peace walk into them with open hearts, and sometimes they walk back out again, carrying something they did not mean to bring: a fragment of fear, a noise that will not stop, a memory that refuses to sit quietly in the corner of the mind. The strange thing about those memories is that they travel better than bodies. A person can leave a mountain, board a train, cross borders, grow older, grow softer lines around their eyes. But the story of what happened up there does not tire. It finds new listeners. It crosses languages. It slips through rooms like this one, laying itself down on the pillow beside people who have never smelled ice on stone, never felt their breath fog in front of them with every word. You do not have to be cold to feel the shadow of cold. You do not have to be lost to imagine what it would be like to realize that the map in your hand no longer matches the ground under your feet. For a while, if you like, you can let your body stay right here in this bed while your mind walks with me somewhere very far away. You can keep one part of yourself anchored to the warm dent in the mattress and send another part drifting east and north, over dark water and unfamiliar towns, past forests that go on for miles, until it reaches a stretch of land where the air itself seems thinner and sharper, as if the sky has been pulled down a little too close. Listen. The hum of your AC, or the dull rush of your heater, fades back a step. The traffic outside dissolves. In their place, you might begin to hear another sound, described for you, not actually in your room, but close enough in your imagining to feel real. A river, wide and cold, shouldering its way between steep banks. The water is restless, never still, slapping softly at the stones. On either side, black shapes of pine trees lean in as if watching their own reflections tremble and distort on the surface. The sky above that river is the color of old steel. The air smells of wet bark, distant snowfields, and something else, something metallic and tired, like tools left in the rain too long. Mist hangs low over the surface of the water, thin at first, then thicker in certain places, the way breath fogs against glass. Somewhere, a crow calls once and is answered by its own echo bouncing off the unseen slopes. We are almost there now, standing in the quiet space between your bed and that river, 1 foot in each world. The girl we are about to meet does not know you exist. She has never seen your street, never heard your language, never held a phone that glows in the dark. But on some level, that does not care about distance or time zones. The way you breathe right now will be the quiet background to her story. As you inhale, she will step a little closer to the water's edge. As you exhale, she will lift her head and finally look up. By the time you reach the river with them, it is late afternoon in a year that feels much further away than it really is. The world is still in the early 90s here. The music, the cigarettes, the way people talk about the future as if it is a big, foggy thing that will sort itself out. There are 3 kayaks drifting downstream. Aluminum hulls dented and scarred from years of being dragged over gravel and scraped along riverbeds. The paint has peeled off in long, curling strips, leaving dull gray metal exposed underneath. A chipped enamel mug rattles softly against one boat's gunwale, tied there by a bit of string so it will not be lost. Wet clothes hang from a makeshift line stretched between two kayaks, flapping lazily in the damp air. The men in the boats do not look like explorers. They look like people who had a few days off and decided to escape the city. One of them, broad-shouldered with a sunburned nose, has his paddle resting across his lap as he smokes, letting the current do most of the work for now. Another keeps absently flexing his shoulders, rolling his stiff neck, complaining in a half-amused way that his back was not built for this kind of vacation. Someone jokes about trading his kayak for a hotel room with a real bed and a television that barely picks up 2 channels. Their voices are relaxed, their language rough but friendly. They laugh at the youngest of the group, who has ended up with perpetually wet socks and cannot seem to keep his shoes on the dry parts of the rocks. The air around them is cool and clean, smelling of river water, pine sap, and faint wood smoke from some faraway camp they passed earlier in the day. The river itself is beautiful in the way dangerous things often are. The surface looks like a sheet of liquid glass, green and dark, carrying flashes of reflected sky between steep, forested walls. Pines rise on either side like rows of quiet witnesses, their trunks straight, their roots gripping at soil and stone. Mist hangs low in pockets, drifting lazily just above the water, obscuring certain stretches of shore and revealing others. In the distance, the muffled roar of a rapid they already passed fades into the thicker silence of deeper water. They are not in a hurry. They talk about dinner plans, about the bottle of cheap vodka waiting in one of the dry bags, about someone's girlfriend back home who does not know he has gone so far into the wilderness. One of them leans back and trails his hand in the water, enjoying the sharp cold on his fingers. Then at first, it is nothing. Just trees, rock, more trees. The man in the front kayak squints toward the right bank. There is something pale at the tree line, caught between the trunks, where the land slopes down to meet the water. It is too bright to be stone, too oddly shaped to be snow. From this distance, it looks like a strip of cloth someone left behind, snagged on branches. A lost shirt, maybe, or a piece of plastic trash. "Look at that," he says over his shoulder, nodding toward the shore. People throw their junk everywhere. The others glance up, half interested. The youngest shrugs. "Maybe we can grab it, use it as fire starter," he jokes. They drift closer, current carrying them toward that side of the river with slow inevitability. The pale shape hangs there, unmoving. One of the men lifts his paddle, ready to push away from the bank before they get stuck. And that is when the trash shifts. Not in the twitchy, random way of wind in loose fabric, but in a slow, deliberate motion that pulls weight from one leg to the other. It stands. The paddle pauses in the air. The jokes die mid-breath. For a second, the only sound is the water lapping softly at the hulls. What they thought was a scrap of cloth resolves into a girl, standing barefoot on the uneven ground at the edge of the trees. Her clothes hang stiff on her frame, fabric darkened and crusted with dried stains that could be mud or old blood or just the residue of too many falls. Her hair is clumped into damp ropes plastered to the sides of her face and forehead. Her bare knees are streaked with dirt and scrapes. She is very still, except for the slow rise and fall of her chest. The kayaks drift even closer now, partly because no one remembers to paddle. One of the men calls out hesitantly in Russian, voice lifting like a question. "Hey, you all right?" She does not answer. Her eyes are open, but they do not land on any of their faces. She is staring slightly above them, as if expecting something else to appear out of the trees behind them, as if the true focus of her attention is perched somewhere just over their heads. There is a hollowness in her gaze, like someone who has spent too long watching something no one else can see. Another man calls out, louder this time, trying different words. "Are you hurt? Do you speak Russian? Do you need help?" Her lips move then, barely. The first sound she makes is more breath than voice, a rasp that seems to surprise even her. When she finally forces syllables past her cracked lips, they come out like lines learned in a language class years ago, and only half remembered, short, broken phrases, out of order, as if she has taken the story in her head and dropped it on the floor, trying now to gather the pieces in both hands. The kayakers fall back on normal explanations because that is what people do when faced with the abnormal. Bear attack, bandits, a fall from a cliff, an avalanche. They throw these words between themselves in quick whispers, as if one of them will suddenly make everything make sense. They pull the boats closer to shore, aluminum scraping softly on submerged stones. One man hops out onto the slick bank, boots sinking slightly into the damp soil. He approaches her slowly, hands lifted in a calming gesture. He shrugs off his jacket as he gets close and holds it out, open, like an offering. Up close, he can see more details. Her wrists are rubbed raw, where the skin has been chafed, as if she has spent hours gripping something tight. A rope, maybe, or the straps of a backpack, then lost it. There are streaks of mud on her scalp, as though she fell and dragged the side of her head along the ground. Her lips are cracked into thin, painful-looking lines. The skin peeled in places. The mouth of someone who has been talking to herself for a very long time without water. He drapes the jacket over her shoulders. She flinches, just a little, at the contact, but does not pull away. The others climb out of the kayaks, splashing into the shallows, moving toward her with a mixture of caution and urgency. One of them gently takes her forearm, turning it slightly to look for bites, cuts, anything obvious. Another kneels to check her legs for signs of serious injury. "Probably a bear," one mutters. "She ran, got lost." "Or bandits," another suggests, as if that would somehow be better, because at least bandits are human. The girl's eyes flick past them, toward the river, then back to the shadows between the trees. Her fingers curl into the fabric of the jacket, like she is holding onto it for balance in a world that will not stay still. She tries to form another sentence, 2 or 3 words tumbling together before they break apart. As they work, the world seems to hold its breath. For one heartbeat, there is no noise at all. Not from the river, not from the trees, not from the men speaking. It is as if someone has taken the sound out of the scene, stripped it away, so you can feel only the silence sitting there, heavy and expectant. Then the wind returns in a single, sliding gust. It moves through the pine needles and over the water with a murmur that is not quite language, but close enough to raise goosebumps if you were standing there. The gust shapes itself into something like whispering consonants, soft and broken, as if trying out a word it cannot quite pronounce. The men barely notice. They are focused on the girl, on her cracked lips and distant gaze. but she hears it. You can tell by the way her shoulders twitch under the jacket, by the brief shudder that runs down her spine. She flinches slightly at that sound, at the wind's strange hiss, not at the hands on her arms or the voices asking questions. They get her into one of the kayaks, easing her into the middle, surrounding her with their own bodies as barriers against the cold and whatever else might be out here. Someone tucks the jacket tighter around her. Another presses a water bottle into her hand. She holds it, but does not drink. Just before they push off from the shore, one of the men looks up, past her, toward the ridge line rising above the trees. He expects to see the usual: pines bending as one in the breeze, fog drifting in the same direction as the treetops. Instead, he sees something that makes a small, involuntary frown crease his forehead. The crowns of the trees are all leaning, all moving in one direction, as if a steady wind is combing them from left to right. But the low fog hovering above the ground is sliding the other way, crawling along the slope in a thin, deliberate sheet. Two movements, two invisible hands, crossing through the same space without touching. The hairs on his arms lift under his shirt, a reaction older than thought. He blinks, and the picture does not change. Trees one way, fog the other. Something about the air here is wrong. He does not say it out loud. He just presses his palm flat against the cool metal of the boat, gives a quiet push, and the kayaks slide back into the river, carrying the girl and her broken sentences away from the place where the wind cannot make up its mind. The river gives her back to people who have no idea what to do with a girl like this. By the time the kayakers reach the little town downstream, the light has gone thin and gray. The buildings look tired, as if they were painted once, long ago, in hopeful colors, and then left to fade. Peeling blue facades, flaking plaster, squinting windows. Rust creeps along balcony railings. Tin roofs hold shallow puddles of recent rain, reflecting a sky that cannot decide whether to clear or darken. They shout for help as they pull her out of the boat, arms hooked under her shoulders. She moves when guided, but there is no real weight in the way she leans on them, like her body is a coat she forgot she is wearing. Someone from the town calls an ambulance, but there is no siren, no flashing lights, just a rattling van that smells of diesel and old cigarettes, with a makeshift stretcher in the back. The medical clinic sits on the edge of town, a squat building with gray brick walls and a metal door that has been repainted so many times the layers have begun to bubble. Inside, it smells of disinfectant, boiled potatoes from the staff kitchen, and something faintly sour that never quite goes away in these places. The fluorescent lights overhead buzz with a tired, yellowish hum. Nurses in worn uniforms meet them in the corridor. One of them tuts under her breath at the state of the girl. The dirty hair, the cracked lips, the jacket hanging loosely from her narrow shoulders. They put Valentina on a bed with stiff sheets and tuck a blanket around her, talking over her as if she is not entirely there. She does not protest. Her eyes wander, then fix on a spot somewhere above the ceiling, as though she can see through the plaster to the empty sky beyond. Days blur quickly in places like this. You know the feeling even if you have never been in this particular building. The way time thickens, the way every door looks slightly the same, the way you can hear someone coughing 3 rooms away as clearly as if they were beside you. At night, the corridors are only half lit. One long strip of light stays on, leaving the rest in a gentle, murky gloom. Shadows pool at doorways and stretch along the floor like spilled ink. The nurses move through them in soft-soled shoes, their uniforms faded at the seams. An old radio sits on a counter near the nurses' station, playing songs from another decade under a layer of static. Between tracks, the hiss swells and recedes, almost like rough breathing. There is a rhythm to this place. Footsteps, the squeak of a cleaning cart's wheel, the mechanical sigh of an old elevator that barely runs, the distant clink of metal instruments being dropped into trays. Doors open with a particular click, then slide shut with a specific muted thud. Someone laughs in the break room, the sound brief and out of place in the otherwise careful quiet. Valentina lies still for long stretches of time, turns slightly on her side, eyes open. The nurses talk about her when they think she cannot hear, about how she does not cry, how she does not ask for anyone, how she eats only when the spoon is guided to her lips. They wonder, in low voices, what exactly she saw out there. Russia is a big country. It is full of tragedies that are none of their business. But even so, something about this girl clings to their moods after their shifts end. She is not always lying down. Sometimes, late, when the corridors are nearly empty and the radio has fallen silent, she sits on the edge of her bed, with her feet not quite touching the floor. The blanket is bunched around her waist. Her hands rest on her knees. Her lips move, but no sound comes out, as if the words are getting stuck between her teeth. Once, a nurse opens the door to check on her and pauses. In the thin beam of light from the hallway, she sees Valentina's mouth moving faster than usual, eyes unfocused. There is a murmur, too quiet to catch at first, like tiny, broken syllables. The nurse holds her breath and listens. It sounds, just barely, like counting. But the numbers are not in order. 2, 6, 3, 11, 1, 1, 1. The sequence falters, restarts. 1, 4, 9, 2. Her tongue trips, and the words melt into a whisper that is not numbers at all. Valia? The nurse says softly, using the diminutive without thinking. Valentina's head jerks up. She blinks, as if dragged back from somewhere distant. The counting stops. She looks at the nurse like she is trying to match this face to a file in her memory and cannot quite make it fit. I brought you tea. The nurse lies, just to have something ordinary to say. Try to rest, The girl nods once, mechanically. The nurse leaves, closing the door until only a narrow slice of outside light remains. Behind it, Valentina's lips start to move again, but now the nurse is too far away to hear anymore. Sometimes, when the wind picks up outside, it rattles the loose window frame in Valentina's room. It is not much, just a few sharp taps as the glass shivers in its place. To her, though, it lands with the force of a shout every time it happens. She squeezes her eyes shut, as if someone has just clapped their hands directly beside her ear. Her shoulders hunch up around her neck. The nurse assigned to night shift notices this pattern. The way the girl does not react to footsteps in the corridor, does not flinch at the scrape of metal cartwheels, but tenses visibly at every gust of wind. Once, when a particularly strong blast rattles the pane, Valentina whispers something in response, too fast to catch, as if arguing with a voice only she can hear. It takes a few days before anyone comes to ask the question that matters. He is not a doctor. He is a police officer, or something close to it, in a plain shirt with the sleeves rolled to his elbows and a notebook tucked under one arm. He smells faintly of tobacco and cold air. There are dark smudges under his eyes, the look of someone who has seen enough strange reports to know this one will be troublesome. He pulls a chair up beside her bed and sits, leaving a careful distance between them. She watches him from the corner of her eye, then looks at the pen in his hand. It gleams slightly under the overhead light, a small, sharp thing. "Valentina?" he says, voice low, almost gentle. "I am here to listen. We need to understand what happened to you, to your friends." The word friends seems to snag in the air. For a moment, it is as if both of them can hear the echo of it bouncing off some unseen wall. He waits. The notebook lies open on his knee, blank page ready. His pen hovers, not yet touching paper. She stares at the pen for a long time, long enough that he wonders if she has even heard him. Then slowly, her gaze slides past it to the wall beyond, to some point far away that only she can see. Her mouth opens, closes. "The slope," she says finally, the words dry and thin. "We were on the slope." He writes it down. The scratch of ballpoint on paper, a tiny, intimate noise. "What happened on the slope?" "The wind." She swallows, her throat working. "It changed. It was under us, inside us." He frowns slightly, but keeps his tone even. "The wind was strong?" "Not strong." She searches for the right word, chewing briefly on her lower lip. "Wrong." Sometimes the words come in clear, short bursts. More often, they trip over each other, jumping back and forth in time. She mentions morning and then night, then realizes she has mixed them up and shakes her head, irritated at herself. She says, not all at once, but so fast, and he has to ask her twice what that means. "Not everything, at the same time," she tries again. "But close, close, like dominoes. One, then another, then another." She talks about eyes that did not look like theirs anymore. When he asks her to explain, her sentences fray. Like they were looking at something else, or someone else was looking through them. She flinches at her own words, as if she has just realized what she said. His pen slows. These are the kinds of phrases that make reports harder, that invite trouble from supervisors who do not want to sign off on anything that smells like madness or myth. He hesitates, then writes it anyway, abbreviating slightly, choosing neutral terms where he can. Between the broken images and jagged descriptions, other memories slip out that do not fit the template of horror he expected. She speaks of warmth, the weight of her leader's hand on her shoulder the morning before, fingers pressing briefly through jacket fabric in a gesture of quiet reassurance. She mentions someone singing a stupid pop song on the trail, off-key, the kind of tune you hum to keep your mind busy when your legs are tired. There was a joke about socks, she adds, voice catching. Wet socks. He always had wet socks. These small, ordinary details land heavier than the talk of wind and slopes. They put faces on the names in his file. Laughter in the spaces that are now filled with dates and times, and cause of death blanks he will eventually have to help fill. He realizes, with a faint ache he will not admit to, that for her, the worst part may not be the strange, sharp moment on the mountain, but the echo of all the gentle, stupid, human things that came before it and will never come again. He circles back, gently, trying to coax a clearer narrative from her. "Did you see anything else? Anyone else? Animals? People?" Her fingers tighten in the blanket. For a second, color drains from what little remains in her face. She looks not at him, but at the window, where the glass trembles slightly in its frame from a breeze he cannot hear. "We were not alone up there," she says. The words are simple. On the page, They will fit neatly between margins, surrounded by other phrases he can explain away. But the way she says them, flat, sure, without drama, makes something in the back of his neck prickle. It is not the words themselves that scare him. It is the certainty in them. He writes the sentence down slowly, each letter deliberate, as if speed might somehow make it less true. Later, much later, that line will be the one you remember. Back in your own room, miles and years away, the mattress under you feels a little more solid as I pull you gently away from the dim corridors and buzzing lights. The clinic fades, taking with it the smell of disinfectant and boiled potatoes, the soft squeak of the cleaning cart, the half-heard counting in the dark. You are not on that mountain. You are here, and you are breathing. But her words will follow us uphill. If you could see the room I am sitting in right now, you might be a little underwhelmed. Stories like this sound as if they should be told from some grand library with high windows and shelves that groan under the weight of leather-bound secrets. In reality, the place where this mountain has lived, for me, is a small recording room on the upper floor of an old building, somewhere above a city that hums quietly through the night. The walls are lined with acoustic foam, gray squares dulled by a fine layer of dust I always forget to wipe off. There is a single desk pushed up against the window. Cheap wood bubbled in one corner from a spilled drink years ago. A microphone hangs from a metal arm, its mesh head wrapped in a faded pop filter. The mic cable snakes across the desk like a lazy black vine and disappears into the back of an aging computer tower that sighs when it wakes and clicks faintly as its hard drive thinks. Outside the window, the city is all scattered lights and slow-moving shadows. A pair of headlights glides along the street below, reflected as twin streaks in the glass. In the distance, a neon sign blinks in a patient rhythm. On, off, on, off. You cannot hear the traffic from where I sit, not clearly. Just a low, constant murmur pressed up against the glass, like the ocean heard from several blocks away. Somewhere down there, people are still buying snacks from corner stores, walking dogs, arguing quietly in parked cars. Up here, it is just you, me, and the thin circle of light cast by the lamp on my desk. On that desk, between my hands, is the reason we are both awake. I did not go looking for this story in any serious way. It came to me the way so many things do now, half by accident, half by algorithm. A mention in a late-night forum thread about unsolved mountain mysteries, posted by someone with a username that looked like a spilled keyboard. Their message was short, almost dismissive. Kamardaban case is worse than Dyatlov if you read between the lines. Only one survivor. Two completely different stories. Two stories from one person. That phrase lodged itself somewhere in me. From there, it was the usual dance. An old newspaper clipping, crookedly scanned, headline barely readable through the banding and static of an overworked photocopier. A poorly translated article on a blog that had not been updated in years. A name that kept coming up in slightly different spellings. A town. A year. 7 hikers. One girl stumbling out of the trees. Most cases from that era die in their own paperwork. They sink under the weight of official language and half-filled forms. This one should have too. But every time I thought I had reached the bottom of its stack of thin, tired pages, something small and sharp stuck out and caught my attention again. A phrase, a discrepancy, a detail that did not match the weather report. This story would not leave me alone, and I think it is because of her. Because of one survivor two different truths. In front of me now, spread out like a paper version of a crime scene, are the pieces I have managed to gather. Photocopies of police reports. They're Russian, flattened into English by an online translator, and then gently reshaped by a human one. A few pages from a mountaineering club bulletin, the kind of dry, matter-of-fact publication that talks more about routes and equipment than ghosts. A list of names and ages. A blurred photograph of a group smiling at a trailhead, arms slung around each other's shoulders, faces younger than the paper they are printed on. Next to the papers, there is a USB thumb drive, bright red plastic dulled where my thumb has worn the label. On it is a digitized audio tape recorded by one of the rescuers who went up to that mountain after the news broke. For a long time, that tape was just a rumor mentioned in a footnote. Someone's uncle had it. Someone's friend heard it once. Eventually, a low-quality copy surfaced online. The sound warped and thin, like hearing through a wall. The file is sitting in front of me, a quiet weight that is mostly code and yet feels heavier somehow. If you could sit where I sit, you would see my coffee too. Half empty, gone lukewarm, ring of brown liquid drying around the inside of the mug. There are little scars on the desk where other mugs have sat and left their mark. Nights like this blur together. Pages, audio, the glow of the waveform on the monitor, your voices in the comments asking for another story, another night. I am telling you all this because I want you to know that on my side of the story, you are not alone with it. You are lying in your bed, maybe with the lights off now, maybe still deciding whether to put the phone down. I am here at this desk, hunched over these papers, doing the same thing you are doing, trying to understand the shape of something that does not want to be pinned down. Here is the promise I owe you. This is not a story told to frighten you out of sleep. If all I wanted was to make your heart slam against your ribs and leave you staring at the ceiling, there are easier ways. This is a story meant to sit beside your bed while you drift, like someone at the end of a bar shift telling you something they have carried too long, speaking softly so as not to wake the people already asleep. We will talk about things that are unsettling, yes. We will stand on that slope again, in memory, where the wind moved wrong and eyes did not look like themselves anymore. But we will also talk about paperwork, about mundane mistakes, about the ordinary, flawed humans who had to write cause of death on a line and pick words that did not quite fit. Somewhere between those fields of ink is where the truth might live. My fingers move over the papers, shuffling them into the order I like. Early statements first, then official summaries, then the later interview. The pages are slightly different sizes, some on thin tissue-like stock, others on thick, cheap card that resists folding. At the top of one, a fax header still lingers, black blocks and numbers that mean nothing to anyone now. One particular scanned page always draws my eye. It is from an internal memo rather than a public report, the kind of document someone typed quickly, intending it for a small audience. The text runs in cramped lines, almost all the way to the margin, as if the author was trying to get as much in as possible without spilling over to a second sheet. And there, in the right-hand margin, crooked and faint, is something that should not be there. A handwritten note. The script is hurried, tilted, the ink slightly darker than the printed type. It slants up between two paragraphs, squeezed into the white space as if the writer could not bear to leave this thought out, but also did not want it to sit in the body of the text where it would be too obvious. I sent a screenshot of it to a friend who reads Russian better than I do. She wrote back 3 words and a question mark. Then a second message, clarifying that there was no mistake. The note says, "To the best of our understanding, do not write this part down." That is all. No arrow pointing to which part. No explanation. No context. Just that quiet instruction to the future. Leave some of this out. When I first saw it, I laughed without meaning to. A small, disbelieving sound that startled me in the empty room. It felt almost silly. As if by writing the warning in the margin, the person had already broken their own command. The laughter did not last long, because once you know that someone, somewhere in the chain of official story making, looked at what they had been told and decided that there was a piece of it best left unwritten, you start to see all the empty spaces differently. Every gap in the timeline, every vague phrase, every "and then events" occurred leading to begins to glow faintly at the edges, like something covered over with a sheet that does not quite reach the floor. I am not going to tell you yet what that missing part might have been. For now, it is enough that you know it exists, nested in the paperwork like a secret folded into another secret. We will walk around it together for a while, feeling its outline from the outside before we try to look through. For the moment, all you need is this. There are 2 stories from one survivor, and somewhere between those 2 stories is a line that someone in a small office under fluorescent lights chose not to cross with their pen. Let us open the first account together, the one that lives in the oldest paperwork, the one that smells faintly, even now, of panic and bad coffee and fluorescent light. This is, as far as anyone can tell, what the police believed she said in those first days. Not necessarily what she remembers now, not necessarily what actually happened on the mountain, but the version that made it through shock, translation, and the narrow tunnel of a man's pen. If you imagine the statement as a neat story, organized from beginning to end, you will be disappointed. It is not built like that. It is built like someone waking up from a nightmare and trying to grab at the pieces before they slide back under the surface. Images, sounds, fragments of time. The first lines are deceptively calm. They talk about the group being tired but in good spirits. They had made decent progress. They were hungry, sore, sleep-deprived. But there were jokes. Someone teased the youngest boy about his pace. Someone else hummed a tune under their breath. Their clothes were damp at the cuffs. Their faces were red from wind and exertion. Then the weather turned. She did not describe it as worsening in the way a forecast might. In the notes, she is quoted as saying that it felt like the weather chose them. As if the wind, out of all the slopes and ridges it could have battered that day, picked this one group and pushed its full weight against them. She said the air suddenly felt thicker, as if they were walking underwater, every step harder than the one before. There are no perfect timestamps, only phrases like "after a while" and "sometime in the afternoon." Shock does that. It erases the numbers on the clock and leaves only the raw edges of what hurt. On the slope, according to the report, it started with one boy. He was near the back of the line, a few meters above her. She heard his boots scrape on rock, the sound of someone losing footing. That was ordinary enough. But when she turned her head, he was not just stumbling. He was folding in on himself. His hands clawed at the air as if he were trying to grab hold of something invisible just above his head. His fingers opened and closed, useless. His knees buckled. The noise he made is described in the dry handwriting of the officer as sound like air escaping from punctured lung. There is something almost clinical in that comparison, and yet you can hear it if you try. That low, desperate, wet exhale that is more reflex than voice. He went down. From there, the account jitters, camera jumping from one figure to another. You can feel the investigator's frustration between the lines. Every time he tries to anchor her to a neat sequence, she slides sideways into some other detail. She says another hiker, rushing to help, stopped midway and just stood there, staring at nothing, the report says, though that is not exactly right. He was staring at a patch of fog a few meters beyond the fallen boy, she insisted. His eyes were wide, reflecting something she could not see. Then there was laughter. According to the notes, a third member of the group began to laugh without cause. Not a happy laugh, not shared. A strange, thin giggling that did not rise from the chest so much as spill out of the throat. When she tried to describe it, she said it sounded like a recording played at the wrong speed, too fast in some places and too slow in others. Clothing started coming off. One girl yanked at her jacket zip as if it were strangling her, tearing at the fabric when it stuck. She complained of heat, intense, crushing heat, despite the cold wind. Her words, in translation, read something like, "My ribs will break. There is no room for air. Get it off. Get it off." She peeled layers away, tossing gloves and hat aside, fingers moving with frantic precision. Someone else dropped to their knees, pressing their palms hard against their chest and stomach as if trying to push something back inside. Internal pressure, the officer wrote later, perhaps thinking of medical textbooks. She did not have that phrase. She just said it felt like something was trying to stand up inside them. The horror in these lines is not in splashed blood or broken bones, but in the way bodies turned against their owners, nerves misfiring, muscles jerking without permission. She said she saw a friend's mouth moving in a way that did not match the voice she heard. The lips forming one phrase, the sound delivering another, slightly out of sync, like a badly dubbed film. She watched words leave a mouth that did not seem entirely connected to the person she knew. She said someone tried to speak to her, tried to say her name, to tell her to run, to come closer. She was never sure which. But their mouth filled with froth before the sentence could finish. Foam and half-words, consonants swallowed, vowels chewed to pieces. The report calls it possible seizure activity with salivation. She called it something else. His face stopped being his. There are mentions of bleeding. The document lists blood from nose and ears in stiff little bullet points, as if the clerk were making a grocery list. Unnatural behavior, it adds. Possible group hysteria. These are tidy phrases, attempts to box chaos in. You can practically see the man at the desk choosing them because he needed something he could put in front of a superior without being laughed out of the office. I want you to remember, as you listen, that all of this has already been strained through at least one other mind. Nothing you are hearing now came straight from her tongue to this room. It traveled through an overworked policeman's patience, through a translator's decisions, through my own choice of words. This is memory twice removed, written by a man on a deadline in a language that had already passed through an interpreter. So when the report says possible group hysteria, that might be a shorthand for I do not know how to write down what I was just told without getting in trouble. When it says bleeding from nose and ears, that might be an approximation of a girl fumbling for words, drawing lines with her fingers along her own face to show where the red was. The shapes are there, but the edges are blurred. Still, some details have sharpness to them, the kind of clarity trauma sometimes gives to a few isolated fragments, while everything else smears. One of those pieces is the sound. She went back to the sound again and again. The sound of boots on the snow-roughened slope, giving way to the sound of bodies hitting ground. The way the wind, which had been a constant roar in their ears, dipped for a heartbeat just before the first collapse, like an audience inhaling before a scene begins. Another of those sharp pieces is what she claimed, in those first days, to have heard coming from one of her friends. Not their own voice. Not exactly. The margin note I told you about, the one that says "do not write this part down," sits beside a paragraph that was almost entirely crossed out in the original scan. Someone had taken a pen and drawn a line through most of the text, leaving only the first and last few words visible. Ink scrawled over ink, obliterating sentences in a fit of retroactive caution. Underneath that mess, barely legible where the photocopier did its imperfect work, you can still make out a few phrases, enough to infer what was there before someone decided it should not be. It is the part where she says that, for a moment, as one of the boys shouted something she could not understand. Another voice wrote on top of his. A second voice speaking through his mouth. She was very specific about this, according to the sidebar notes. It was not an echo, not the wind. It was a voice that did not belong to him, layered over his own, like two radio stations bleeding into each other on a bad frequency. It did not sound older or younger, male or female. What made her certain it was not his was not the tone, but the words. It called her by a name nobody up there should have known. A childhood nickname. Something her grandmother used to call her when she was very small. Something she had not heard since before she started school. A name she never used on forms. Never introduced herself with on hikes. Never mentioned to this group of friends. She said hearing that name in that moment snapped something in her. Like a twig under too much weight, she stopped listening. She turned. She ran. The officer wrote it down. Then later, someone else told him not to. Do not write this part down. He tried, in his way. He covered it with ink, pushed it into the margins. But paper remembers. Scanners remember. Stories remember. And now, lying where you are, safe and warm, and not on any slope at all, you know what they tried to tuck under the edge of the page. The second story does not live on thin, gray police paper. It lives in newsprint and pixels. I found it years after I first read the raw, jagged account from the early 90s. By then, Valentina was no longer a girl half carried out of the forest, no longer a patient on a narrow bed in a rural clinic. In the later article, she is described as a married woman in her 40s, living in a small town whose name the reporter chooses not to print. The mountains are far away now. There is a bus stop, a grocery store, a school. Nowhere in the piece do they mention hiking trails. The reporter paints her apartment in a few quick brushstrokes. 2 rooms, modest, tidy. A plant on the windowsill, leaves a little dusty. Family photos in mismatched frames on a wall. Children, holidays, a husband's arm around her shoulders at what looks like a wedding reception. in a restaurant with plastic flowers on the table. He notes how she apologizes, twice, for the clutter he does not see. That is how you know she is nervous. He writes that she speaks calmly about that summer. Calmly. It is a strange word to put alongside what you and I know of her experience, but there it is, sitting in the text like a stone on a plate. She is careful with her words this time. Where the earlier account lurched and tangled, this one walks in a straight line. Where the first version was all broken images and jagged sound, this version uses plain, almost boring sentences. She says they were caught in cold, wind, and panic. She describes the weather as having turned bad, in the simple idiom of people talking about a ruined picnic. The wind picked up. Visibility dropped. The temperature fell faster than they expected. Their clothes were not enough. Their strength was not enough. She talks about fatigue, about misjudging distance, about the kind of creeping fear that comes when you realize you are not where you thought you were, and the sun is lower than you planned for. She does not mention the weather, feeling like it chose them. She says they became confused. One person slipped, another tried to help. Someone began to run in the wrong direction. Details blur. She describes a tangle of shouting, falling, the sensation of the ground no longer where it should be. She says she does not remember every face in that moment, only the impression of bodies moving in a rush that did not make sense. She does not talk about hands clawing at invisible ropes in the air. She does not mention laughter with no reason behind it, or jackets half torn off in a frenzy to escape an internal heat. The words foam, voice, eyes that did not look like theirs do not appear anywhere in this later telling. At some point, she says, they fell. That word holds a lot inside it. They fell. Some fell physically, bodies hitting rock and snow. Others fell out of rhythm, fell out of the group's cohesion, fell into panic. She says she remembers looking around and realizing that she was suddenly alone with too many shapes on the ground and the wind roaring so loudly in her ears that it filed everything down to one instruction: go. She ran, the article says, just like that. Not, she fled in terror from an unseen force. Not, she escaped something she cannot describe. She ran because she was afraid, because she thought staying there meant dying, and moving meant some small chance of not dying. It is an explanation anyone can understand. It fits inside the world's usual rules. I want you to notice what is missing, but I do not want you to rush to judge her for it. It would be easy, from the safety of your own bed, to call this a lie, to say she took out the weird parts, the ghostly parts, the parts that made the story feel like something more than a simple tragedy. It would be easy to picture her sitting at that little table in her apartment, mug of tea between her hands, carefully sanding off the sharp edges of what she once said, because she is tired of being the girl who saw something no one else understands. But memory is not a courtroom transcript. It is an organ. And like any organ, it heals by scarring. Trauma does not always leave you with grainy, accurate footage of what happened. More often, it leaves you with a handful of scenes you cannot forget, and a larger portion of time that feels like someone else's life. The brain stitches those pieces together as best it can, sometimes changing the order, sometimes swapping one image for another that hurts less. There are at least two possibilities here, and maybe they are both true at once. The first is that her earliest account, the one we just walked through, was distorted by shock. She was cold, exhausted, flooded with adrenaline and fear. Sitting in that clinic, under buzzing lights, questioned by strangers, her mind may have mixed dream and memory, magnified ordinary details into impossible ones. It is possible that all the talk of voices and wrong eyes and childhood nicknames was, in some sense, her body's way of translating a terrible but natural disaster into something her emotions could express. The second possibility is that the later account is a story she can live with. A version of events that allows her to get up, make breakfasts, sign permission slips, fold laundry, and walk through a world that does not want to hear about mountains that choose people and voices riding on top of other voices. You and I, sitting with these two piles of words, do not have to decide which one is the real one. Sometimes, there is no single real one. There is a raw wound, and there is the scar that grows over it, and both tell the truth in different ways. In one of the ethnographic notes from the region where this happened, tucked into the same batch of documents on my desk, there is an old saying recorded from a Buryat elder. The translation goes something like this: "If you tell the mountain's anger with too many sharp details, it will come back to finish the sentence." The elder explained, in their own way, that stories about certain places should be told softly, with respect, and with a little bit left unsaid, not because the mountain is a child that must be protected from bad publicity, but because naming every jagged edge is a kind of provocation. Maybe she learned that lesson the hard way. Maybe after those first days of spilling broken imagery into the hands of policemen and nurses. After seeing her words twisted into headlines and whispers, she decided that she would never again give the mountain more shape and language than it already had in rock. Maybe leaving out the foam and the voices and the eyes that were not eyes is not about deceiving you. Maybe it is about not calling something back that she has spent decades trying to let sleep. I do not know. What I do know is that, as I sat here with both accounts open on my screen, the police pages on one side and the gentle newspaper interview on the other, I kept thinking about that red thumb drive on my desk, the one with the rescuer's tape, the one I had been almost afraid to listen to. When I finally clicked play, the first thing that came through my headphones was not a demon, not a secret confession. It was static. White noise, loud and dirty, like the sound of wind being dragged through broken speakers. Underneath it, after a few seconds, came other layers. The rotor thump of a helicopter, the hollow knock of boots on hard ground, the ragged breathing of the man holding the recorder. He talks now and then, mostly to himself. Coordinates, descriptions. We are approaching the site. Visibility is low. You can hear other voices in the distance, small and thin, shouting over the wind. A dog barks once and is gone. For a long stretch, it is just the wind. Then at one point, clear enough that even through the old tape's hiss, you can make it out. The rescuer's voice drops. He stops mid-sentence. There is a pause. "Did you hear that?" he whispers. Nobody answers. Or if they do, their response is lost under the roar. I replayed that section so many times that the waveform on my screen began to feel like a familiar face. Every time, right after he asks that question, if you listen closely enough, and you are willing to risk hearing something that might not be there, you can convince yourself there is a second sound under the wind. It is not a clear word, not the kind of spectral voice Hollywood would give you, syllables crisp and undeniable. It is more like the outline of a name, half smothered in noise. A shape in the sound, the rise and fall of 2 or 3 letters, repeated once, maybe twice. I cannot tell you with any kind of scientific certainty that it is hers. But in the quiet of this room, with the city lights blinking outside and your breathing steady on the other end of this story, it is hard not to hear the mountain trying, one more time, to say something it was told not to put on paper. Before there was a girl by a river and a clinic with rattling windows. There was a crowded apartment and a map with too many fingerprints on it. Valentina grew up on the 5th floor of a concrete building that looked exactly like the concrete buildings on either side of it. In winter, the walls sweated with condensation and the windows bloomed with frost flowers on the inside. In summer, the air in the stairwell smelled like hot metal and boiled cabbage. There was always a radio on somewhere in the building, always someone arguing, always a television leaking someone else's drama through thin walls. Space, where she lived, was a thing other people seemed to have. Her room, if it could be called a room, was a fold-out bed in the corner of the living room, under a shelf that bowed slightly in the middle from the weight of old books. When she was small, she would lie there at night and stare at the ceiling while her parents whispered at the table by the window, their voices low and tired. The ceiling was flat and uninterested. It gave her nothing to look at, nowhere to go. The one thing in the apartment that seemed to open outward was an old atlas her father had picked up from a street seller. The cover was frayed at the corners, the pages yellowing and loose, but inside, the lines were clear. Rivers, borders, and most importantly, mountains, little rows of brown hatches marching across the paper like tiny spine bones. She would trace those contour lines with her fingertip, following them up and up until they closed in tight loops at the peaks. Names she could barely pronounce sat underneath, ranges that might as well have been on another planet. She imagined what it would feel like to stand where those lines pointed, to look down on the world instead of up at it. By the time she was old enough to join school hiking clubs, she had already climbed every staircase in her building 1,000 times, walked the same dull neighborhood routes until she knew every crack in the sidewalk. The first time she stepped onto a real trail outside the city, with trees instead of lampposts and dirt under her boots, instead of chipped pavement, something in her chest unknotted. The mountain, any mountain, was a way out and a way up. This trip, the one that would take her into the range where the weather moved wrong and the wind knew people's names, was different. She felt it months before they left. It sat at the edge of her thoughts while she washed dishes, while she scribbled in her school notebooks, while she stared at the atlas at night and imagined herself as one of the dark lines instead of just a finger tracing one. By then, she was 17. Not a child by local standards, old enough to start making decisions that would count. She saw this summer trek as proof. If she could do this, she would be strong enough, ready enough, something enough. It was not just another hike. It was an exam of a different kind. Not written, not graded by teachers, but by the mountain itself. She was not going alone. There was the med student, tall and bony, with a permanent smudge of ink on his thumb from taking notes. He had a stack of textbooks waiting for him at home, and a set of entrance exams looming like storm clouds. He joked that this was his last chance to break something that is not my brain before he tied himself to a desk. He carried a small medical kit and used the language of anatomy to describe everything. Trees had vascular systems. Rocks were osseous structures. He annoyed people and made them laugh in equal measure. There was the recorder guy whose real name everyone knew but rarely used. He had an old cassette recorder he took everywhere, holding it up to capture moments like butterflies. While others took photos with cheap cameras, he collected sound, the snap of twigs, the wind through branches, the way people's voices changed when they were out of the city. At home, he would listen back in the dark, using the tape to remember how it felt to breathe in places where the air was not recycled through 1,000 lungs. He was shy, eyes often on his boots. But when he thought nobody was looking, he would smile at the way light fell between leaves as if he could hear it. There was the superstitious girl, who had a handful of charms on a string in her pocket, a small metal icon from her grandmother, a smooth pebble from a riverbank, a scrap of cloth she claimed was from a lucky shirt. She wrote horoscopes for her friends in a battered notebook, half joke, half genuine belief. On the first day of planning the trip, she flipped through her notes and announced that everyone's stars looked messy but interesting, which they decided to take as a blessing. She laughed easily, but when talk turned to certain places in the mountains, she went quiet, as if listening for someone else's opinion. There was the youngest boy, barely 15, all elbows and enthusiasm. He had older siblings who talked about him as the little one, even though he was already taller than most of them. He wanted this trip badly, wanted to come back with stories that would make their eyebrows lift, that would move him from the kids' table in family conversations to the adult circle. He trained with a seriousness that surprised everyone, running stairs, doing squats in the stairwell of his building. When he thought no one was watching, he would practice walking with a heavier pack, testing how much weight his shoulders could take. And then there was the leader. She was older than all of them put together in mountain years. In the city, where age is measured in birthdays, she might not have seemed so far away, only a couple of decades ahead, but out there, experience adds years of its own. She had walked more kilometers of trail than they had sat in classrooms. She had been caught in storms and walked out of them, had led groups along ridges with no margin for clumsiness. Her name carried weight in the small overlapping circles of hikers and climbers. People respected her for her toughness, for the way she could carry a pack as heavy as any man's and still walk at the front without losing pace. She had a reputation for being strict, sometimes harsh, never careless. If she says we are going, we are going, the med student said when they first heard she would be leading. If she says we are stopping, we are stopping. That is how we stay alive. But toughness is not the same thing as invulnerability. If you watch closely, you could see the shadows stitched into her competence. When she spread the map out on the table in the club room, a real topographic map this time, not the atlas from Valentina's childhood, you would see her thumb slide unconsciously over a small scar on the inside of her wrist. It was a pale, curved line, too neat to be an accident, too old to invite casual questions. She did not talk about it. She just rubbed it when she stared too long at certain contour lines, as if remembering a different set of mountains entirely. Every morning, before training hikes, when the group gathered at the edge of the woods outside town, she would move a few paces away, just far enough that their chatter thinned to a murmur. She would stand still, eyes half closed, and listen. To the trees, they joked. To the wind, to the ground. She is tuning her mountain radio, the recorder guy would whisper, holding up his device in parody. She would roll her eyes when she came back, but she did it again the next morning, and the next. It was habit, or ritual, or both. She had been in the range they were headed to before. Not once, not twice, but enough times that she could list the main passes without checking the map. There was one trip, years back, that she rarely mentioned. The superstitious girl had heard scraps, that they had turned back early, not because of injury or lack of supplies, but because, in the leader's words, it felt wrong. That was all she ever said. No story about a storm, no dramatic mishap, just a feeling, heavy enough to make her reverse course with a whole group depending on her. When she spoke about the upcoming expedition to Valentina's group, she kept to practicalities, distances, elevation gains, weather trends. But once, alone with another seasoned hiker in a doorway after a planning meeting, she let one sentence slip that the recorder guy, passing by, happened to overhear. "It has been a long time since I went that way," she murmured. "Maybe it has forgotten me." He did not understand what she meant then. He just filed the phrase away in his tape and his memory. On the last evening, before they were due to leave, the city held its breath in a heat that would break overnight. In her apartment, the leader slept badly. In her dream, she was not in the cramped bedroom with the single wardrobe and peeling wallpaper. She was in a snow cave somewhere high and bright. The walls around her were carved from packed snow, smooth and glowing with an inner bluish light. It should have been freezing. She knew, in the logic of dreams, that she was surrounded by ice. But when she pressed her palm against the curved wall, it was warm. Not just warm, but body warm, like skin. She stood there, hand on the wall of that impossible cave, and felt a slow pulse beneath her fingers, as if the mountain itself had a heartbeat and she was pressed against its chest. Somewhere behind her, out of sight, someone whispered, "Bring fewer names this time." The voice was not angry. It was not kind either. It was matter of fact, like a weather report. She could not tell if it was male or female, young or old. It had the toneless inevitability of wind. She woke with her hand on the real wall of her bedroom, fingers spread, heart thudding in her throat. The room was dark. The air was heavy and hot. No snow, no blue light. Only the faint roar of a truck passing outside and the tick of the cheap clock on her nightstand. She lay there for a long time, staring at the ceiling. The dream sitting on her chest like extra weight in her pack. In the morning, she did not tell anyone about it. She folded her blankets, checked her gear, rubbed her thumb over the scar on her wrist, and went to meet the group that trusted her not to lead them anywhere she would not go herself. The first days did not feel like the beginning of a horror story. They felt like exactly what everyone had hoped for: escape. The bus dropped them near the edge of the range, and the world they stepped into was immediately bigger than the one they had left. The air had a different weight to it, thin and sharp, like glass held close to the skin. Pines rose up on either side of the dirt road, trunks straight and tall, their needles whispering to each other in a language that was all sighs and small, dry clicks. The sky felt closer, a wide slab of pale blue pressed low over distant ridgelines. Once they left the last visible roofline behind, the path narrowed. Their boots sank into wet moss that gave underfoot like a thick green sponge, releasing a cool, earthy smell. Here and there, water from unseen springs threaded across the trail in thin, clear streams, cutting delicate lines through the soil. They hopped over them, or splashed through when they were too wide, socks darkening, laughter bursting out when someone misjudged a jump and landed in ankle-deep cold. The med student carried the heaviest pack with stubborn pride, insisting he was training his legs for all the hospital stairs he would climb later. The superstitious girl walked near the middle, humming nonsense tunes between conversations. The recorder guy drifted along the edges, sometimes falling back a little to capture the sound of their voices bouncing between trees, sometimes rushing ahead to stand by a bend in the trail and record them approaching like an incoming wave. Valentina kept close to the leader when she could, matching pace, watching how she moved. The leader walked as if she and the mountain had long ago agreed on the terms of her visits. Solid, respectful steps, no wasted motion, no foolish shortcuts. When she stopped to adjust her straps or check the map, the others stopped too, settling their packs on the ground, stretching their shoulders, drinking water in long, grateful pulls. During the day, the hardships were almost pleasant. The weight of the pack, cutting into their hips, reminded them they were doing something real. The ache in their calves was proof of progress. The air burned pleasantly in their lungs. Each hour of climbing pulled them a little farther from the cramped apartments and stale offices and bus stops of the lives they had left behind. They joked as they walked. The med student diagnosed everyone with fictitious conditions: acute chronic laziness, temporary altitude-induced stupidity. The youngest boy tried to walk an entire hour without complaining, failed, and turned his failure into a bit, exaggerating every groan until the others laughed and pushed him playfully. The superstitious girl offered to read their fortunes in the shapes of clouds, declaring that one particularly amorphous puff promised moderate success and possible blisters. At noon on the first full day, they stopped beside a small stream that cut across a patch of meadow. The water was cold enough to numb their fingers in seconds. They knelt along the bank, splashing their faces, drinking straight from the flow. The taste was clean, metallic, like licking the edge of a knife. When they looked up, the sky was so wide it made Valentina's chest hurt a little, in a good way. At night, around the campfire, the world shrank again to a warm circle of light and sound. They sat on rolled-up jackets and flat stones, hunched over metal bowls, as they ate whatever they had managed to cook without burning. Someone passed around a bar of chocolate broken into small, precious squares. They shared it as if it were a sacrament, each piece melting slowly on tired tongues. Blisters were checked and complained about with theatrical wincing. The med student insisted on inspecting everyone's feet, pressing gently around hot spots, taping toes with the solemnity of a surgeon. The others teased him, but they let him do it. Having someone fuss over their minor pain made the bigger, unnamed fears feel far away. As the fire burned down, the superstitious girl would take a few small stones from her pocket and arrange them in a little pattern outside the main tent, a circle with two lines crossing through it. For protection, she would say, half laughing, half serious. When the youngest boy rolled his eyes, she tapped him on the forehead with a fingertip. "It cannot hurt," she'd reply. "If we are lucky, it will make the mountain think we are too foolish to bother with." The leader always sat a little apart when the stories and jokes began to loop back on themselves. She would lean back against a rock, legs stretched out, boots still laced, eyes half-lidded as she listened to the others. Every so often, she would glance up at the sky, tracking the movement of clouds against the faint smear of stars. Her face in the firelight seemed carved rather than lit, lines at the corners of her eyes deeper when she frowned at some thought she did not share. During these first days, the strange things were small enough to ignore. On the second afternoon, they stopped to check their position. The leader pulled out her compass and map, squinting down at the printed lines. Valentina watched as the needle, which should have settled quickly, spun in a slow, erratic circle, paused, then swung again as if reluctant to commit. It wobbled toward north, hesitated, then finally settled with a tiny jerk. "Old magnet," the med student said, shrugging. "Cheap equipment." The leader clicked the compass closed a little too quickly. "We know where we are," she said. "Keep moving. We are losing light." That evening, as they huddled in their sleeping bags, the recorder guy decided to play back a few minutes of the day's tape. It was a habit of his, a way to relive the best parts. He lay on his back in the tent, the device resting on his chest, the tiny speaker rasping out the thin, tinny version of their laughter and footsteps and squeezed-in jokes. They listened to themselves tease the youngest boy about his packed lunch, to the leader's voice calling out a warning about a slippery rock, to the sound of water splashing around their boots. Then beneath it all, they noticed something else, a low hum. It might have been the wind, but it did not rise and fall like wind usually does. It sat stubbornly underneath everything, like a note in a song no one remembered singing. It was quiet enough that, if you wanted to, you could pretend it was not there. "What is that?" the superstitious girl asked. "Bad tape," the recorder guy said quickly, his thumb hovering over the stop button. "This thing is ancient." He clicked it off. They let the silence settle. Outside, the trees shifted, branches rubbing together with soft, dry sounds. The next day, as they traversed a long, gentle slope, Valentina felt something odd. The ground looked almost level. Her eyes told her she was walking on flat terrain, but her legs burned as if she were climbing. She could feel the pull in her calves, the extra demand on her breathing. It was a subtle misalignment, sight and body disagreeing. "Do you feel that?" she asked the med student beside her. "Feel what? Like we are going uphill?" He frowned, considering. "We are going uphill," he said. "Just not much. Your pack is heavy. You're tired." She nodded, but the sensation stayed with her. It felt, for a while, as if gravity had been turned just a few degrees off true, as if someone had taken the whole landscape in their hands and tipped it slightly without telling anyone. They reached a viewpoint on the third day, a place where the trees fell away and the land opened. From there, they could see the distant lake. It lay in a vast hollow between mountains, a long gleaming blade of water catching the sunlight. The surface flashed as the wind moved across it, bright and dazzling, almost too much to look at after the dimness of the forest. "Wow," the youngest boy breathed, wordless for once. They all stood there in a loose line, watching the distance. The lake looked calm from here. A giant piece of sky dropped onto the earth. But if you stared long enough, you could see patterns in the reflection, places where the light fractured strangely. Valentina noticed it first, a narrow band of water running across the surface that looked wrong. While the rest of the lake shimmered silver blue, this band was darker, almost black, like a scar. It did not match the shadows of clouds. It did not move quite in time with the rest of the ripples. It just sat there, a long, thin wound dividing the brightness. "What is that?" she asked. "Depth," someone suggested. "Current, oil," the med student joked weakly. "Pollution. Do not think about it." The leader did not answer. She stood very still, eyes locked on that dark band. Her jaw tightened. Her thumb rubbed slowly over the scar on her wrist. For a moment, she looked less like a guide admiring a view, and more like someone listening for something they do not want to hear. Then abruptly, she folded the map she had been holding, stuffed it into her pack, and clapped her hands once, sharply. The sound broke the spell. "All right," she said, voice brisk. "We still have ground to cover before camp. Take your pictures, then we move." They obeyed. They snapped a few photos, made a couple of jokes, shouldered their packs. As they turned away, Valentina glanced back one last time. The dark band on the lake seemed thinner now, or maybe it was just the angle. Either way, when she remembered this moment later, it would not be the beauty of the view that came back first. It would be the way the leader stared at that black line as if it were not just a trick of water, but a message written in a language only she could read. The evening on the ridge was almost perfect, which is one of the reasons it hurts so much to look back at it. They reached the high ground late in the day, legs heavy, lungs working, but in that good, satisfying way that comes after honest effort. The trees thinned and then fell away altogether, and suddenly the world opened. The ridge stretched out like the spine of some sleeping animal, curving gently, with steep drops on either side into valleys already filling with shadow. Above them, the sky was a wide, clear bowl. The sun hung low, smearing gold along the edges of distant hills. As it sank, the light shifted from white to honey to a deep, bruised purple that pooled over the far ridgelines. Clouds, thin and high, caught the last fire and turned it into long streaks of pink that looked painted on. The air was colder here, cleaner, with a faint metallic edge that tasted like snow, even though the ground under their boots was mostly rock and dry grass. They pitched their tents in a place the leader chose carefully, not too close to the drop-offs, not too exposed, not too sheltered. "We want to see what is coming," she said, squinting north, "but not invited into our laps." The others laughed, not entirely sure whether that was a joke. Packs came off with sighs that were half relief, half complaint. Boots were unlaced, stiff socks peeled away from tired feet. Someone shook out a sleeping bag, and the wind grabbed it briefly, snapping it like a flag before they wrestled it into a tent. Stove flames hissed to life in the shallow windbreaks they built with stones. The smell of instant noodles and tea rose into the crisp air, mingling with the sharper scent of cold rock cooling under the sky. They sat in a rough circle as the light drained away. Metal bowls cradled in gloved hands. The food was simple and salty and tasted better than it had any right to. They talked, mouths blowing steam into the air between sentences, voices softer now that the world around them had gone so quiet. Maybe it was the altitude, or the fatigue, or the way the sky seemed to press down gently on them, making the ridge feel like a small, suspended island between Earth and space. Whatever the reason, the conversation drifted away from jokes and blisters toward the kind of talk people usually save for late nights and trusted company. They spoke about leaving. The med student, staring at the horizon as if he could see the city he would return to, admitted he was afraid of becoming someone who only existed in hospital corridors and exam results. "I want to do something that feels real," he said, gesturing vaguely at the peaks, "not just push paper and pills." He laughed at himself afterward, embarrassed by his own sincerity, but no one mocked him. The superstitious girl talked about moving to a different city entirely, one where nobody knew her as the one who believes stupid things. She wanted to try working in a library, surrounded by stories written by people who had already survived their own worst nights. The youngest boy confessed, in a rush, that he did not want to be the little one forever in his family, that he wanted this trip to be a marker. "When I get back," he said, "I want them to look at me and see someone who can do hard things." The recorder guy did not say much, as usual. When they prompted him, he shrugged and said he liked the idea of collecting enough sounds from enough different places that if he ever had to live somewhere he hated, he could press play and remember there were other worlds. "I guess I want proof," he said, "that I was really out here once." Valentina listened, feeling the words pool in her chest. She spoke last, not because she wanted to, but because they would not let her get away with silence. She kept it simple. She said she wanted to feel strong. Not just physically, though that mattered too, but in the way where, when things went wrong, she would not be the one everyone had to wait for. She wanted to be a person who moved forward, not someone who stayed behind. The leader watched them all with an expression that was hard to read in the flickering light. There was pride in it, for sure. She had brought them this far, after all. But there was something else under the surface. A tightness around the eyes. A heaviness in the way her shoulders sat, even when she pretended to relax. At one point, Valentina looked at her through the thin veil of smoke from the camp stove. The leader's face was turned slightly away, the fire picking out the lines at the corners of her mouth, the small scar at her wrist where her sleeve had slid up. In that moment, Valentina felt a rush of something tender and foolish. Trust, pure and simple. If anything went wrong, she thought, this woman would protect us. It was an untested belief, not based on any specific proof, just on the way the leader walked ahead of them on narrow paths, on how she always noticed when someone was lagging, on the quiet competence she wore, like another layer of clothing. The thought settled in her like a warm stone. It would be quietly heartbreaking later, when she realized that sometimes strength means standing in front of something that is not interested in being stopped. As the darkness thickened and stars pricked through the remaining blue, the leader shifted, stretched her legs, and began to talk. Not in her usual clipped, practical way, but with a softer cadence, as if telling a story she had not meant to share. She told them about her first big hike years ago on a different mountain range, how she and a small group had been caught in fog so thick they could not see their own feet. The world disappeared, she said, stirring her tea with absent-minded circles. 1 minute, there were rocks and trees and sky, and the next, it was like being inside a glass of milk. They had kept moving then because stopping felt worse. They followed the dim shapes of each other's backpacks, the faint crunch of boots on unseen ground. Time stretched. Minutes turned rubbery. At some point, they realized they were looping back, passing the same twisted pine over and over. Sometimes the mountain wants you to go slower than you planned, she said. They laughed at that, not unkindly, but the way people laugh at metaphors that hit closer than they want to admit. The med student raised his mug in a mock toast to our strict philosophical commander. The superstitious girl wiggled her fingers in the air and said, Maybe the mountain was just making sure you were polite. She might not have been joking. The leader smiled, but it did not quite reach her eyes. We turned back, she finished. We lost a day, but we made it home. The stars brightened. The ridge grew colder. They crawled into their tents one by one, the small zips of fabric loud in the thinning sounds of the night. Sleeping bags rustled. Someone coughed. Someone else muttered a final comment and was answered with a tired snort. Silence settled gradually, like a soft blanket laid over the camp. The wind moved gently at first, just enough to make the tent walls breathe in and out. Sometime after midnight, when the ridge was fully claimed by darkness and the sky had rotated a little further along its endless arc, the leader woke. No one had called her name. No noise yanked her out of sleep. She just opened her eyes with the sudden certainty that staying inside the tent any longer would feel like ignoring something important. She eased her arms out of the sleeping bag, careful not to disturb the person breathing steadily beside her. The air inside the tent was warmer than outside, fusty with shared breath and damp fabric. She unzipped the flap slowly, inch by inch, to keep the sound from slicing through the night like a blade. Outside, the cold hit her in the face, clear and sharp. She stepped out in her boots and jacket, standing between the tents. The ridge around her was a darker line against the lesser dark of the sky. The stars were brighter now, a scatter of white pinpricks so numerous they made the sky look textured. She closed her eyes and let the wind move over her. It ran fingers through her hair, crept down the collar of her jacket, pressed against her cheeks. It carried the faint smell of distant snowfields and something else. Something metallic and deep, like stone that has been cracked open after a very long time. She listened, the way she always did, but with more urgency tonight. There was a tightness in her chest that she could not blame entirely on altitude. Her thumb found the scar on her wrist and rubbed it, a nervous tick she would have mocked in someone else. "Not this time," she whispered into the darkness. "Please." The word please left her mouth in a small cloud of vapor, vanishing as quickly as it formed. For a heartbeat after she spoke, the wind stopped. Completely. The tents went still, their thin fabric sagging inward. The grasses at the edge of the ridge froze mid-sway. The air around her became a held breath, so sudden and absolute that she could hear her own heartbeat in her ears. Then, as if something had considered her request and decided, the wind came back. Harder, colder. It slammed into the ridge with a force that made the tent ropes groan, that shoved at her shoulders as if to move her back where she belonged. The cold bit through her jacket in a way it had not earlier, sharp and unfriendly. She opened her eyes. There was nothing to see but stars and darkness and the vague, hulking shapes of nearby peaks. Still, her expression changed, almost imperceptibly. Not surprise, not exactly fear. Recognition, maybe. Acceptance of an answer she understood, but would never be able to explain to the people snoring softly a few feet away. She stood there one more moment, let the wind push past her, then ducked back into the tent. The zipper whispered shut. On the ridge, the night went on. The sky kept turning. Far below, valleys filled slowly with a deeper kind of dark. The perfect evening had done its job. It had made them all feel, for a brief, fragile window, that the mountain was a place they belonged. Morning came, but it did not look like any of the other mornings they had seen on this trip. Even with her eyes still half closed inside the tent, Valentina could feel it. A change in the light pressing through the thin fabric, a different weight to the air in her lungs. When she unzipped the flap and stuck her head out, the sky above the ridge looked bruised. Not storm black, not clear, but smudged with layers of color that did not belong together. Yellowish in one band, gray-violet in another, like someone had pressed a thumb too hard over a healing wound. Clouds moved across that strange canvas, but not in any pattern her body recognized. The high ones were racing, thin and fast, like torn gauze being pulled across the sky. Lower down, darker masses crawled slowly in almost the opposite direction, heavy-bellied and reluctant. It was as if the atmosphere had forgotten which way to go. The air itself had thickened. Every breath felt like drawing through a damp cloth. There was a metallic taste on her tongue, faint but insistent, like the tang of blood from a bitten lip or a coin held too long in the mouth. Somewhere far off, thunder muttered, a low, rolling sound, but it never built into anything. It stayed right on the edge of becoming real, like a sentence someone began and never finished. The leader was already up, of course. She moved between tents with a clipped urgency that had not been there the night before. "Pack up," she said. "We move quickly today. No lingering." The youngest boy tried to make a joke about no scenic breakfast, but the wind stole half his words. It was stronger now, gusting in sudden, unpredictable bursts. Every time someone opened their mouth, a piece of what they meant to say was whisked away, shredded thin and scattered down the slope. Their voices sounded smaller in this air, as if the world had become too big for them overnight. They ate standing, food in hand, shoulders hunched against the gusts. The heat from their tea vanished almost as soon as it left the cup. Steam ripped apart and carried off. Hands that had been steady the day before shook a little as they tightened straps and buckles. Maybe it was the cold, maybe it was something else. The med student pressed his fingers to his temples, eyes narrowed. "Headache," he muttered, when Valentina glanced over in question. "Feels weird?" "Weird how?" He searched for the word, frustrated. "Not inside," he said finally. Like something is pushing down from above." He made a flat palm and lowered it slowly toward the top of his head, grimacing. "Like my skull is the bottom of a boot." "Altitude," the leader said, from where she was checking the map, her tone brisk. "Not enough water yesterday? It will pass." Maybe it would. Maybe it did not matter. They moved. Breaking camp that morning took less time than usual. There was no leisurely folding of clothes, no joking about lost socks. Everything was stuffed into packs with quick, efficient motions. Tent poles clicked, canvas rustled, zippers rasped. The sounds from their small camp were swallowed almost immediately by the wider, restless noise of the ridge. As they set off single file again, the wind threaded itself through their line. It tugged at hat brims, plucked at loose strands of hair, slid its cold fingers between layers of clothing. It came in bursts, at odd intervals, so that a word spoken in a normal tone could suddenly be flattened into a whisper, or flung out of someone's mouth with embarrassing force. "Stay close," the leader called back. But even that directive arrived in fragments. "Stay," then a rush of air, then close. Valentina walked behind her, eyes on the bright patch of the leader's pack. The ground under their boots was a mix of rock and patchy snow now, the surface alternately slick and crunchy. Every step required attention. Places that had seemed solid the day before felt less trustworthy now, as if the skin of the earth had thinned overnight. Inside her, something slow and sour was building. It was not quite fear, Not yet. More like the awareness of being watched, but not from a single point. She kept having the sensation that someone was walking just behind her, close enough that if she stopped suddenly, they would bump into her. She could almost feel the warmth of another body at her back, the faint disturbance in the air that comes when two people move together in a narrow space. She turned her head to check. Most of the time, it was the youngest boy behind her, cheeks flushed, breath puffing out in quick bursts as he tried to keep up while also pretending he was not struggling. He would flash her a quick grin when he caught her looking, as if to say, "I am fine. This is nothing. I can do this." But once or twice, when she turned more sharply, there was a half second in which there was no one there at all. The line had spaced out. Her boots were the only ones on the rocks immediately behind the leaders, and for that brief slice of time, the feeling of being followed had nowhere to anchor itself. It floated, unclaimed, like a cold spot in an otherwise warm room. Then the boy would round a bend or step out from behind a boulder, and the world would stitch itself back together. She told herself she was tired. That was all. They dropped off the ridge gradually, moving toward lower ground. The sky did not improve. The bruised look of it deepened. The never-quite thunder rolled again once, somewhere behind a distant ridge, like a chair being slowly dragged across a wooden floor in a room far away. Conversation thinned. The jokes from days before felt out of place in the silence between gusts. People focused on breathing, on placing their feet carefully, on not thinking too much about how exposed they were on these open slopes. The superstitious girl fingered the charms in her pocket without making a show of it. The recorder guy did not bother to take out his device. There was nothing he wanted to play back from this. Mid-morning, they came across a patch of snow tucked into the shadow of a small rise. It was old, gray at the edges, the surface compacted by sun and wind, but still deep enough to hold impressions. It held footprints. From a distance, they looked like any other set of tracks. A line of shallow depressions crossing the snowfield at an angle, coming down from higher ground and heading, roughly, toward where they themselves were going. A path, of sorts. The youngest boy pointed. "Others have been here," he said, a note of relief in his voice. "We are not the only idiots." The leader lifted a hand, signaling for a halt. They gathered near the edge of the snow, boots crunching on the crust. Up close, the tracks were clearer. They were human, boot prints, the tread pattern distinct in some of the fresher ones near the middle. They had sunk deep enough to suggest a load-bearing body, not just someone testing the surface. "How old?" the med student asked, crouching a little to inspect. "Not fresh," the leader said. "The edges are softened, at least a few days." Valentina stood beside her, counting without quite meaning to. One line of prints, then another slightly offset, then a third. At first glance, it looked like a group walking together. But when she traced the paths with her eyes, her brow furrowed. "How many?" she murmured. The superstitious girl started counting too, whispering under her breath. 1, 2, 3. It did not add up. There were more distinct paths than made sense. The tracks overlapped in places, crossed each other, doubled back. It was possible that one or two belonged to people passing at different times, but the pattern looked, to Valentina's eye, like several people had crossed at once. 6, the med student guessed. 7? The youngest boy frowned. There are not that many other groups up here right now, are there? The leader said nothing. She stepped onto the snow, placing her boot briefly beside one of the older impressions for scale, then lifted it again. Her gaze moved along the trail of marks, following them uphill, then down. From this angle, with the clouds low and the wind worrying at the edges of her hood, she looked smaller than she had on the ridge. Not weaker, exactly, but more alone. Valentina watched her as she stood there longer than seemed necessary. The others shifted their weight, impatient, cold, wanting to move on. But the leader stayed, just for a few extra breaths, eyes narrowed. Maybe it is just one group going back and forth, the recorder guy offered. Same boots, different directions. The leader did not correct him. She did not agree, either. Keep moving, she said at last, stepping off the snow. We are losing time. They walked on. The footprints faded behind them as they dropped lower on the slope, swallowed by distance and the thickening air. Later, much later, when Valentina lay awake in rooms far from any mountain, it would not be the exact number of tracks that haunted her. It would be the way the leader's shoulders tightened as she stood over them, as if she had recognized something not in the shape of the prints, but in their presence at all. Because if you counted carefully, and if you trusted your own math, there were too many sets for the number of people who were supposed to be on that mountain that day. By early afternoon, the sky felt closer, the clouds pressing down like a low ceiling. The light had gone flat, color drained from the rocks and scrub. Every direction looked slightly the same, as if the mountain were folding the landscape in on itself, gently erasing landmarks. They came to a shallow dip in the slope where a line of low dwarf pines hunched against the wind. Their branches swept all in one direction. It was not a perfect campsite, but it was the best they had seen for hours. A little less exposed, a little less steep. A place where, on any other day, they would have dropped packs with relief and begun setting up tents without thinking twice. Here, the leader decided, we stop, get shelter up, eat. Weather is worsening. No one argued. Their faces were tight with fatigue. Even the youngest boy had stopped performing his endurance. Fingers stiff with cold, they began the practiced ritual of turning an empty patch of ground into something resembling home. Tents unrolled, poles snapped together, stakes pushed into soil. Except this time, the mountain did not cooperate. When Valentina drove the first stake into the ground, the soil around it crumbled like stale bread. The top layer looked solid, but just beneath, it was loose, granular, as if something had hollowed it out. The stake went in easily, then wobbled, then leaned over as a gust of wind pulled at the fabric. "Stamp it down," the med student said, trying to help. They both stomped around the edges of the tent base, compacting earth, then tried again. The stake held for a moment, then tore sideways as the next gust hit, ripping a narrow gash in the surface. Similar curses rose from the other side of camp as the youngest boy fought his own set of tent pegs. "It is like the ground is empty," he complained, knuckles white around the mallet. "What is under this stuff?" "Old thaw," the leader said, though her voice held less certainty than usual. "Layer is loose. We reinforce. Stones if you can find them." They hauled rocks from nearby, building crude anchors. Hands grew numbered, fingertips tingling painfully as circulation struggled to keep up. They worked faster, driven by the knowledge that once the light dropped further, everything would be harder. When someone suggested a quick fire, just enough to warm stiff fingers and maybe boil water. The leader hesitated before agreeing. "Small," she said. "Careful with fuel. The wind will take it." They dug a shallow pit and shielded it with their bodies. A match flared, a tiny sun in the gray air, and was immediately snuffed out by a sharp, invisible hand. Another match, cupped more carefully this time, burned down almost to the fingertips before the flame thinned to a blue thread and went out, as though someone had reached in and pinched it. "Give me the lighter," the superstitious girl said, half laughing, half irritated. She flicked the wheel. Spark. No flame. Again. Spark, spark, the smell of hot metal and fuel, but nothing caught. For one strange second, Valentina had the unnerving sense that it was not the lighter that was failing, but the air itself refusing to participate, as if there was nothing here for fire to breathe. Then the wind shifted. A gust slammed into their little circle, scattering kindling. The moment passed, oxygen rushing back into the familiar shapes of their exhalations. "Forget the fire," the leader snapped. "Eat what you can, then into tents. We need rest." The fraying began quietly. As they choked down cold, half-soft food from metal bowls, small arguments flickered to life like sparks from the matches that would not light. The youngest boy muttered about the route, questioning whether they were off track. The med student bristled at the implication that he had misread the map earlier. The superstitious girl snapped when someone kicked one of her stones out of its little protective pattern, hastily rearranging them with fingers that shook more than the cold warranted. "That way," the leader said, when the question of direction rose again, pointing with her chin. "We are where we should be." "How far?" the recorder guy asked, voice thin. "To the next marked shelter?" "Far enough that arguing wastes the time we need," she answered. It sounded like a line she had used before, and usually it would have ended the discussion. Today, it just fell into the space between them and lay there, heavy. The wind's voice was louder now, wrapping itself around their words, turning them thin and ragged. When the med student raised his voice to be heard over a particularly strong gust, he suddenly went quiet in the middle of a sentence, eyes unfocused. "What?" Valentina asked. He swallowed. "It is nothing," he said. "Just voices in the wind." "Us," she said. "You are hearing us?" He shook his head slightly. "No, different. It sounded like..." He hesitated, embarrassed. "Like my mother calling me. Only wrong." He pressed his knuckles against his forehead. "Stress. That is all." The superstitious girl kept relining her stones, adjusting them into her usual protective shape. A ring crossed by two lines. She placed them around the main tent, then around her own, then started a third small arrangement by the stove before thinking better of it and scattering them with a tiny choke of frustration. Her jokes about charms just in case had thinned into movements that looked more like compulsion than humor. By the time they finally crawled into their tents, the wind had become a constant presence, buffeting the fabric, making it belly inward and snap back out with unsettling force. The stakes held, mostly, but every strong gust brought a chorus of creaks and groans from the guy lines. Inside, the air was warmer, heavy with their combined breathing and the faint smell of damp wool. Valentina wriggled down into her sleeping bag, listening to the familiar nighttime sounds. Zippers closing, someone sighing as they adjusted their position, the rustle of nylon. Somewhere nearby, the youngest boy whispered a half-hearted joke to the recorder guy, and both of them forced a short laugh before trailing off. Eventually, the room of the tent, small and fabric-walled, became its own world. Her thoughts blurred. Fatigue thickened her limbs. The wind's roar faded into the kind of background noise that the brain, mercifully, begins to ignore. She drifted. It might have been an hour later. It might have been 3. Time on that slope had already begun to loosen. What woke her was not the wind. It was the absence of it. For a moment, there was a stillness so complete that the silence had texture. The tent no longer breathed in and out. No fabric fluttered. The usual low rush in her ears was gone. In that sudden vacuum, other sounds became huge. The small rasp of her own breath, the muffled thump of her heartbeat, and then, very distinctly, just outside the thin skin of the tent, the crunch of footsteps on the frozen crust. Not the broad, diffuse impact of a gust, not the rattling of loose stones, but the measured, weight-shifting sound of something or someone moving around the perimeter of the camp. Soft, deliberate compressions, one after another, circling. Valentina lay very still, eyes wide in the dark. The impression of being followed that had dogged her all morning coiled tight inside her chest. The steps came closer, across the narrow space between tents. Closer. They stopped right by where her head lay, as if whoever was out there had paused to listen to her breathing. She could feel the proximity without seeing it, the way you can feel someone standing on the other side of a thin door. Her palms went damp. She swallowed carefully, afraid even that small sound would announce her too loudly. She whispered the leader's name, barely moving her lips. No response. The person sharing her tent shifted slightly, but did not wake. After a few heartbeats that felt stretched to the point of tearing, her need to know overcame her fear. She unzipped the tent flap just enough to make a narrow slit, fingers moving with excruciating slowness to keep the sound to a minimum. A thin blade of gray filtered in. She pressed one eye to the opening. Outside, the world was a smear of whipping fog and shadow. The dwarf pines stood in a crooked line a few meters away, their branches bent under invisible hands. Nothing moved between them. There was no figure standing over her, no crouched animal, no fellow hiker out for a midnight walk. For 1 second, as if indulging her inspection, the wind did nothing. The fog hung motionless, filaments of vapor suspended in place. Her breath left her in a small cloud that did not drift. The silence sat on her skin like weight. Then the wind came back all at once, like a door slamming. It smacked into the side of the tent, making the fabric slap loud and hard, a sound like an open hand hitting a drum. The pines shuddered, branches thrashing. Fog tore itself into tatters and fled down the slope. She flinched, yanked the zipper closed again, heart galloping. Her tent mate mumbled something incoherent in their sleep and rolled over. After a long time, the roar of the wind became, once more, just wind. Eventually, exhausted, she dropped back into a thin, uneasy sleep. Morning came gray and dull. The sky had not improved. If anything, it looked more exhausted. Colors leached away. They emerged from their tents slowly, stiff and hollow-eyed. Valentina stepped outside and immediately looked down, following the impulse that had been building since the footsteps pulled her from sleep. The ground around their tent was scuffed in places, little crescents of disturbed crust where boots had stepped the day before. She moved carefully around the perimeter, scanning for a clear, fresh footprint. There was nothing she could point to and say, "Here, this is it." No obvious tread pattern, no distinct heel-to-toe impression that matched the sound in her memory. Just smears and half-moons and places where the wind had erased edges. Except near the front of the tent, not far from where her head had rested overnight, there was a small scatter of stones. They were not random. 5 of them, roughly the same size, arranged in a pattern she recognized immediately. A little circle with 2 lines crossing through it. The same shape the superstitious girl always laid out in the evenings. The one she had carefully dismantled the day before when frustration overtook ritual. Valentina frowned. "Did you do this?" she asked later, showing her friend the arrangement before anyone kicked it aside. The girl stared, color draining slightly from her face. "No," she said. "I was too tired. I did not get up." She shook her head, more emphatic the second time. "I swear, Valya, I did not move anything in the night." The wind tugged at their sleeves as they stood there, both of them looking down at the neat little pattern at their feet. Protection, or something answering the call for it, laying its own version just outside the thin walls where they slept. By late morning, the camp felt like a bad idea, even in retrospect. The failed fire, the restless wind, the footsteps that may or may not have belonged to anyone at all. It all sat under their skin like grit. Nobody said, "I did not sleep," but it was written into the slow way they moved, the way they blinked too often, as if their eyes were dry from staring at the tent ceiling for hours. The leader studied the sky, then the slope below them, then the map. None of those things reassured her. The clouds were lower now, sagging over the peaks, dragging veils of shadow behind them. The air around them felt full, as if someone had packed it with unspoken words. "We go down," she said finally. "We cannot stay exposed here another night." There was no real argument. The alternative, another sleep, with the wind scraping its fingers along the tent walls, another round of matchless fire and invisible footsteps, felt worse than motion. Even the youngest boy, who had cheered for summits and ridges, nodded with a kind of grim relief. Down meant closer to tree line, closer to cover, closer, at least in theory, to home. They moved slowly at first, hands clumsy as they broke down camp. Tent poles refused to fit into their sleeves, zippers snagged, straps tangled. Small mistakes multiplied. Someone almost left a glove behind and had to climb back up a few meters to grab it. The leader's voice cut through the disarray, sharper than before, corralling them with instructions that were more bark than conversation. Once the packs were on, and the tents were reduced to tight bundles in their bags, they began the descent. On paper, the route looked straightforward. A long slope leading down from the ridge toward a flatter section, then a traverse to cut across toward a safer valley. On the ground, it felt like stepping into a corridor where the walls kept moving a few inches every time you blinked. At first, the steepness was manageable. Their boots found purchase on a mix of firmer snow patches and exposed rock. They planted trekking poles, leaned back slightly, moved with the careful, heel-first rhythm of people who had done this before. The wind pushed at their chests and shoulders, trying to hurry them along, then dropped away without warning, leaving them leaning into nothing. "Watch your footing," the leader called back. "Short steps. Do not rush." The words reached them, but they felt late. Not late in time, so much as late in belonging. A moment before she spoke, Valentina had the distinct sensation that she had already heard the warning, as if her body anticipated it. When the actual sound arrived, sliced by wind, it was like hearing an echo of something that had not yet quite been said. "Did you hear that?" the superstitious girl murmured to the med student at one point, frowning. Your voice sounded like it bounced back before you finished. Altitude, he said automatically, but his expression was strained. Fatigue skinned their nerves thin. The lack of real sleep, the cold that seemed to find the gap between every layer of clothing, the constant low-level fear, it all added up. Small grievances that would have slid off them days ago now stuck. Someone snapped at the youngest boy for walking too close to their heels. He snapped back, defensive. The recorder guy flinched at a tone of voice that was not meant for him. Underneath those frictions, something subtler was happening. The mountain began to lean. Not physically, not in a way that would show up on a level, but in the way their bodies perceived it. The ground under their boots felt like it was tilting sideways, while their eyes insisted it was not. They walked along what looked like a normal slope, yet their muscles clenched, as if compensating for an angle that should have made them slide. Why does it feel like we are walking downhill and sideways at the same time? The youngest boy asked, breath puffing in front of his face. Because we are, someone joked weakly. But the joke did not land. At one point, Valentina realized that her left leg was working harder than her right, as if the world had shifted under that side of her. She tried to correct her posture, leaning the other way, but the sensation persisted. It was like walking in one of those funhouse rooms in seaside carnivals she had seen on television, where floors were slanted and nothing stood upright. Except here, there were no painted walls, no railings, no exits, just gray cloud and snow and rock. The sounds were wrong too. When the med student called out a reminder about spacing, his words seemed to arrive in the wrong order. Echo first, shout second. A laugh from the superstitious girl slid down the slope ahead of them before it finished leaving her throat. The clatter of a dislodged stone hit their ears a fraction of a second before their eyes registered it moving. It was not dramatic. No booming dissonance, no obvious distortion. But it was enough to make the hairs on the back of Valentina's neck stand up. It felt like being in a room where someone has turned on a television a fraction of a second out of sync with the audio. That tiny, persistent misalignment that drives people mad if they listen too long. Halfway down one stretch, her boot clipped a small rock near the side of the trail. It broke free and began to roll. She watched, expecting it to bounce downhill in the ordinary way. Instead, it did something that made her stomach lurch. For about half a meter, the rock moved uphill, not fast, not dramatically, just a smooth, improbable glide against gravity, as if pushed by a gust of air she had not felt. It paused there, trembling on the edge of a miniature crest, and then, as if the mountain had changed its mind, it dropped and continued its proper descent. She stopped walking for a second. "Did you see that?" she asked, voice low, not trusting the wind not to carry her words away. The recorder guy was behind her. He had also halted, eyes fixed on the little scar the rock had left in the snow. He nodded once. His face was pale, lips pressed tightly together. "Thought it was my imagination," he said. "I was hoping it was." She gave a small, humorless laugh. "Maybe it still is." "Maybe," he agreed. But neither of them looked convinced. Above them, the sky sagged, the clouds knitting tighter, their undersides heavy and dull. The not-quite thunder grumbled again, more felt in their ribs than heard in their ears. The breeze had become a sustained force now, pushing at their backs, worrying at their balance. Fine particles of snow, picked up from somewhere higher, stung their faces like thrown sand. The leader paused at a slight shelf in the terrain. The group closed in around her, grateful for even a momentary break. She checked the map again, though by now the lines and numbers were mostly comfort objects, talismans against the feeling that the mountain had rearranged itself since the last time anyone drew it. Below this, she said, gesturing down with her chin, is a broad slope. We cross it, then angle right. After that, we will be sheltered. The word sheltered fell into them like a small piece of warmth. Trees, less wind. The idea of it pulled them forward even as their bodies begged for rest. Is it safe? The superstitious girl asked, eyes narrowed, scanning the direction the leader indicated. The leader hesitated a fraction of a second too long. It is our way down, she said instead of yes. We cannot go back up. Staying here is worse. No one had the energy to argue. Up was unthinkable. Staying on this exposed slant, under this unstable sky, felt like waiting in the middle of a road for a truck you could hear but not see. They adjusted their packs, flexed their fingers inside damp gloves, tightened straps. One by one, they stepped forward. As they rounded a low rise, the terrain opened ahead of them. The broad slope the leader had mentioned stretched out like a tilted white sheet, pinned at two corners and left to sag in the middle. Snow lay thin over rock, patchy, icy in places where boots or wind had polished it. The angle was not extreme, but coupled with the strange sideways pull and their frayed nerves, it might as well have been a cliff. The wind was louder here, nothing to break it. No stunted trees to catch it and make it sing. It roared in their ears, flattening their hoods against their heads, pushing tears from the corners of their eyes that froze briefly on their lashes. Visibility had dropped. The far edge of the slope blurred into a wall of gray where cloud met ground. Valentina looked at the others. The med student with his jaw set. The youngest boy, with his shoulders hunched, but his chin lifted. The superstitious girl's hand clenched around something in her pocket. The recorder guy's eyes darting from the slope to the leader's back, as if trying to find a safe angle in all this. The leader took a breath that none of them could hear over the wind, squared her shoulders, and stepped onto the open slope. The others followed, boots crunching, poles probing for grip. This is where every version of the story agrees something went wrong. There is no single dramatic crack that starts it. No avalanche tumbling from above. No sudden white wall sliding toward them. Later, when people ask what the trigger was, Valentina will struggle to pick a moment. It is more like walking through a room where the air has been gradually filled with gas, and then, without anyone striking a match, all the candles go strange at once. On the slope, the wind has been roaring, a wild, uneven noise that fills their ears. But as they move out into the broadest part, something changes. The sound does not die. It organizes. It drops from a chaotic rush into a low, steady hum, the way a machine sounds when it finishes warming up and settles into its true rhythm. Valentina feels it in her bones before she hears it properly. A vibration under her feet, a faint trembling in the muscles of her legs. The poles in her hands buzz imperceptibly, as if they have tapped into some invisible current. The air around her seems to thicken another degree. Her breath, which was already hard-won, meets resistance, like wading into deeper water. Behind her, somewhere near the back of the line, one of the older boys stiffens. He has been quiet for the last hour, conserving energy, head down, following the prints of the person in front of him. Now his shoulders jerk back, hands flying up as if someone has thrown him a rope. His fingers close around nothing, tendons standing out, arms straining with sudden, invisible effort. "Hey," the youngest boy calls, but the word comes out thin, shredded by the hum. The older boy's boots slide on the thin crust. For a second, he is suspended between forward and backward, caught in some private tug-of-war. Then whatever he's pulling on yanks him down. His knees slam into the snow, sending a small puff of powder into the air. His hands keep clenching and unclenching, nails cutting into his own palms. He gasps, mouth opening wide. A thin ribbon of foam gathers at the corner of his lips. Not dramatic, but wrong in this cold, clean air. His eyes are not rolled back. They are fixed on something above the ridgeline, somewhere beyond the gray curtain of cloud. Valentina turns at the movement, but her brain does not connect the shape on the ground with the friend she has been walking beside for days. The figure is just a tangle of limbs and jacket, jerking in short, sharp bursts. Another hiker, broad-shouldered, usually the first to crack a joke, moves toward him, stumbling a little in his urgency. "Hold on," he says, or something like it, reaching out. Halfway there, he stops. He freezes in place, one foot braced against the slope, one arm still extended. His head tilts, very slowly, as if he's listening to something only he can hear. Then, in a voice that is far too calm for the moment, he begins to speak. "It is too close," he says. "It is too close." He laughs once, a short, brittle sound that has no humor in it, and repeats himself. "It is too close. It is too close." "Too close to what?" the superstitious girl demands, but her words seem to slide off him like water off glass. He goes on, the phrase looping, each repetition smoothed into the next, until it sounds less like speech and more like a recorded message. The youngest boy rips his hat off, fingers fumbling with the edge. His hair, damp with sweat, whips in the wind. "I cannot breathe," he pants. "The air is too heavy." He yanks at his collar, clawing at the fabric as if there is a weight on his chest pressing down. "It is on me." "Keep moving," the leader shouts. But even as she says it, she is breaking her own rule by stopping, turning, trying to see all of them at once. Her voice, usually the rock they anchor to, fractures as it passes through the hum. Words arrive out of order. "Stay, together, down, look, at me." Valentina's world shrinks to a set of sensations. Words, faces, the slope beneath her boots, the pressure in her chest. She hears voices, but they are no longer attached neatly to the people she knows. The med student's tone comes from somewhere off to her left, but his body is still in front of her. The superstitious girl's "No, no, no" seems to echo from behind, even though Valentina can see her lips moving ahead. Breathing hurts. There is a weight in her chest, heavy and cold, the feeling of being too deep underwater. Her ribs feel squeezed from the outside, the air in her lungs thick and reluctant to move. When she looks downhill, toward the idea of trees and shelter that is hidden somewhere beyond the mist, the pressure eases slightly, as if whatever is pressing on her does not extend that far. When she looks up, toward the ridgeline, toward the place where the clouds hang darkest, the weight returns, doubling. There is a smell in the air that has no business being here. Under the sharp bite of snow and the metallic tang, she catches the faint odor of damp fur. Not the wild, sharp stink of a predator, but the familiar, slightly sour smell of something that has been wet for too long and not quite dried. like a dog that has come in from the rain and collapsed by a radiator. There are no animals in sight. Somewhere to her right, someone begins to sob. It is not the panicked sobbing of someone who knows why they are afraid. It is the sound a person makes when their body decides fear is the only response left, and their mind has not caught up. The leader moves downhill a few steps, trying to gather them into a tighter cluster. "Listen to me," she calls, planting her pole hard, using her body as an anchor on the slope. We stay together. We go down, slowly. Do not run. Do not... Mid-sentence, her hand goes to her chest. It is not the clutching grab of someone surprised by pain. It is slower, her fingers spreading, pressing flat, as if feeling for something. Her eyes widen, not in a blind, flailing way, but with the blank recognition of someone who has seen a pattern before and is watching it complete itself. She looks, just for a heartbeat, past them, over their heads. Whatever she sees there is not visible to the others. There is only cloud and gray and the suggestion of distance. Her knees bend. She tries to stay upright, muscles fighting for balance, but the slope and the pressure and the hum conspire against her. She drops to one knee, then the other, then pitches forward, collapsing near the first boy who fell. One hand is still reaching out, fingers extended, as if she is trying to push something away or hold a door closed. Valentina hears someone scream her name. She is not sure if it is her own voice or someone else's. The slope seems to tilt harder underfoot. The hum grows louder, and now there are other sounds inside it. Half-formed syllables, scraps of words that do not belong to any language she knows, like the static between radio stations when two broadcasts bleed into one another. Bodies hit the ground around her, not all at once, but close, like a line of candles going out in a sudden draft, each flame flickering down in quick succession. One hiker stumbles sideways, arms flailing, then goes limp. Another tears at her jacket as if it is filled with sand, a choked laugh bubbling out of her throat before she falls. The med student, of all people, begins to recite something under his breath, syllables chopped by gasps. At first, Valentina thinks it is a prayer. Then she realizes it is a list of anatomical terms, the language of textbooks, spilling out of him in the wrong order. Myocardium, alveoli, synapse, synapse, synapse. The words tumble and then fragment, leaving only the soft clicking sound of his teeth. She feels the pull on herself now, a coaxing downward, an invitation to let go of her own weight. Her legs tremble. The world narrows to a tunnel with the downhill direction at the far end, light and possible, and everything behind her, thick and sticky, a trap of sound and unseen hands. Somewhere in that narrowing, through all the noise, one sentence threads itself clear enough to cut. Later, in the clinic, when they sat her down and asked her, again and again, what the leader's last words had been, this is the part she insisted on. It is also the line the margin note sits beside in the early report, the one someone tried to cross out, the piece a pen wanted to spare the page. Valentina said that just before the leader fell, in that moment when her hand pressed flat against her own chest and her eyes lifted past them, she heard her whisper, not shouting, not commanding, whispering, as if to a child about to look at something they should not. "Do not look at its face," the leader said. Even though, by every ordinary measure, there was nothing there to see. If you only had the later article, and not the thin, frantic pages from 1993, the day of the collapse would read like a terrible, but ordinary mountain accident. In that pared-down version, the weather is the main character. The storm is bad, she says. Visibility is low. The wind is strong enough to push them sideways, strong enough to steal breath, strong enough to make even steady legs uncertain. The sky presses down like a lid. The slope is slicker than they realized. Snow, thin over ice, patches of rock waiting underneath. They are tired, she says. They did not sleep well the night before. They misjudged the conditions. Maybe they should have turned back earlier. These are the kinds of sentences that sit comfortably in newsprint and official reports. They sound like lessons, like safety briefings. They give you somewhere to put the blame that is not inside your own skull. In this telling, the fall begins when one person slips. Just slips. Foot hits the wrong patch. Balance goes. Pack weight pulls the wrong way. A human error, amplified by fatigue and cold. The next hiker, close behind, tries to help, loses footing too. Someone further up the line sees people going down, feels fear spike, and turns the wrong way. She describes it as a chain reaction. Fear, exhaustion, bad weather, bad luck. People panicking, not because of invisible ropes or voices riding on top of other voices, but because they can see their friends falling, and they know how far there is to go, and their bodies choose speed over caution. There is no talk of hands grabbing at nothing in the air. No boy laughing at emptiness and repeating, "It is too close." No leader reaching toward an unseen face. Just clumsiness and gravity and a storm that refuses to let up. If you read that version first, you might not feel cheated. It is sad. It is brutal. It fits the shape of a cautionary tale. Be prepared. Respect the weather. Do not underestimate the mountain. It allows you to believe that, given better gear or better decisions, it might have been avoided. The rules of the world remain intact. The mountain is dangerous, yes, but it is not malicious. When I read that later account, after living for a while with the raw, jagged one, it felt almost like a lullaby she had written for herself. Not because it is soft. There is nothing soft about describing 6 people dying on a slope, but because it has fewer teeth. The edges are filed down. The impossible bits have been rounded into something the human mind can carry, without dropping everything else it needs to hold. I cannot tell you she is lying. I do not know that. Trauma does strange things to memory. It can sharpen certain images to a painful clarity and blur others into fog. It can insert silence where sound once was, and sound where silence should be. It can add a layer of narrative years later, making meaning out of chaos. Sometimes that meaning is a cleaner story. We were tired. The storm was bad. Accidents happen. It is entirely possible that by the time of that interview in her 40s, this is genuinely how she remembers it. The supernatural edges, if they were ever there, have been smoothed away by years of retelling the story inside her head in a way that lets her get up in the morning, go to work, fold laundry, answer questions from her children without her voice shaking. It is also possible that she remembers both versions at once, the one she can say out loud and the one that rattles the inside of her skull when she tries to sleep on stormy nights. Maybe the official, tidied-up narrative is the one she hands to strangers, because the truer, weirder one feels like handling broken glass with bare hands. You and I are sitting with 2 transparencies laid on top of each other. On the first, the early one, the scene on the slope is full of unnatural body movements, twisted laughter, voices that seem to come from the wrong mouths, a leader who whispers about a face no one can see. On the second, the newer one, the same slope is populated by people making entirely human mistakes under bad conditions. Feet slipping, hands grabbing, weight pulling them down. Fear rushing through them like bad electricity. The wind and cold doing what wind and cold always do to flesh and bone. If you hold the pages up to the light, they do not cancel each other out. They overlap. In one layer, someone's legs jerk in a way that makes no anatomical sense. In the other, they simply trip and flail. In one, someone's words loop into nonsense. In the other, they shout the kinds of things people always shout when they are falling. In one, the air feels alive with intention. In the other, it is just air, indifferent and unforgiving. I am not here to tell you which layer is true. I suspect, in a way that gnaws quietly at the edges of this investigation, that both might be, each at a different depth of reality. The cheap, daylight reality we all agree on, and the stranger, deep water reality that most of us pretend not to see. What both accounts agree on is this. At some point, she runs. Whether the trigger was a boy pulling on invisible ropes or a simple slip of a boot, whether the leader's last words were, "Keep moving," or "Do not look at its face," there comes a moment when Valentina realizes that staying on that piece of mountainside will mean joining the stillness that is rapidly spreading through her group. In every version, she does not plan it. There is no heroic decision, no cinematic turning point. 1 second she is there, lungs on fire, chest squeezed by pressure and cold and dread, eyes stinging from snow and whatever else is in the air. The next second, her body has chosen, down. She runs downhill. Feet slide, catch, slide again. Her poles become more hindrance than help. At some point, she either drops one or never remembers using them. The slope that felt tilted sideways now feels like it has been tipped forward, the whole mountain leaning, encouraging her to go faster. Her breath saws in and out, each inhale a negotiation. The sound behind her changes. In the raw account, she describes the hum rising in pitch, then breaking apart into a ragged roar as people fall. She says the wind begins to sound like voices layered over each other, each syllable a tug on her spine. She insists there is a moment when something calls her childhood nickname in a tone that does not belong to any human throat she knows. In the later, simplified version, she does not mention any of that. She just says the wind was loud, full of the noise of people yelling and the scrape of sliding bodies. She says she could tell things were bad behind her from the way the sound thinned. At some point, she tells the interviewer, there were fewer voices. There is one detail, small and almost throwaway, that slips through her careful editing. She says, describing her flight, I ran and I did not look back. When I looked back, I saw... No, never mind. I did not look back. The sentence breaks itself in half as it comes out of her. The reporter notes it briefly, almost as a stylistic quirk, something to be smoothed in the final copy. But on the raw transcript, you can see the moment. The past tense looked escaping. The admission that there was, at least in one strand of memory, a glance over her shoulder and something seen. Then the abrupt correction, the wall slamming down. I did not look back. You can choose to take that correction at face value, to accept that she misspoke, that in her mind she truly never turned around. Or you can sit with the possibility that the horror, for her, is not only in what happened on the slope, but in the eyes she met, or the gap where eyes should have been, in that one stolen look. Either way, the mountain's sound changes as she runs. In the early account, the wind behind her shifts from a predatory hum into something like a long, low sigh. Disappointed almost, not triumphant, not enraged. Just a deep exhale from something that has finished doing what it came to do. In the later story, she simply says that as she got farther away, the storm noise dulled, became a background roar instead of the whole world. 2 layers again. You, lying where you are, listening to all this, with your own breath, moving in and out at its steady pace, do not have to decide which version to believe tonight. It is enough, for now, to know that there is a space between them, a crack in reality where both can exist, that she has been walking along the edge of for decades. In the stories people tell later, the escape is sometimes one clean movement. She runs, and then she is found. In reality, there are 4 long days between those 2 points, stretched across about 9 miles of land that will not stop shifting under her feet. The first hours after she breaks away from the slope are a blur of motion and noise. Her body chooses a direction, down, and sticks to it with the stubbornness of an animal that has smelled fire. She hardly remembers the way her boots slip, the times she catches herself just before falling, the places where she crashes through low scrub and comes out with scratches on her wrists. The storm behind her becomes distant sound, then a memory that her muscles still act as if they are inside. At some point, the sky changes from that bruised, chaotic mess to something more ordinary. Gray, then darker gray, then the deep charcoal of approaching night. She does not see the sunset when it happens. She is under trees by then, the canopy turning the sky into a patchwork of shadow and thinning light. Her legs shake with each step. Her hands, when she looks at them, are scraped, fingers swollen and clumsy. She finds the first shelter almost by accident, a low overhang of rock where soil has been scooped out by weather and time, just enough space for a body to curl under. The ground is uneven, roots and stones pressing into her hips, but there is a sense of being tucked in, not under the open eye of the sky anymore. Her pack is lighter than it should be. In her blind run, she lost things she will miss later. One glove, a portion of food, a small piece of equipment whose loss will make her flinch with irritation when she realizes it. But she has enough. She spreads a thin ground sheet, pulls her jacket tighter, tucks her knees up. Eating is mechanical. She chews because she knows she must, not because she can taste anything, water. She drinks straight from a trickle running down the rock face nearby, cupping it in her hands, the cold so sharp it hurts. Night in the forest is a different kind of darkness than the one on the ridge. There, the wind and the exposure made everything feel peeled open. Here, the trees close in. Their trunks are tall black pillars, their branches knit above her, forming a net that catches every gust and turns it into smaller, more intimate sounds. The creaking of wood, the soft rasp of needles against each other, the occasional sudden clatter of something small, dislodged and falling through layers of leaves. When she sleeps, it is not deep. She dozes, skimming the surface of rest, dipping under just long enough to dream. In those dreams, her friends walk ahead of her on a trail that is not quite any trail she recognizes. They move at an easy pace, packed snug on their shoulders, talking among themselves. "Wait," she calls. The word comes out dull, like she is shouting through cotton. They turn their heads, but their faces are always slightly blurred, as if someone has smeared their features with a thumb. She can tell who is who by shape, by the way they hold themselves. by the cadence of their gestures. But eyes, mouths, all the small, familiar details are lost, like underexposed photographs. She wakes to the sound of branches creaking, the forest shifting around her. For a few disorienting moments, the noises lean toward speech, syllables in the stretch and snap of wood, but then resolve into what they really are. Trees. Just trees. Daylight comes in pieces. Down here, under cover, morning is not a sudden wash of brightness, but a gradual lightening. Gray, fading into paler gray. The shapes around her gaining edges. She stands, every muscle complaining, and takes stock. Her feet are blisters layered on blisters. The skin at her heels has folded and torn. Each step feels like walking on small, hot stones. Her left knee is swollen from an earlier fall, the bruise spreading in a slow, ugly flower under the skin. She tests its range, bending and straightening carefully, biting down on any sound. The knee holds. That is all that matters. She picks a direction that feels downhill. When, later, through gaps in the canopy, she spots power lines marching across a clearing in rigid metal strides. Relief washes through her so strong, it makes her knees waver for a moment. Power lines mean people. People mean roads. Roads mean out. Whenever she can, she keeps those lines in sight. When the terrain forces her away from them, she holds their location in her mind, like a compass bearing. Between glimpses, she threads through forest and rock, using whatever her eyes and her instincts can find. The fall of water, the way the ground lies, the faint suggestion of old paths under the leaf litter. Food dwindles. She is careful with what she salvaged from her pack, rationing it without needing to do the math out loud. One afternoon, when her stomach has begun to feel like a hollow drum, she stumbles upon a patch of wild berries tucked into a sunlit pocket of hillside. They are small, dark red gems among the moss and low leaves. For a moment, she simply stares at them, half convinced they are a trick, a mirage conjured by hunger. When she touches one, it is solid under her fingers. She eats slowly, checking taste and texture. They are tart with a faint sweetness, juice pooling in the corner of her mouth. Nothing burns, nothing goes numb. The burst of sugar hits her bloodstream in a way that almost makes her dizzy. She sits there for a while, back against a tree, letting the world blur a bit and then sharpen again. The berries stain her fingertips. She licks them clean. On the second day, a bird begins to follow her. It is a small, nondescript thing. Feathers, a mottled mixture of browns and grays. Nothing that would stand out in a field guide. It perches on branches ahead of her, watching with its head tilted, then flits away as she approaches, only to reappear a little further along, like a moving marker. Rationally, she knows it is just doing what birds do, hopping from tree to tree, drawn by its own reasons. But in the thin, exhausted place where her thoughts live now, it feels like a guide. She starts talking to it under her breath, half in jest, half in gratitude. "Good," she says. When it leads her around a tangle of undergrowth she would have had to fight through. Yes, that way. When it finally disappears, taking off with a small, efficient flutter into a direction she cannot follow, she thanks it anyway, just in case. As the days stretch, something changes in the way she talks to herself. At first, it is a repetition of facts. One foot, then the other. You have food for today. There will be water down there. Gradually, the tone shifts. She begins to address herself not as a passive body being dragged along, but as both child and caretaker. "Keep going," she hears herself say one evening, voice hoarse from disuse. "You are not alone as long as you can hear your own steps." It is a simple sentence, but it lands differently than the practical instructions. Coming out of her mouth, it seems to create a small, separate space where she can occupy both roles, the scared 17-year-old and the adult who refuses to abandon her. When the wind rises at night and branches scrape each other overhead, when the trees pop and groan in temperature shifts that sound too much like distant voices, she breathes slowly and pictures someone, maybe the leader, maybe a future version of herself, standing between her and the mountain, facing it down. The nights remain difficult. Sleep comes in thin slices. The dreams keep returning. On the last night before she reaches the river, the dream is different. She is back on the slope, but this time it is quiet. No hum, no roar, no storm. The sky is overcast but calm, a smooth, pale sheet pressed over the peaks. The snow underfoot is clean, untouched, no sign of scuffle or fall. Her friends are there, all of them. They stand in a loose row, a little way ahead of her, facing uphill toward the summit. Their backs are to her, packs on, hats pulled down. The leader is slightly in front, as she always was. "Hey," Valentina calls. Her voice sounds normal here. It doesn't shred in the wind. "Turn around." They do not move. She walks closer, boots whispering against the snow. "It is me," she says, suddenly desperate for them to see her, to acknowledge her presence. "I am here. Turn around." They stand as if carved from the mountain itself. No shifting of weight, no flinch, no tilt of heads, just stillness, all their attention fixed on something upslope that she cannot see. The air around them feels dense, like the world is holding its breath. Panic rises in her. "Please," she says, "just look at me." For a long, slow moment, nothing happens. Then the leader raises one arm. She does not turn. She does not speak. She simply lifts her hand and points, not uphill, but downhill. The gesture is precise, deliberate, almost formal. In the dream, Valentina feels a movement behind her, a pressure. The wind, which had been barely there, gathers itself and pushes at her back. Not violently, not with the force that would knock her off her feet, but firmly, like a hand on a shoulder, guiding. She steps forward. The wind pushes again, gentle insistence. The line of figures ahead of her does not change. They keep facing the summit, whatever is there holding their gaze. "Down," she hears. Though she cannot tell if the word is in the air or in her head, she turns, reluctantly, and begins to walk downhill. With each step, the sensation of a hand on her shoulder grows lighter, as if someone is letting go gradually, fingers loosening their grip. She wakes with a jolt, heart knocking against her ribs. The forest is dark around her, but the particular quality of the darkness has changed. It is the thick pre-dawn kind, filled with the promise of light behind it. On her shoulder, the skin tingles. Not with cold, not with pins and needles from sleeping badly, but with the fading memory of touch, as if someone has just now removed their hand. She lies there, breathing, feeling the shape of that absence settle into her. Then, when the sky begins to pale through the leaves, she stands, shoulders her pack, and walks toward the sound of water. She does not yet know is a river full of kayaks and people who will not be able to understand the shape of the world she is bringing with her. If you look only at the paperwork, the search begins with a set of dates that do not line up the way anyone wishes they did. In one file, there is a request stamped with a date in heavy ink, asking for authorization to send a helicopter to a specific area of the range. In another, there is a response from a different office, signed 2 days later, suggesting that local resources should be exhausted first. A third page, slightly skewed on the copier, shows a memo about fuel allocation and the competing priority of another operation hundreds of kilometers away. It is not that no one cares. It is that everyone cares in slightly different directions, and each of those directions eats time. There are overlapping agencies, unclear lines of responsibility, people who are sure that someone else is already handling it. Names are misspelled, coordinates mistranscribed, faxes arrive with parts of sentences missing where the paper jammed. By the time all the small, ordinary frictions of a bureaucracy have burned themselves out, days have passed. You can feel the frustration in the dry language if you know how to look. Further delay, inadvisable. One note reads, underlined twice. Another, written in the margin of a weather report, simply says, too late? With a question mark so faint, it might almost be a stray pen mark. When the helicopters finally rise into the air, rotors thudding, the mountain does not greet them with drama. From above, the range lies under a low lid of cloud, peaks pushing up like knuckles under a heavy blanket. Snowfields spread out in broad, dull sheets, mottled where rock breaks through. The forest below looks like a static dark green mass. There is no sign, from that height, of the days of fear and confusion that have already played out. Inside one of the machines, a crew of searchers sits in their bulky gear, headsets on, faces set in the particular blend of focus and dread shared by people who know they are going to find something and that they will have to live with whatever it is. One of them, a man barely out of his 20s, fingers the edge of his harness as if testing its reality. Another stares out at the nothingness below, lips moving as he silently practices pronouncing the names on the list he carries in his pocket. The helicopter banks, following coordinates that have been checked and rechecked. The pilot calls out landmarks as they appear through breaks in the cloud. A ridge line, a frozen stream, a distinctive crescent-shaped outcrop someone remembered from a map. When they spot the remains of the camp, it is not in some hidden hollow, but on a piece of exposed ground that looks, from above, like an abandoned toy set. Tents lie flattened or torn, one half collapsed around a snapped pole. Gear is scattered, a pan overturned, a bright scrap of fabric pinned under a rock, a sleeping bag half dragged out as if someone started to pull it free and then let go. They circle once, twice, then find a place to set down. The rotors churn up powder. The world becomes a white storm for a moment, then clears. On the ground, the silence is immediate and heavy when the engines power down. The wind is still there, but compared to the mechanical thunder, it feels like someone whispering after a shout. The searchers move carefully, their boots leaving crisp impressions in the snow. They call names. The sound goes nowhere. There is no sense of their voices bouncing off anything, no echo, just the words going out into the cold air and thinning. They find the camp first, then they begin to find the people. The bodies are scattered along the slope, not in a neat line, not in a pile, but in a pattern that suggests movement interrupted. Someone who fell and tried to get up again. Someone who had almost reached another person before stopping. A few are partially undressed, jackets open, gloves missing, layers peeled back in a way that makes no sense in that temperature, unless you know the cruel joke of hypothermia. One lies on his side, fingers curled in the snow, as if reaching for something just out of reach. The reports will later list injuries, but we do not have to linger there. What matters more in this moment is the stillness. The mountain has gone completely quiet around them. No bird calls, no distant animal movements. The wind blows, yes, but there is a quality to the air that makes it feel like walking into a room where a conversation has just stopped. One of the younger rescuers, the one with the list of names in his pocket, steps away after they find the third body. He goes behind a rock, knees sinking into snow that soaks his pants, and retches until there is nothing left in his stomach. It is not the sight that undoes him. He has seen accidents before. It is the intimacy of it, the feeling that they have arrived late to something very private, like stumbling into a family argument in which all the participants have suddenly and permanently fallen silent. Another member of the team, older, more experienced, is the one who initially suggests they make a temporary camp on the mountain for the night. Light is fading. Flying back in poor visibility is never wise. Standard procedure would be to secure the site, wait for morning, and continue. Yet as the sun tilts toward the horizon, stretching their shadows long and thin across the snow, that suggestion dies in the air. "I am not sleeping here," one of the men says quietly. He does not shout. He does not make a scene. His tone is flat, as if stating a fact about the weather. "We can fly low. We know the route. But I am not spending the night on this slope." No one laughs at him. No one tells him to be professional. A couple of others, who might have argued in different circumstances, find themselves nodding before they can stop. They work quickly to mark positions, to secure what must be secured, to cover what must be covered. The helicopter seems smaller than it did on the way in, less like a tool and more like a lifeboat. By the time they strap in, the sky has gone from gray to the dark blue that hovers just before true night. The rotors spin up. Snow lifts again, a brief, frantic whiteout, then drops away. As they pull up and away, one of the rescuers looks down. The slope is already returning to anonymity. From a distance, the scattered shapes they have just spent hours with become indistinct forms, then smudges, then part of the larger pattern of rock and snow. If you did not know where to look, you would not see anything at all. He shivers, though the cabin is warm. Later, in the privacy of his own apartment, at a table not unlike the one I am sitting at now, he will try to write down what it felt like to be there. Not for a report, not for any official archive, just for himself, as if putting the feeling into words will make it easier to put it away. His handwriting is neat at first, then slants as fatigue and memory do their work. He describes the cold, the emptiness, the way the snow squeaked under his boots. He mentions the young rescuer getting sick, the way nobody teased him for it. He notes the odd, persistent sensation that they were being watched, though there was nothing on the horizon but more mountain. In between sentences, there are long pauses. You can tell from the way the ink darkens where the pen sat still on the page. One line, written near the end of the entry, is the one that ends up leaking later, copied badly, scanned, uploaded to a forum where strangers like me will stumble across it years on. He writes, "I felt as if I was stepping into someone else's argument, and all the people who had been arguing suddenly went quiet as I walked in." He does not explain what he means by someone else? Or what kind of argument could leave silence that thick in its wake? He just closes the notebook, puts it away, and tries very hard, for a very long time, not to think about the fact that whatever had been speaking on that slope had already finished its side of the conversation by the time human voices arrived. If you line all the papers up on a table, the autopsy summaries, the investigation notes, the clipped newspaper articles, the story they tell is simple, almost comfortingly so. On one set of pages, the causes of death are typed in a narrow, bureaucratic font. Hypothermia for most of them, cardiac arrest for the oldest, the leader whose heart simply stopped. In several cases, there are mentions of pulmonary complications, fluid in the lungs, suggestive of pulmonary edema. Nothing alien, nothing that could not be found in medical textbooks under high-altitude illness and exposure. The pathologist notes malnutrition and fatigue as contributing factors. The group, these documents say, had been pushing hard. They were lighter than they should have been, their reserves low. Fatigue makes people slow to react, less coordinated. Hypothermia makes the mind wander, causes confusion, paradoxical undressing, strange behavior. There is a section on toxicology, samples tested for known chemical agents, for common poisons. The results are folded into a single clean sentence. No toxic agents conclusively identified. Conclusive is doing a lot of work there. It leaves room for all the things they did not think to test for, or could not. But on paper, it closes a door. From these findings, the official narrative is built. The weather turned. The group, tired and underfed, was caught in a storm. Visibility dropped. In the panic and cold, they made mistakes. They fell. Their bodies failed. It is a terrible story, but it is also one that leaves nature in charge. No malice, just indifference. The newspapers pick up this version, as they usually do. Short articles appear in regional columns. Tragedy in the mountains. Youth group lost in sudden storm. There are photographs of the range, of rescuers silhouetted against snowfields, of families at home holding portraits of the lost. The tone is sober. The blame is distributed carefully. A bit on the weather, a bit on planning, a bit on the unpredictable risk that always hangs over wilderness travel. There is a brief flurry of opinion pieces about safety regulations, about the importance of proper training, about whether groups that young should be allowed to go into such terrain. Then, another story replaces this one. Political turmoil, an accident in a factory, a scandal in a city far away. The headlines move on. For most people, the mountain deaths become a footnote, a cautionary tale to be raised whenever someone says, "I am going hiking up there." And a relative responds with, "Be careful. Remember what happened to that group." The supernatural edges that clung to the first. Raw accounts do not survive the smoothing hands of editors. The slope becomes a location, not a presence. But not everyone lives their life on paper. Away from the cities, in small settlements, where people have watched those mountains longer than any hiking club has existed, the story sounds different. It is not that the official version is rejected. It is that it is considered incomplete, like a recipe that lists all the ingredients and ignores the heat. In the notes of a local amateur ethnographer, a school teacher who, in his spare time, recorded the stories of nearby Buryat elders, this event is mentioned briefly, almost sideways. The deaths are not the main subject. The elders are talking, as they often do, about the spirits of places. Some places, one old man says, you can visit with respect. You bring a small offering tobacco, bread, a coin. You greet the land as you would greet a person whose house you are entering. You do not shout. You do not boast about conquering anything. Other places, an old woman adds, you should not visit at all. Not because something will jump out and grab you, but because your presence there is like walking into a sick room and laughing loudly. The mountain is lying down there, she says, using a word that could mean resting or recovering. It is trying to be still. You only walk past in prayer. In his tidy handwriting, the ethnographer notes which ridges and slopes are considered which. There is a sketch of the range, lines indicating places where people graze livestock, places where they gather herbs, and places they avoid without entirely being able to say why, except it is not for us. The slope where the group died is marked, not with its official name, but with a small, hesitant circle and a word that translates roughly to shoulder. The young ones went on to the spirit's shoulder. One elder says in the transcript, that is not a place to dance. She is not talking about literal dancing. She means noise, laughter, the lightness of people who believe they are alone. In her metaphor, too much singing, too much mockery of the wind, too many loud jokes in that particular spot are like talking over someone who is trying to say something important, or resting after saying too much. On the shoulder, she continues, you speak quietly, or you keep walking. The ethnographer, being a practical man, does not push for more specifics. He notes the phrases, the tonal weight of them, the way the other elders nod. Whether they know about the details of the official reports, the collapsed lungs, the undressing, the delirious behavior, is unclear. They do not mention those things. They talk instead in terms of balance, of places taking too much, of humans forgetting to listen. In another entry, written weeks after the tragedy, the same notebook records a conversation with a Buryat herder who grazes his animals near the lower slopes of the range. The herder mentions, almost as an aside, that after the deaths, his livestock began behaving strangely near a particular stretch of hillside. Before, they would roam that area without fuss, heads down, chewing. After, when he tried to drive them there, they balked. They would go, he says, but they did not eat. Instead, the animals, cows and horses, would stand clustered, their bodies angled, but their heads all turned in the same direction, ears pricked, not towards the forest, where wolves might lurk, not toward the village, where human noise came from, but toward a subtle rise in the land, an unremarkable swell of ground that, on a map, would be just another contour line. They were listening, he insists. To what? The ethnographer asks. The herder shrugs, uncomfortable. How should I know? I did not hear it, but they did. Their skins twitched like flies were on them, but there were no flies. Their tails flicked. Their ears moved all together, like they were following words that weren't for me. He tried, a few more times, to force them to graze there, worried about losing good pasture. Each time, the animals responded the same way, standing, facing, listening. Eventually, he gave up, steering them to other grasses, leaving that strip of land to whatever conversation it was still having with itself. None of this appears in the official record. On one side, you have charts and tables and clean phrases: hypothermia, cardiac arrest, pulmonary edema, fatigue, malnutrition, no toxic agents conclusively found. An explanation that fits into the world as we wish it to be, a place where cause and effect can be mapped, where tragedies have understandable roots. On the other, You have elders talking about shoulders of spirits in sick rooms, herders whose animals refuse to eat where they used to, pastures that become listening rooms for something only non-human ears can pick up. Both versions, side by side, tug at the same shape in the dark. One outlines it with measurements and diagnoses. The other feels for it with calloused hands and old stories. Somewhere between them is a slope where laughter once rang out, where a leader stood under a bruised sky and whispered to something the official reports never learned how to name. By the time the reporter finds her, almost 3 decades have passed since the slope and the hum and the 4 days that stretched 9 miles long. He is not a famous journalist, not the kind of person whose name appears above headline exposes. He works for a paper that has seen better years, in an office that smells faintly of dust and old toner. The story comes to him in pieces, a reference in a book about unexplained wilderness tragedies, a half-copied forum post, an old, badly scanned article in which a girl is mentioned but never truly heard. He becomes curious in the way people do when something lodges in the soft part of their mind that questions do not usually reach. Why did she never speak publicly again? What did she see that everyone else has been guessing at for decades? Has she moved on? Or did the mountain send a portion of itself home with her, wrapped around her shoulders like a second invisible coat? Tracking her down is not easy. Names change. People move. Records from that time are incomplete, fragmented. Some files are on paper in drawers that no longer exist. Others are on discs no one can read. Eventually, through a mixture of persistence, minor luck, and the willingness to make a few slightly awkward phone calls, he gets an address. A nondescript town, not particularly close to the range and not particularly far. A place of low apartment blocks, small grocery stores, playgrounds with flaking paint. A place where the mountains are something you see on calendars, not outside your window. On the train ride there, he reads and rereads the old documents he has managed to collect. The early police notes, jagged and breathless, full of underlined phrases and margin comments that say things like clarify and unreliable. The later interview, smoother, simplified, the edges sanded down. A copy of the rescuer's journal entry with the line about walking into someone else's argument. He is nervous, not the stage fright kind of nervous that precedes a public speaking event, but the quieter, more intimate anxiety that comes with the knowledge that he is about to knock on a door that someone may have spent years pretending does not exist. He is not sure if what he is doing is kindness or intrusion. Her building is like many he has seen. Grayish concrete, stairwell smelling faintly of cleaning fluid and boiled vegetables, mailboxes with names written in fading pen. Children's drawings are taped on one wall. A lone plastic plant droops on a windowsill. He climbs the stairs, each step a little thunk in the silence. On the landing outside her floor, he pauses, notebook under his arm, digital recorder in his pocket, already blinking red. He takes a breath, then knocks. The door opens on a chain first, a narrow gap revealing one eye. It is not the eye of a frightened 17-year-old. It is the eye of a middle-aged woman who has spent a long time not being surprised by visitors she did not invite, but not exactly pleased by them either. When he introduces himself and says why he has come, her first reaction is not fear. It is irritation. "How did you find me?" she asks, not opening the door any wider. He gives a vague answer about public records, old contacts. He does not mention the hours spent combing through forums and asking gentle questions of people who did not owe him answers. For a moment, he thinks she will close the door. He can almost see the movement start in her arm, the end to this trip, the story return to its file. Instead, she sighs, a long, tired sound, and closes the door just long enough to unhook the chain. 5 minutes, she says when she opens it properly. Then you go. The apartment behind her is small and neat. There are indoor plants on the windowsill, potted greens that have been tended carefully, their leaves glossy, some of them staked upright with little sticks. Family photos line a shelf, children in school uniforms, a man with his arm around her at what looks like a birthday, a group at a picnic table. In none of the pictures does the landscape stretch wider than a park. There are no mountains on the walls, no framed peaks, no snowfields, no ridges. He notices the clocks. There are more than you would expect in a space this size. A round kitchen clock above the doorway, a small digital alarm clock on a side table, a cuckoo clock, of all things, hanging between two photographs. None of them show exactly the same time. Each is off by a few minutes in either direction, like chairs in a room pushed out of alignment. Around the window frame, someone has run clear tape along the edges, not just once, but in overlapping strips, carefully pressed down around every tiny gap where air might slip through. It gives the glass a faint, glossy border, like a wound that has been sealed more than once. She catches him looking. Her mouth tightens. "Draft," she says. "The wind gets in." He nods, as if, of course, that explains everything. They sit at a small table. She does not offer tea. He does not ask. His recorder stays in his pocket, catching the vibrations of their voices through the fabric. He takes out his notebook and pen, performing the familiar ritual of journalism as if it will protect both of them from what they are actually here for. At first, she is cold. Her answers are short, clipped. Yes, she remembers. No, she has nothing new to say. She has already told the story, the normal way, she insists, glancing at the clock on the wall, as if checking how much of her 5 minutes he has used. There was bad weather. People panicked. There was a tragedy. Everyone knows this. When he mentions the earlier police notes, the ones with the stranger details, the humming, the odd behavior, the last whispered sentence, she flinches. It is a small movement, but he sees it. Her fingers curl around the edge of the table, knuckles whitening. "I was a child," she says. "I was in shock. They wrote what they wanted. I told them what I could. It does not matter now." He could push. He could ask, "Did you really say that? Do you remember saying those things?" He could quote the margin note about not writing certain parts down. He does not. Instead, he asks her to tell him, in her own words, what happened, starting with the decision to go up. She relaxes, just a fraction. Routine settles in. She tells the clean story. The storm was worse than they expected. The wind made it hard to hear. People were tired. Someone fell. Another tried to help and fell too. There was shouting. The air was cold, and the cold got inside them. Their leader's heart failed. In the confusion, in the whiteout, people scattered. She ran. She does not remember every face. She does not remember every second. She keeps her eyes on a point slightly over his shoulder as she talks, as if there is something there on the wall she can focus on to avoid his gaze. Her voice is calm. If you had never read the earlier version, you would think this is all there is. He wants to believe her, partly because it is kinder, A world where this was only a nightmare of weather and human frailty is easier to live in than one where mountains remember people individually, where wind can speak, where something you cannot see can tell you not to look at its face. Partly because he is tired, in that bone-deep way that comes from spending too much time in archives where paper smells like the past and stories refuse to stay in their boxes. But he has seen the discrepancies. He knows there are things she said then that she will not say now. When he gently mentions them, she shakes her head. "I was sick," she says. "You know how the mind is. It makes pictures. I was 17. They asked me questions I did not know how to answer. Maybe I thought I saw things. Maybe someone else added to it. Does it matter?" He catches a flicker in her eyes when she says, "Maybe I thought I saw things." It looks less like doubt and more like the practiced expression of someone reciting a conclusion they have decided to accept. Eventually, her answers shorten again. "I am done," she says. "Please, there is nothing more." He closes his notebook, thanks her, stands. She does not escort him to the door. He finds his own way out, the hallway suddenly feeling narrower, the air in it oddly dense. He fumbles with the latch for a second, then steps into the stairwell. The building's communal space is quiet. Somewhere below, a radio plays a distant, fuzzy song. He takes a couple of steps down, then stops. Through the thin wood of her door, he hears her voice. At first, he assumes she is on the phone, calling someone to complain about him, about the interruption. But the tone is different, softer. The words themselves are indistinct, but the cadence is that of someone speaking to a child in the next room, or to themselves in a mirror, intimate, unguarded. He should keep walking. He does not. He stands there, breathing slowly, listening. For a moment, another sound overlays hers. It is not louder. It is not even clear. It is just there, like a faint second track laid over the first. A voice, low, indistinct, with a slight echo that makes it sound as if it is coming from inside a tiled bathroom, or a tunnel, or a stone hollow high on a ridge. He cannot make out the words, if there are words at all. But the rhythm of it, the way it rises and falls, feels eerily like the wind he has heard on old tapes from the search. That strange, organized hum beneath the rotors and static. His skin prickles. The hair on his arms lifts. He tells himself it is a neighbor's television, bad acoustics, the mind's tendency to press known patterns into unknown noise. He takes out his phone then, almost without thinking, and glances down. The red dot of the recording app is still there, glowing cheerfully. He has captured the entire visit, pockets and stairwells included. He walks down the stairs. The sound of the second voice fades with each step. By the time he reaches the street, there is only the ordinary noise of traffic and weather and his own thoughts. Later, in his hotel room, he transfers the audio to his laptop. He sits on the bed, headphones on, listening to his own voice asking questions, to hers answering. He marks time codes for quotes, notes details he might use, the clocks, the taped windows, the line about telling the story the normal way. When he reaches the part where he stood in the stairwell, he leans forward, thumb hovering over the space bar. He hears the door close behind him, his footsteps on the landing, the faint hum of the building, then her voice through the door, softer, more fluid now that she is not performing for anyone. He strains to catch the overlapping sound, the low echo, the almost wind with words. On the recording, there is nothing. You are back in your room. The mountain, the slope, the torn tents, the humming wind. All of that is far away again, wrapped back inside the story where it belongs. What is close is simpler. The soft weight of your blankets, the familiar dent in your pillow, the quiet glow of the screen or the lamp beside you. Maybe there is a small line of light under your door from the hallway. Maybe there is the gentle, steady rush of the heater or the air conditioner, pretending to be a safe, domestic kind of wind. You can feel the edge of the mattress under your leg if you reach out with your heel. You can hear at least 3 very normal sounds if you listen. A car passing outside, a pipe ticking somewhere in the wall, a distant appliance breathing in the kitchen. The world around you is ordinary. That ordinariness is a kind of shield. You are not on a slope where sound comes before speech. You are not standing under a bruised sky. You are lying down, inside, on a night that is yours. Take one slow breath in. Let it out. Your body is here, in this bed. The story is somewhere else. When people talk about what happened on that mountain, they often start with the theories, as if lining them up and naming them could build a fence around the part that refuses to sit quietly. We can do that too, carefully, without jolting you out of the calm you are building as you listen. There is hypothermia, first of all, the simple, brutal fact that when your body loses heat faster than it can produce it, things begin to slip. Fingers stop obeying. Thoughts grow slow and strange. People remove clothes, not because they are warm, but because their internal thermostat misfires and tells them that fire is crawling just under their skin. Paradoxical undressing, they call it. There are cases of it all over the world, in mountains and frozen fields, in cities where someone falls asleep, drunk in the snow. Nothing supernatural, just nerves misfiring as the system shuts down. There is exhaustion, days of hard walking, broken sleep, poor appetite, muscles drained, minds running on fumes. Fatigue makes the world tilt even when the ground is stable. It makes simple decisions feel like equations written in a language you only knew as a child. It turns small problems into cliffs. Add altitude, thin air, less oxygen available for the same amount of work. The lungs have to pull harder, the heart has to beat faster. For some people, this is only unpleasant. For others, something begins to go wrong in the delicate exchange between air and blood. Fluid can seep into lung tissue, making every breath feel like pulling air through a wet cloth. High-altitude pulmonary edema. The words are clinical, but the reality is frightening. Drowning without water, on land. The autopsies mention signs of that in some of the group. Bruised lungs, fluid where it should not be. You can imagine a version of this day that is only that. A group, already worn down, caught in a storm. Visibility drops. The wind is strong enough to push them sideways. A few of them begin to develop altitude problems. They cough, struggle, gasp. Panic rises like another weather front inside the group. Someone slips. Another tries to help and loses footing. Fear spreads. In the white noise of wind and snow and shouted names, bodies tumble and fail. Tragic, heartbreaking, but ordinary in the cruel way that mountains are ordinary about such things. Nature does not need magic to be lethal. It only needs time and weather and a little human error. There are other rational threads you can follow. Contaminated water, perhaps. Lakes that look pure but carry trace pollutants. Invisible, tasteless, building up quietly in the body until a certain amount of exertion, a certain level of stress, turns them from harmless background into something more dangerous. Mushrooms, too, sit on the table of possibilities. Foraging is an art. And even the careful can make a mistake in fog, in fatigue, in the low light of a wet morning. Some species do not show their venom immediately. They let you walk, they let you climb, and then, at a certain hour, they tap your nervous system on the shoulder and say, "Now." There are industrial toxins that can produce convulsions and confusion. There are environmental quirks, like pockets of gas, like rare wind phenomena that compress sound and pressure in ways that leave people disoriented and terrified for reasons they cannot name. You can, if you wish, build a plausible chain of cause and effect that never once has to say the word spirit. Many hikers die every year for reasons that are rough, mundane, and absolutely enough. The mountain world is full of crosses and cairns and simple plaques where nobody ever reported a hum or a second voice, only ice and a slip and gravity. It is important in a story like this to respect that kind of tragedy, to remember that not every strange death is a message from somewhere else. Sometimes it is just the sad arithmetic of exposure. Too cold for too long, too far from help, too human in a place that is not designed for human bodies to linger. But the story of this particular slope is not only about lungs and weather. It is also about the shapes our minds make when they try to wrap themselves around the parts that do not line up neatly. You have heard two tellings from the same survivor. In one, she talks about voices that did not match mouths, about a weight in the air that felt like intention, about last whispered words that do not belong in an accident report. In the other, she describes storm and fear, and the chain reaction of panic, and nothing else. Which one you lean toward says something about your own inner landscape. If you are tired of ghosts and hungry for certainty, you might choose the clean version. Hypothermia, misjudgment, human error. It is not comforting, exactly, but it is at least contained. The mountain stays in its place. The wind is only air. If there is a part of you that knows the world has edges you have felt in the dark, you might keep a corner of your attention on the first account. The strange phrases, the overlapping voices, the sense that something on that slope was listening back. Most people carry some mix of both. During the day, at work, in the grocery store, the rational explanation sits in front, steady and practical. At 3 in the morning, when the house is quiet and the refrigerator hum feels like breathing, the other version might step closer, just enough to be felt, not enough to be proved. The point of telling you this story is not to prove that one of these layers is correct. It is to show you what people do when they stand in the gap between what they can explain and what they have lived through. Valentina chooses, eventually, a narrative she can live with. The rescuers choose to write certain lines in their private journals and not in their official reports. The Buryat elders choose a language of spirits and shoulders and sick rooms, because that is the vocabulary that makes sense of weather that feels like mood. You, listening in your bed, choose how close you want to stand to any of it. You are allowed to stay at a distance that feels safe. Still, even if we are gentle, there is one small detail that sits slightly outside the circle of the reasonable. It is not the foaming at the mouth, not the scattered clothes, not even the leader's whisper about a face that should not be seen. Those things have shapes that other stories can occupy. It is something quieter. On one of the old recordings from the search, made by a rescuer with a tape machine humming away in his pocket, there is a stretch of sound that should be simple. Rotor noise, wind tearing past the microphone, static, men calling to one another through the cold. If you listen casually, that is all you hear. Machines and weather and human voices doing human work. But there is a moment, just a few seconds long, where the wind does something odd inside the sound. It rises, then narrows, then curls around a collection of syllables that are almost a name. The rescuer, on the tape, pauses and says, "Did you hear that?" No one answers. The helicopter keeps flying. The tape goes on. Later, the audio is examined. There is no obvious second voice, no clear linguistic pattern, nothing any instrument can mark as out of place. It is just wind on tape, behaving almost like speech to ears that already know the story and maybe are ready to hear talking in any rustle of air. Almost. When you lie there, blankets over your legs, eyes growing heavy, you do not have to decide whether that little curl of sound was only the mind making shapes and noise, or something that has been repeating a name on a slope for a very long time. You can let both possibilities sit together at the edge of your awareness, like two faint lights far down a mountain road. What matters more, right now, is that the air in your room is still and yours. The wind outside, if there is any, is just weather moving past walls that belong to you. The mountain in this story has never moved. It is not coming here. It does not know your address. You are here breathing, with a whole night ahead that belongs to you. And the distance between science and stories can, for a while, be the soft space that helps you drift into sleep. Some stories haunt loudly. They slam doors, stomp down hallways, demand attention in the middle of the day. Others do something quieter. They come and sit down at the edge of the bed when the lights are low, and they do not say anything at all. They just stay. You know the kind. The choice you made years ago that you still replay sometimes, changing one word here, one pause there, wondering what would have happened if you had stayed, or gone, or called back. The face of someone you lost, not always at the moment of losing them, but in some ordinary snapshot your mind keeps. The way they leaned on a doorframe, the way they stirred sugar into their coffee. The question you never answered, the one your life quietly grew around. They are not jump scares. They are gentle hauntings. The story of Valentina, in the end, is one of those. It is not only about a slope and a strange wind. It is about a girl and the life she carried afterward. A life that did not stop just because an impossible day tried to pin it in place. You can imagine her at 17, wild with adrenaline, stumbling into that first clinic bed with her clothes stiff from the trail, hair tangled, eyes full of things that did not fit in any language she knew. Her heart is beating too fast. Her hands shake when she tries to drink water. The words she offers the police and the doctors are jagged, sharp-edged, full of images that frighten everyone in the room, including herself. Then you can slide the timeline forward. She is 35, living in a town where the mountains are a horizon, not a neighbor. Maybe she has a job that requires no maps, no compass. She stands in a grocery store aisle, choosing between two brands of tea. The radio above the shelves says a cold front is moving in, strong winds in the highlands. Her hand pauses, just for a second, on the box. Her body remembers something her mind has worked very hard to name in gentler words. She buys the tea. She goes home. When she hangs her coat by the door, she does not turn on the news. She does not look at photos of snow. At 50, she is in her kitchen, making tea again. The clock above the stove, does not agree with the one in the living room, and that suits her. Time is allowed to be a little out of sync in this apartment. She hears the weather forecast in the background. Phrases like gusts, storm system, high pressure. She stirs the tea, listening to the small, ordinary sounds of boiling water and spoon against ceramic. And she chooses, consciously, not to follow her thoughts up any ridge. Her act of rewriting the story is not the work of a trickster. It is the work of a survivor. She does not stand in front of cameras and invent a new legend. She sits at her own table and chooses which version of the truth will let her look at her children without them seeing the mountain in her eyes. She sands down some of the sharper corners. She replaces something that spoke through my friend with, "We were tired and afraid." She trades, "Do not look at its face," for the softer, blunter language of bad weather and poor conditions. It is tempting to call that a lie. It is more honest, perhaps, to call it a bandage. Many people do this with their own private slopes. They take an experience that felt like the world leaning sideways, and they straighten it on the page of memory, just enough to keep living inside it. It was not that bad. I was young. I am sure it looked worse than it was. They are not cowards. They are trying to keep the rest of their life intact. The mountain itself, in this story, is more than rock and altitude. For some people, grief feels exactly like that range. Beautiful at a distance, dangerous up close, full of places that can change from safe to deadly in a matter of minutes. Depression can be like that slope, the ground suddenly tilting, familiar sounds becoming strange, voices arriving out of order. Trauma is another kind of weather front that rolls in uninvited and stays longer than anyone predicted. In that sense, everyone carries a landscape inside them. Some days, it is a calm field, a lake at sunset, a city street with familiar lights. Other days, it is a ridge under a heavy sky. There are parts of that inner terrain that are like the Buryat elders described, places you visit with respect, and places you only walk past in prayer. You might have a shoulder of your own, a place in your history where too much laughter once echoed, in a room that needed quiet, or where something serious happened that nobody in your life fully understood. You might not think about it often, but when you do, it feels like stepping onto snow, where your senses no longer match what your feet feel. Tonight, the narrator is not asking you to drag that memory out into bright examination. That is work for other hours, and perhaps for therapists, friends, or quiet mornings with a journal. Instead, he invites you to do something gentler. Think, just for a moment, of one memory that never made complete sense to you. Not necessarily the worst thing that ever happened. Not necessarily your deepest secret. Just one slope in your life where you still are not entirely sure what went wrong, or why you behaved the way you did, or why someone else did. You do not need to name it aloud. You do not need to fix it. Let it hover in the back of your mind, like a shape seen through fog. A day, a conversation, a decision, a silence. Now imagine that, for tonight, you do not have to solve it. You are allowed to set it down, gently, on some far-off ridge in your imagination, under a sky that belongs only to it. You are allowed to walk away without looking back until the weather changes. Maybe you have already been quietly editing that memory for years, smoothing its edges, changing one detail here, one emphasis there, so that you can carry it without tearing open every time it brushes against the present. You might have told a normal version to others while keeping the stranger, sharper one, inside. That is not cowardice. That is a form of self-healing the mind invents when nothing else is available. Valentina did it with a day on a real mountain. You do it with moments on the slopes inside your own history. The brain is a storyteller that is always trying to make the narrative survivable. It cuts some scenes. It changes the lighting. It mutes some sounds and amplifies others. Not to trick you, but to keep you walking. Of course, sometimes the old, unedited version pushes back. A smell, a song, a line in a stranger's voice can snap you straight back onto the steeper slope, where time loops and every rock is in exactly the place you left it. In those moments, it can feel as if the past is not past at all, but just a part of the mountain that you have been circling without quite noticing. This is where the gentle haunting lives. The story of the mountain deaths will not follow you into your dreams tonight as a monster. It will sit, if it stays at all, like a quiet figure on the edge of your bed, reminding you that people have walked through weather they should not have survived, in places that did not care whether they did or not, and still found a way to make tea, tape their windows, and tell a softer version of the truth that keeps them human. If you feel a little echo of your own life in that, it is because the line between mountains and memories is thin. Both can loom. Both can shift. Both can be beautiful and cruel in the same hour. For now, as you lie there, feeling the weight of the blanket and the steady rhythm of your own breath, you can let your mind do exactly what hers did. Choose the version of your stories that lets you rest. The sharper edges will still be there in the morning if you ever need to look at them. Tonight, you are allowed to let them blur at the corners, just enough for sleep to find you. Listen to your room for a moment. Not the story, not the mountain, not the wind that lives in other people's tapes, but this room, right now. The one you actually inhabit, the one your body knows. There's the soft tick or hum of something mechanical nearby, a heater or an air conditioner, resting, then waking up with a small click and a low, steady sigh. There is the faint rush of air through a vent, doing nothing more mysterious than moving warmth or coolness from one place in your home to another. Farther away, a car moves down the street. Its tires make that wet paper sound on asphalt, a little rise and fall as it comes and goes. The sound is here, then grows smaller, then is gone, like a thought passing through. If you listen closely, there will always be at least one more small sound. The fridge cycling, a pipe tapping, a dog in the next building barking once in its sleep. Even the gentle rustle of your own clothes as you shift a little under the blanket to find a more comfortable place for your shoulder or your knee. All of this is the soundscape of an ordinary night. It belongs to you in the way the mountain never will. Somewhere behind your window, there is weather. Maybe the air is still and the trees are holding their breath. Maybe there is a breeze brushing past the building, slipping through alleys and around corners, slipping between streetlights and parked cars. Maybe the forecast mentioned wind, or maybe it did not. If, at some point tonight, that wind rises a little and presses against your window, it may play tricks for just a second. A loose bit of siding might buzz. A tree branch might scrape once across the glass like the faint stroke of a fingertip. The air might find that perfect angle through a crack in the frame that turns its rush into something almost like syllables. You might lie there in the half-dark, eyes almost closed, and think very briefly that you hear a name in it, maybe your own, maybe one that doesn't belong to anyone you know, maybe something that feels like an answer to a question you did not mean to ask. If that happens, you do not have to tense. You do not have to sit up or hold your breath or replay the slope in your head. You can let it go. It is only the world outside, doing what it has always done. Air moving from one place to another, surfaces vibrating, leaves and wires and glass making their small music as temperature changes and distances shift. Wind has been wrapping itself around buildings and whispering through cracks for as long as there have been walls to press against. It is an old habit of the planet, not a message addressed personally to you. The story we have just walked through together might make those noises feel a little less neutral for a while. That is all right. Stories do that. They lean over certain parts of reality and cast a slightly different shadow for a time. But somewhere far away from your bed, past cities and fields and rivers, ignoring borders and maps, the real mountain still stands. In the dark, its outline is a heavy shape against the sky, the way a sleeping animal looks when you cannot see its eyes. Snow continues to fall there in its season, smoothing over old tracks, filling in the imprints left by boots and knees and hands from years ago. What once were sharp marks of struggle and stillness are now just slight variations in depth, and then not even that. The pines on those slopes sway in winds much stronger than the one nudging at your window. Their roots grip rock that does not care about names or dates. Ravens circle and land, hop a few steps, tilt their heads as if listening, then take off again, their wings cutting shapes in the air that nobody writes down. If there is a spirit there, whatever that word might really mean, it is not pacing, not raging, not stretching towards small apartments and quiet bedrooms on the other side of the world. It is more like an old teacher sitting at the back of a classroom that is long since emptied, watching the dust and the light, remembering former students as they were the last time they walked out the door. Not angry, just watchful. Those who died on that slope are no longer cold. They are not frozen mid-motion, not trapped eternally in the last frantic positions where the rescuers found them. Time has done what time always does. It has folded their days back into the larger fabric of the world, into the soil, the snowmelt, the stories told quietly over kitchen tables when their names come up once in a while. May they be at peace, wherever the part of them that could still feel anything has gone. May the leader who once whispered, "Do not look at its face," find herself somewhere where there are no more faces that can harm her, only familiar ones, and the kinds of mountains that are safe to climb. May the younger ones, who had so many plans for cities and careers and loves they never met, exist now in whatever way suits them best, as gentle memories, as lessons in someone else's courage, as small, fierce lights that flickered too briefly but still mattered. And may the one who lived, the woman with too many clocks and taped windows and a story she has told in 2 keys, be granted the kind of quiet that does not feel like snow pressing down, but like a blanket laid over tired shoulders at the end of a long day. That same wish extends to you, listening here, in this room that is yours. May whatever mountains you carry in your chest be gentle with you tonight. May their weather calm a little. May the wind, at their peaks, drop from a roar to a murmur. May any slopes you are still trying to make sense of stop tilting for a while, giving your mind and your heart something level to stand on, even if just for the hours between now and morning. You are not on that mountain. You never were. You are here, in your own small, safe world. The door is closed. The window is glass and frame and tape. The sounds outside are the ordinary breaths of a city or a town or a countryside that has nothing personal against you. The wind can keep its secrets. It can whisper whatever names it wants to the trees and the wires and the old tired ridges. You do not have to translate for it. Your only job now is simple, and it is kind. Let your body sink a little deeper into the bed. Let your shoulders drop, your jaw unclench, your hands soften where they rest. Let your eyes close, even if you keep them half open for one more paragraph, the words becoming softer and slower, like steps moving away down a hallway. Let this story become just another kind of weather passing through, a system that has rolled over you, rumbled a little in the distance of your imagination, and is now moving on, leaving nothing behind but a trace of coolness and the faint, comforting knowledge that you are still here, breathing, safe, ready, at last, to sleep. Next story, The Mountain That Remembers. The hum of the air conditioner was the only sound keeping Elena company that night. Outside her small rental house in Mesa, the desert air hung still and heavy, as if waiting for something to shift. The faint blue light of the TV flickered across the living room. An old sitcom playing on mute, laugh track flashing like ghosts of joy. It was almost midnight. On the coffee table sat a half-finished cup of tea, now cold, surrounded by scattered papers, liability forms, permit requests, overdue bills marked in red ink. Elena Marquez rubbed her eyes and leaned back into the worn couch, listening to the soft tick of the wall clock. She was 38, a hiking guide by trade, though she hadn't taken a real vacation in years. Her body carried the endurance of someone used to climbing steep switchbacks in summer heat, but her face showed the quiet fatigue of a person who had spent too much time pretending she was fine. She liked nights like this, the hour when most of the world was asleep and no one expected anything from her. The stillness gave her permission to breathe. Somewhere near the front door, a ceiling fan clicked with a slow, uneven rhythm. The air smelled faintly of coffee and old sunscreen. On the shelf across from her, framed photos sat in a neat line. One of them showed a younger man in a red jacket, smiling on a snowy ridge, wind in his hair. Diego, her brother. He had been gone for over a decade, but the picture never gathered dust. Sometimes she talked to it out loud, without realizing it. Her phone buzzed suddenly on the table. The sound startled her, not loud, but sharp in the hush of midnight. She glanced at the screen. Unknown number, just one image, no caption. Probably spam, she thought, already reaching to swipe it away. But the thumbnail caught her attention. Sunlight, desert colors, the sharp geometry of distant cliffs. She frowned and tapped to open it. The image filled the screen. It was a wide shot of a group of people standing on a ledge somewhere in the Superstition Mountains. The slope, the color of the rock, even the faint haze in the air. It was all too familiar. Her stomach tightened as she realized she knew this place, knew those people. The group in the photo was hers, her latest tour 3 days ago. 5 hikers, 2 couples, and a solo man from Oregon. She recognized their hats, the distinct blue of her own backpack in the middle. She remembered the day clearly. The heat, the exhaustion, the way she had joked about melting by noon. But the picture didn't make sense. The angle was wrong. It looked as if it had been taken from above them, from a narrow ridge that had been closed for years after a landslide. There was fencing there now, a faded metal sign warning, "Unsafe area, do not cross." None of her clients had gone near it. She would have noticed. Elena sat up straighter, heart picking up its pace. She pinched the screen and zoomed in slowly. The photo was high resolution, clear enough to see small details. The thin layer of dust on her cap, the edge of a hiking pole half buried in gravel. Even the warning sign appeared in the distance, blurred but legible. Whoever took the picture had been standing in the blocked area, right where no one should have been. The sky above them was pale and hazy. Late afternoon sun, flattening the colors into something dreamlike. She could almost feel the dry heat radiating off the stone, hear the low hum of insects. As her eyes traced across the image, she noticed a shape near the top edge of the frame, a vertical sliver of white, maybe a rock pillar, maybe glare. She zoomed closer. The pixels shifted, sharpened, blurred again. The shape was not stone. It had proportions, shoulders, arms, a narrow head tilted slightly forward. It looked like a person standing on the ridge, facing them directly. Elena froze, thumb hovering over the screen. Her body felt suddenly too warm, skin prickling, despite the air conditioner humming beside her. The figure was distant, maybe 50 meters behind the group, too small to identify clearly. But its posture was wrong. The arms hung too low, the shoulders set too high, like the anatomy had been assembled from memory and not quite put together right. Her first thought, a trick of light, shadows. Maybe one of her clients had wandered back up the trail after the photo was taken. But the reflection on their sunglasses, the direction of their faces, it was obvious that the shot had been taken from behind all of them, not after. Everyone in the picture was looking forward, unaware of anything behind them. She zoomed in again until the image began to break apart into squares of color. The face of the figure was darker than its clothes, but not shadowed exactly. More like the camera refused to focus on it, like something in its shape confused the lens. A laugh track burst suddenly from the TV behind her, too loud, harsh in the quiet. She jumped and fumbled for the remote, muting it. The silence that followed was worse. For a long moment, she sat still, staring at the picture. The figure stared back, or maybe that was just her imagination filling in the blanks. The air conditioner rattled once, coughing out a burst of cold air that brushed against the sweat forming at the base of her neck. Her rational mind began stitching excuses together. Maybe another guide had been nearby, taking promotional photos from the upper ledge. Maybe the number was from a local agency that missent the image. Logical explanations always came first. They had to. Still, she couldn't shake the feeling that whoever or whatever had taken it had been watching them. Not by accident, but deliberately. Waiting. Elena set the phone face down on the table. The screen light leaked from underneath, pale and flickering like a heartbeat. She tried to focus on her paperwork again, but the numbers blurred. Every sound in the room, the hum of the AC, the tick of the clock, the faint groan of pipes in the wall, felt amplified. When she finally picked the phone back up, she told herself it was just to delete the message. Her thumb hovered over the trash icon. Then, against all reason, she opened the photo again. This time, she noticed something she hadn't before. The faintest reflection of the photographer, visible in a patch of sunlight near the corner of the image. It was small, distorted, impossible to make out. But there was definitely a shape there, like a shadow light cast from nowhere. She stared at it until her eyes watered, until the air in the room seemed to thin. Somewhere outside, a dog barked twice, then went quiet. Her heart thudded softly in her chest, steady but loud enough to hear. The longer she looked, the more it felt like the figure on the ridge was still there. Not trapped in the photo, but watching through it, aware of her looking back. Elena swallowed, throat dry. The faint taste of metal lingered on her tongue. She turned the phone off and set it aside. The sitcom flickered on the screen, frozen on a smiling face. She didn't smile back. The second time she opened the picture, she did it slowly, as if the way she moved might change what was on the screen. The living room seemed to narrow around her. The TV was still playing its muted reruns, but the flashes of color now felt like a distraction from somewhere very far away. The hum of the air conditioner faded into the background. Even the ticking clock on the wall seemed to hesitate between beats. Elena pinched her fingers on the glass and zoomed in on the pale shape on the ridge. The image swelled. The group below, her hikers, herself, blurred and slipped out of frame. Her own face stretched and dissolved into pixels as the camera's focus climbed upward, step by step, toward the distant figure. At first, it could still have been a trick of light, of distance, of her tired brain. A pale pillar of rock, a bush caught in glare. But when she stopped zooming, when the image settled and her eyes found lines instead of colors, the shape refused to stay harmless. The shoulders sat too high, not broad and solid like a climber's, but lifted in a strange, permanent flinch, as if the neck underneath had been stretched and the body had overcorrected. There was a curve there that did not belong in any anatomy chart she knew. The arms hung slightly too long, with an odd angle at the elbows, not bent in a natural resting posture, but slack and overextended. Like the limbs belonged to someone taller, and the body had been shortened after the fact. The head was tilted forward, as if the neck were unsure how to hold it, as if it had only recently remembered that it was supposed to carry something heavy on top. Her throat tightened. She zoomed one more time, edging into the place where the photo should have broken into meaningless squares. The figure became soft at the edges, but one thing stayed consistent: the face. It was not a face at all. The area where it should have been was just a darker blur, a smudge of shadow, like fabric draped over a head, or like someone had touched the screen with a thumb and rubbed the features away. It was not the clean blur of distance, the kind she saw all the time in her clients' photos. It felt like refusal, like the camera had tried to understand what it was seeing, failed, and chosen to leave the space blank. An intentional absence. Elena realized she had stopped breathing. She sucked in air, her lungs suddenly loud in her own ears, and jerked up from the couch. Her knees cracked as she stood. The room seemed too small, the ceiling a little lower than she remembered. She started pacing across the worn rug, the phone clenched in her hand, her bare feet silent against the floor. One loop from coffee table to TV, then to the hallway and back. On the third pass, she detoured to the front door. Her fingers were steady as she checked the deadbolt, but her mind was not. She knew the door was locked. She had locked it hours ago, heard the bolt slide home. She checked it anyway, twisting the knob, feeling the firm resistance. The porch light outside cast a faint, reassuring line of brightness under the threshold. Still, she pressed her eye to the peephole and saw only the empty dark of her quiet street. The vague outline of the neighbor's car, the orange glow of a street lamp. Desert suburbs, still and harmless. She broke away, exhaling, and returned to the couch. This was ridiculous. It was a photograph, a weird one, yes, but still just an image. Jittery nerves could build entire creatures out of shadows if you let them. She knew this. She had talked more than one panicked hiker back from the edge of a rockfall or a sudden storm by repeating that very logic. Fear was familiar territory for her. She walked through it for a living. On the trail, fear was usually sharp and simple. A misstep near a drop, a rattlesnake in sun-warmed gravel, a thunderhead building too fast. Out there, she played the calm one. She joked. She instructed. She tethered nervous tourists to her steadiness. You're fine. Keep breathing. We'll take it one step at a time. But that was only one kind of fear. The other kind, the one that made something cold creep up her spine now, was tied to people. Unstable strangers. Men with guns and desperation in their eyes. The unpredictable rage that could live inside a human body, more dangerous than any drop-off or cactus spine. Her private worry was not the dark itself. It was what might come out of it, holding a rifle or a knife. That was why this photo felt wrong, in a way cliffs and storms did not. Someone had been there with them. Close enough to take a shot like this from an illegal ledge. Close enough to watch her group and send her the image days later, without a word. Someone, not something, she told herself. The mind always wanted monsters. The truth was almost always human. She sat back down, the couch springs sighing under her weight, and forced herself to list the rational possibilities out loud. Maybe another guide, she murmured. Someone running a separate tour, taking reference photos for their website. Wrong number, mixed up contact. She imagined a harried assistant at a downtown outfitter's office, juggling bookings and files, accidentally tapping the wrong Elena in a contact list. It happened. Or, she grimaced, maybe one of the clients grabbed my number from the form and thought it would be funny to spook the guide. She could picture the solo hiker from Oregon. Too many horror podcasts, sunburned nose, nervous laugh, editing the image late at night, adding a blurred figure as a joke. People did that. Tag their guides in creepy photos, leave jokey reviews about ghosts on the trail. It was stupid. It was plausible. It was better than the alternative her nerves kept suggesting. She picked up the phone again. The figure still waited at the top of the photo, its head bowed, its knot face turned toward the camera. She stared at it, the skin on her arms tightening, the room shrinking to the glowing rectangle in her hand. Her phone buzzed. The vibration went straight through her body like an electric jolt. She almost dropped it. The same unknown number flashed at the top of the screen. For a heartbeat, she just stared, pulse drumming in her ears. Then her thumb slid automatically to open the new message. No new image this time, just a line of text. You walked past him and never saw him. Her fingers went cold. It felt as if someone had opened a window inside her chest and let all the warmth out. The words sat on the screen, simple, unadorned, no emojis, no punctuation beyond the final period, no flourish, no obvious attempt at humor. In the kitchen, the fridge motor kicked on with a low, throbbing hum. The sound made her flinch. A car rolled past outside, tires whispering on asphalt, and the noise seemed much too loud. A distant dog barked once, sharp as a slap, then stopped. The ordinary sounds of her life had been quietly replaced with something ominous, simply because of one sentence. You walked past him and never saw him. Her mind replayed the hike 3 days ago, the burning sun, the chatter of the couples, the questions about snakes and gold. She replayed the exact section of trail where the photo had been taken, the ledge, the warning sign, the blocked-off upper ridge. She remembered glancing up at it, automatically checking for stray hikers, seeing nothing but rock and old fencing. Had there been someone up there after all? Watching from a place marked unsafe, taking photos with a long lens while she fussed over sunscreen and hydration? Had she simply failed to see him? Or was the message talking about something else entirely? Who is this? She typed, her thumb stabbing at the keys harder than necessary. She hit send, watched the small status text appear. Delivered. No reply. The 3 dots that signaled someone was typing never appeared. The message sat alone in the thread, her question dangling in digital air. She copied the number, opened a browser, and plugged it into a search bar. Her Wi-Fi was steady, the connection quick. The results came back empty. No business listing, no social media account, no complaints on scam reporting sites. Just an anonymous string of digits sitting in nothing. She tried a reverse lookup app, got only, no information available. Heat rose in her chest, anger and unease mixing. Part of her wanted to call the number, to demand an explanation in a sharp, professional tone. Another part, quieter but more insistent, did not want to hear whoever might answer, did not want to put a voice, a breathing human presence on the other end of this thing that had walked so neatly into her night. Instead, she plugged the phone into its charger and set it on the table, face down. The cable made a small click as it connected. The screen dimmed, then went black. The sitcom on the TV had shifted to a commercial. Someone's bright, smiling face sold insurance she didn't have. The colors seemed too bright, too clean, completely disconnected from the air in her living room. She turned the volume up a notch just to have sound. It didn't help. Every few minutes, despite herself, her eyes drifted back to the dark slab of the phone. She imagined the message glowing behind the black glass. She imagined the figure on the ridge, still standing exactly where the pixels had captured it, patience carved into its posture. Outside, the night pressed gently against her windows. Nothing rattled, nothing scratched. But the darkness looked heavier than usual, as if there was more of it than the sky strictly needed. Elena told herself again that it was only a prank, only a strange photo from a stranger. She repeated the thought like she was guiding a nervous client across a narrow ledge. "You're fine," she muttered. "It's nothing. Go to bed." She turned off the TV. The silenced room felt like it was holding its breath. In the corner, Diego's smiling face watched her from his frame on the shelf, frozen on that snowy ridge. For the first time in years, she looked away from him first. She got up, switched off the lamp, and let the living room fall into shadow. In the dark, the hum of the air conditioner sounded like a long, slow exhale. She went to bed, telling herself this would all feel smaller in the morning. But as she lay down and stared at the faint ceiling, she could still see the message in her mind, as clear as if it were written across the plaster. You walked past him and never saw him. The ranger office always smelled faintly like dust and burnt coffee, no matter how early Elena arrived. Morning light slanted in through the big front windows, catching on fingerprinted glass and faded posters taped to the walls. One showed a cartoon sun wearing sunglasses above bold red letters. Heat kills. Drink water. Another was a laminated map of the superstition wilderness with bright trails and cheerful icons that made everything look more harmless than it really was. Near the door, a corkboard sagged under the weight of flyers and notices. Lost dogs, yard sales, a bright yellow sheet about a charity fund run, and, tucked off to one side, a row of smaller papers in more somber tones, missing hiker across the tops, with grainy photos of smiling faces and dates that did not have "found safe" written over them. The coffee machine grumbled on the back counter, coughing out a smell that was both comforting and slightly burned. Someone had left a half-full pot sitting on the warmer long enough for the liquid to go from rich brown to something the color of old pennies. Elena stepped inside, the cool, conditioned air washing briefly over her sun-warmed skin, and let the door swing shut behind her with a soft clack. She wore her usual field clothes, faded cargo pants, a desert-colored shirt rolled at the sleeves, and her dark hair was pulled back into a loose tie that had already started to sag. A travel mug knocked against her hip with each step, half full of coffee she'd made at home because she trusted her own mistakes more than the office machine. "Morning," called a voice from behind the front counter. She glanced over and saw Tyler, the youngest ranger on staff, leaning over a clipboard. His uniform was still crisp in a way that made her feel both old and faintly amused. "Morning," she replied, offering a small smile. "You're here early." He snorted. "You're one to talk. Saturday's going to be a zoo. Figured I'd get ahead on the permit stack before everyone decides they're immortal, and the heat warnings are a suggestion." She joined him at the counter, setting her travel mug down, feeling the ache behind her eyes from too little sleep. "Forecast? Triple digits by noon," Tyler said, flipping a page. "We got that big meetup group in at 10, and some guy called yesterday asking if he could bring his emotional support drone. I told him no, twice." Elena chuckled despite herself, the sound coming out a little rough. "Maybe we should put that on the poster. No weapons, no glass, no emotional support drones." Tyler squinted at her. "You good? You look like you spent the night wrestling a coyote." "Paperwork," she said smoothly. "And Netflix being aggressive." She wasn't ready to talk about unknown numbers and blurred faces. It felt too thin, too easy to dismiss if she said it out loud. He shrugged. "Well, we've got a walk-in waiting for you. Guy with a blazer. Said he had an appointment." Her eyebrows rose. "A blazer? In June?" "Yeah, very composed. He's over at the side table." Tyler jerked his chin toward the far corner of the room, where a small round table sat near the window, usually stacked with park brochures and dog-eared trail guides. Today, it was occupied. The man sitting there looked like he had been waiting a long time and knew how to do it without fidgeting. He wore a blazer that had clearly seen years of careful use. No fraying at the cuffs, but the fabric softened with age, and a pale shirt buttoned neatly at the throat. His hair was silver and thin, combed straight back. Sun had carved fine lines into his face, not in the scattered pattern of someone who worked outside every day, but in the way of a person who had spent many years walking from door to door, or from office to office carrying questions. A large, rolled-up topo map rested against his chair, and a worn paper folder sat in front of him, aligned precisely with the table edge. As Elena approached, he looked up. "Elena Marquez," he said, pronouncing each syllable carefully, as if he had practiced. His voice was low, even, with the faintest trace of another region, buried under years of living here. Thank you for seeing me." There was something unsettling about being recognized before she introduced herself. She offered her hand anyway. "That's me, and you are—" "Harold Sloan," he replied, taking her hand briefly. His grip was dry, not particularly strong, but steady. "I'm very grateful you agreed to talk. I requested you specifically." She sat down across from him, setting her mug on the table, feeling an odd mixture of flattered and wary. "Is that so? May I ask why?" He gave a small smile that did not quite reach his eyes. "Because you do not embellish your reviews with ghost stories." It took her a second to process that. "Excuse me?" "I did my homework," he said, unrolling the topo map with gentle, practiced hands. The paper crackled. The map was old, its edges browned, some of the creases nearly worn through, but the lines of ridges and canyons were still clear. Most of the guides around here allow colorful language on their websites, mystical experiences, haunted trails, strange lights. He glanced up at her, the faintest hint of dry humor in his expression. "Your clients mention blisters, sore knees, and very good advice about sunscreen. That is all." The comment needled her more than she expected. "I try to focus on reality," she said. "The mountain is dangerous enough without pretending it's cursed." "Precisely," Harold murmured. "Which is why I hoped you might help me with something that is very real. Whether or not it is cursed remains to be seen." He finished flattening the map, weighting the corners with his folder and a small metal thermos he produced from a bag. Elena leaned forward despite herself. The map was of the superstition range. She recognized peaks, washes, contour lines that had become almost like old friends. But this copy was older than any hanging in the office. The ink was slightly faded, the legend printed in a font no one used anymore. Pencil marks covered it. Small crosses dotted certain canyons and ridges, each next to a date written in tight, old-fashioned script. Some were from the 1970s, some the 1950s, and one or two went back to the late 1940s. One cross on a branching canyon, far from the marked trails, had been circled several times until the paper there had almost worn thin. Harold tapped that circle lightly with one fingertip. "My grandfather," he said, "disappeared there in 1947, or perhaps a little further up. The reports differ." Elena felt a small jolt of recognition, not of the story, but of the terrain. She traced a path on the map with her eyes, lining it up with the mental picture she carried from years of guiding school groups and tourists. "He was a prospector," Harold continued, voice level, as if reciting facts he had repeated many times. "Came west, chasing the same rumor as everyone else. The notion that a German man named Waltz left behind a secret gold seam somewhere in these hills. The Lost Dutchman." He said the last words without drama, as if the legend meant little to him now. "My grandfather believed he could find it with enough persistence. He did not." He opened the paper folder and drew out a newspaper clipping so delicate it looked like it might crumble if someone breathed on it too hard. He slid it across the table. The headline across the top was in bold, old ink. "Mutilated prospector found in remote canyon." The photo beneath it was black and white, grainy. Two uniformed men carried a stretcher up a rocky slope, a third walking behind them. The stretcher's cargo was covered with a sheet. The background showed steep rock walls and a crooked line of sky. Some of the names in the article had been blacked out with pen decades ago. They found his body nearly 4 months after he vanished. Harold said quietly. Some hikers came across remains and reported it to the county. It took them days to get him out. My father was 17 at the time. They would not let him see the body. He heard most of it in whispers. Elena's eyes moved back to the photo. Something about the angle of the canyon tugged at her memory. A notch in the ridgeline, a particular leaning pillar of rock half in frame. He died up there? She asked, though the answer was obvious. Harold's gaze was on the clipping, but his voice had dropped. The words edged with something older than his wrinkles. They wrote mutilated in the headline because they could not print the word decapitated at the breakfast table. He had not fallen from any obvious height. His arms were broken, ribs fractured. His boots were found standing neatly beside him. They never found his head. He let the sentence sit between them like another object on the table. The office around them carried on softly. Tyler on the phone with someone asking about trail closures, the slow drip of the coffee machine, the whir of the ceiling fan. The normal world, politely ignoring the phrase they never found his head. Elena swallowed. The back of her neck prickled. She had read other case summaries over the years, old reports about the mountains claiming people in strange ways, but it was different hearing it like this. From someone whose life had been shaped around the blank space of a missing face. "What is it you want from me, Mr. Sloan?" she asked, her voice steady. He looked up at her then, and for the first time, she saw the tiredness underneath his composure. The kind that doesn't come from hiking or age, but from carrying the same unanswered question through decades. "I would like you to take me there," he said. "Not in a group, not on one of the popular loops. A private trip, 3 days. I have copies of the original search notes," he added, tapping the folder, and a very old deputy's hand-drawn sketch of the canyon walls. Coordinates of a sort. Enough to get close, if someone who understands these trails is willing to help. "You want me to guide you to the place where they found him," Elena clarified. "Yes." "And then what?" He gave a small shrug, more like a surrender than a dismissal. "Then I look at the ground that has been holding this story longer than my family has. I do not expect treasure. I do not expect revelations. I simply..." He paused, searching for the right word. "I simply wish to stand where the last sentence of his life was written and read it myself." She studied him. There was no manic light in his eyes, no feverish greed, just a patient, worn longing. It was the same expression she sometimes saw in people who returned to a trail years after an accident, needing to prove to themselves that the world continued. Her gaze dropped back to the map. The circled cross sat in a canyon offshoot she recognized in outline, if not in intimate detail. She followed the contour lines with her eyes, tracing where a trail might approach, where it would peel away, where the land started to frown and fold into the kind of territory that liked to keep what fell into it. Then her attention drifted back to the newspaper clipping, to the background behind the stretcher. The ridgeline there, jagged, tilting slightly left. A small, triangular notch in the sky, the angle of rock leaning in on the right, casting a distinct crescent of shadow across a slope. Her breath caught. She had seen that silhouette recently, not in person, not clearly, but in a photograph. In her living room last night, illuminated by her phone screen, behind her own small tour group standing oblivious on a ledge. The same crooked notch in the sky, the same leaning rock, the same suggestion of a canyon mouth just out of frame. the general region where that unknown image had been taken and sent to her without a name, with a message that said, "You walked past him and never saw him." For a second, the office seemed to tilt. The papers on the corkboard blurred. The air smelled less like burnt coffee and more like hot stone and the metallic hint of old blood. "Elena?" Harold's voice pulled her back. "Are you all right?" She realized she'd been staring at the clipping too long. She forced herself to nod, fingers tightening slightly around her travel mug. "I'm fine, just thinking about the route." Outside, through the front windows, the sky was a clear, bright blue. No clouds, no storms, just clean desert morning. From somewhere beyond the building, from no obvious direction, a low rumble rolled across the air. It sounded like distant thunder, too soft and brief for anyone else to comment on. Tyler kept talking on the phone. The coffee machine grumbled. Elena was left with the echo of that sound in her bones and the uncomfortable feeling that the mountain had just cleared its throat. Elena's kitchen always looked a little smaller when the sun started to go down. It was not a big room to begin with. A narrow strip of linoleum, a small table pushed up against the window, two mismatched chairs. The refrigerator hummed in the corner with a tired, intermittent buzz. A potted plant by the sink leaned toward the last strip of light, leaves thin but stubborn. She sat at the table with her elbows on the worn wood, a mug of coffee cooling by her hand. In front of her lay a familiar fan of envelopes, utility bills, a notice from her health insurance, a credit card statement she hadn't opened yet. On top of them, like an odd piece in the wrong puzzle, was a crisp white check. Harold Sloan was written in neat cursive on the signature line. The amount, written in numbers and words, was generous, half the fee she had quoted him for a 3-day private trip, handed over without bargaining. A deposit, he had called it, as if she were doing him a favor instead of the other way around. The check sat there, quietly heavy. The room felt heavier with it. She turned it sideways, then back again, watching the way the evening light from the window grazed across the ink. Beyond the glass, the sky over the suburb was fading from bright blue to a gentler, washed-out gray. The silhouettes of palm trees cut sharply against it. The house felt fuller than usual. Not with people, there was only her, but with the echo of choices. Every object seemed to be carrying a silent question. The map Harold had given her, now unfolded and folded again, lay beside the check. The creases in its paper matched the deep lines in his face, in her mind. Old stress, carefully pressed and preserved. She reached out and traced one of the penciled crosses with a fingertip, feeling the indentation where someone's hand had pressed down decades ago. The circled one, his grandfather's, seemed to pulse in the corner of her eye, even when she wasn't looking directly at it. A ghost of a canyon. Her gaze drifted to the fridge, where a single magnet held up a photo. Not Diego's. That one lived on the shelf in the living room, but an older shot of both of them standing in parking lot gravel, packs on their backs, leaning into each other. They were younger there, cheeks rounder, eyes brighter. Their future hikes still unspoiled by statistics. They had been in their 20s when it happened. That other mountain range, that other sky. The memory came back in pieces, as it always did, like a film jammed and dragged by an old projector. Clouds building faster than the forecast had promised, wind rising in fitful jerks. The trail had been narrow and slick, a lace of mud over stone. The group they were with, friends, more or less, with mismatched gear and too much confidence, had been laughing too loudly at first, the way people do when they think discomfort is still optional. Then the storm had rolled in properly, and the temperature had dropped, and the joking had turned to concentration. She remembered Diego a few steps ahead of her, jacket hood up, shoulders hunched, his boots scraping carefully for purchase. She remembered calling out, "Slow down, idiot, this isn't a race," and his laugh thrown back over his shoulder. She remembered the wrong rock. They never saw it actually happen. 1 second he was there, a broad back and a red hood in the fog, and the next there was a gap in the line where he had been. The sound she could never forget was not a scream. It was the wet, hard crack from below, where his body had met the hidden boulders. The rescue team had come in hours later, after the weather eased enough for helicopters and stretchers. They did everything they could. They brought his body back up, wrapped in a heavy, zippered bag. They told her, gently, not to look. She did not. She did not have to, in order to know. She had heard enough in the muttered debriefs, seen enough in the way the paramedics avoided her eyes. The phrase, massive cranial trauma, had clung to the air like smoke. At the funeral, someone's aunt, hers, his, she no longer remembered, had murmured, "That place is cursed," as if the mountain itself had reached up and flicked him away on purpose. Elena had wanted to scream. Cursed was what people said when they did not want to think about rain-soaked boots, friction coefficients, and how fragile the human skull really was. Cursed was a word that removed responsibility, as if gravity were a spell instead of a law. There had been no curse on that trail, only bad timing and wet stone, and the simple, stupid fact that the rock he stepped on had been waiting for more water than it could hold. But the word followed them anyway, sticky and stubborn. It showed up in whispers, in online forums, in hushed warnings about that trail and that ridge, as if intent lived in the dirt. It made her angry in a way that grief alone had not. Guiding had started at first as a way to stay close to something she loved without giving the legends the last word. If people were going to walk into wild places, she wanted at least a few of them to do it with someone at the front who believed in weather reports and route planning, not in curses. She learned first aid. She learned how to read maps the way other people read novels. She went to training courses and came home with new calluses and binders full of emergency protocols. She learned how to talk panicking strangers through narrow ledges, how to make a joke about sunburn at just the right moment to keep someone from crying. Over time, the job had become more than a reaction to loss. The mountains were not punishment in her mind. They were demanding, yes, unforgiving of laziness and arrogance, but honest. The storm did not pretend to be anything else. Loose rock did not hide its nature when you knew how to look. She felt safer on a trail, where risks were visible and quantifiable, than in a crowded bar, where the dangers were hidden behind polite smiles and drunk eyes. Up there, the worst thing that might surprise her was a sudden storm or a rattlesnake. Down here, the surprises had faces and histories and unpredictable hands. She glanced at the check again. Money had its own gravity, especially the kind that arrived without her asking. The deposit represented 3 months of the slow pressure she had been feeling from her unpaid balance, repairs her car needed, a dentist appointment she'd been putting off. Harold's map lay beside it, like a second weight, this one older and less negotiable. Old fear, old greed, old grief. She remembered his face across the table at the ranger office, the way his eyes had shifted when he mentioned they never found his head. There had been no melodrama in it, just a quiet, dogged hurt. The look of someone who had been circling the same question for so long that the orbit had become part of his posture. It was a look she knew. She saw it sometimes in the mirror when she caught herself wondering whether she could have yelled louder, grabbed Diego's pack, moved one step faster. They were not the same story, she reminded herself. His family's prospector and her brother's misstep were different chapters in different books. But grief recognized its own species, regardless of setting. The room seemed to hold its breath as she picked up the check. The paper was smooth and cool against her skin. Outside, a car drove by, bass thumping faintly through closed windows. Somewhere a dog barked twice and was hushed. The slice of sky visible through the kitchen window had gone from gray to a deeper blue, the first stars buried in the bright. She lifted Harold's map and let it unfold once more, the crackle of old paper loud in the small room. The superstition range stared back at her in lines and numbers, its ridges and washes captured in a net of ink. She traced the route her eyes knew so well, then followed the scribbled additions, the little crosses marking where someone in his family had decided something important had happened. The circled one seemed to pulse again, a small insistence. Here. She exhaled slowly. For all the stories, for all the whispers, the mountain on the map was just contours, elevation, distance, slope. The same rules that had broken Diego's skull would be at work there. The same rules she spent her days explaining to tourists who believed in luck and energy more than in hydration schedules. She was not afraid of curses. She was wary of people who needed them. Still, as she sat there in her dim kitchen, with the check and the map and the echo of Harold's quiet voice in her memory, she could not shake the faint sensation that something beyond her current life had leaned a little closer. Not a presence exactly, not a spirit in the corner, but an attention. Like the mountain itself had heard its name spoken there, in that office, and was now turning slowly in her direction. The diner had probably looked exactly the same for the last 30 years. It sat a little off the highway near the foothills, its faded sign buzzing faintly in the heat, a cartoon coffee cup painted on metal that had outlived at least 2 owners. Inside, the air was cooled just enough to feel like a relief after the parking lot. Laminated menus stuck slightly to the fingertips. Vinyl booths squeaked when you slid into them. A tired waitress moved between tables with a pot of coffee in one hand, refilling mugs before anyone had to ask. An old country song played low from a jukebox that might or might not still take coins. The voice on the speakers sang about roads and leaving, and about not really leaving at all. Elena sat in a corner booth, the vinyl seat creaking under her as she shifted. From here, she could see the dusty parking lot through the big front window, and beyond it, the hazy silhouette of the Superstition Mountains rising in the distance. They looked smaller from here, watercolor outlines against the sky, close enough to be familiar, far enough to pretend they were only a backdrop. Harold Sloane sat opposite her, blazer folded neatly over the back of his seat. He had a glass of water, sweating on the table, and a mug of coffee he hadn't touched much. His paper folder was there too, resting beside the salt and pepper shakers, a strange little archive at war with the laminated dessert specials. So, Elena said, clicking her pen and flipping open her notebook, if we're doing this, We need to be clear about logistics." He nodded once. Of course. She outlined the plan the way she would for any client. 3 days, 2 nights. A route that began on established trails and then peeled away into rougher country. Distances per day, elevation gains, water sources. "No cutting it close on water," she said, underlining a note. "We'll cache some ahead of time on the main trail and carry more than you think you need going off it. Heat doesn't care about family history. I've learned that much," Harold murmured. "Satellite phone," she continued, "fully charged. I'll bring the beacon as a backup. You'll need proper boots, not whatever you wear to church. Broken in, but not broken down. Hat, long sleeves, sunscreen, basic first aid kit. Your age is not a problem if you respect it." That earned the faintest ghost of a smile. "My cardiologist would be pleased to hear you say that." She jotted down dates, approximated daylight hours, checked them against the small worn calendar she carried. Everything in her tone was professional, grounded. She could have been planning a weekend loop for a couple from Ohio who wanted their Instagram to look adventurous. Harold agreed to every condition without a single argument. "No. Do we really need that much water? No. I'm in better shape than I look." Just quiet, immediate yeses. The lack of resistance unsettled her more than if he had pushed back. "You understand, this will not be a comfortable stroll," she said finally, setting her pen down. "There's real risk, even with precautions." "I do," he said. "I am not especially fond of comfort, Ms. Marquez. It makes people forget they are alive." The waitress arrived with their food then, a plate of eggs and toast for him, a grilled cheese and fries for her. The smell of hot oil and butter drifted up, briefly overpowering the lingering scent of coffee. They both waited while she topped off their mugs and asked if they needed anything else. Her pen tapped against her pad in a rhythm Elna had heard 100 times. Once they were alone again, Harold reached for his folder. "I brought you something," he said, sliding it a few inches closer to her. "More context. You should know what you are walking toward." The joke that surfaced in her mind, "I thought we were walking toward rocks," died before it reached her mouth. She nodded instead. He opened the folder and flipped past the newspaper clipping she had seen at the ranger office. Beneath it were other pages, these more official. Photocopies of photocopies. The black ink fuzzed at the edges. "This is a summary from the coroner's report," he said, placing one in front of her. What little my father managed to obtain before someone decided the details were not for the family's ears. Large portions of the page had been covered with thick black marker, entire lines redacted into silence. What remained visible read like something between a medical report and a nightmare. She scanned down the page. Age, approximated. Time of death, unknown. Environmental exposure, prolonged. She pushed past the clinical language until one phrase jumped out at her. Separation of head from torso, not consistent with animal activity. Her skin prickled again. "There were coyotes," Harold said quietly, as if reading her thoughts. "Scavengers. That's what they told my grandmother. That he fell. That they got to him. That this was the way of the wilderness. They did not think she would see what the deputy had written on that form before the black ink went over it." Elena set the page down carefully. He pulled out another sheet, this one in uneven handwriting. It had been copied by hand from some original decades ago. The script was cramped, but oddly elegant, the phrasing old-fashioned. "A deputy's personal note," Harold said, Not for the record, for himself. My father convinced him to share it when he was much older. Perhaps the man needed someone else to carry the memory. Elena read. The note described the scene in plain words. The body of a male, late middle age. Limbs broken in ways that did not fully match a fall. No obvious vertical drop nearby that could account for all injuries. The head gone. No blood trail leading away from the torso. And the boots. Boots found standing upright approximately 1 yard from body, placed side by side, toes facing south. No sign of drag marks around them. A small shiver traveled down her spine. It wasn't just the missing head. It was the tiny, mundane detail of those boots, taken off and arranged like someone tidying up a room. She knew what the official explanations would say. Scavengers, weather, human memory embellishing over time. But the note felt like a hand reaching across years to tap her on the shoulder, insisting something here did not line up. She looked up at Harold. What do you actually expect to get out of this? She asked, the question spilling out harsher than she intended. I mean, really. You've lived with this story your whole life. Going back there. What is that for? Closure? Do you think seeing the spot will help you file it away? Or are you hoping to find gold? Or... She hesitated, tasting the word she did not like. Or proof of something supernatural. The old country song on the jukebox wound down, and another started up. The transition, a soft click under the hum of the air conditioner. At the counter, someone laughed too loudly at a joke Elena didn't catch. Harold wrapped his hands around his coffee mug, though he still didn't drink. His eyes were not on the papers anymore, but on the window, where the mountains sat faint and distant, washed in midday glare. I expect rocks, he said finally. Dust. Maybe a few pieces of rusted metal. And, if we are fortunate and careful, the approximate location of an old man's grave. He turned his gaze back to her, and there was no drama in it, just a tired honesty that sank under her skin. I do not believe I will find his head under a bush, he continued. I do not believe he is wandering up there, waiting for me. I am not chasing gold. I am not hoping the earth will open and tell me a secret. I simply... He paused, the word catching. I simply need to see if the ground remembers him. The phrase hung there, quiet and unsettling. Elena felt something inside her tilt in recognition. She had never gone back to the exact spot where Diego fell. The rescue team had coordinates. There were maps. She could, if she wanted, trace a route on paper. Find that place where his life changed from present tense to past. She had not done it. Part of her told herself it was unnecessary. She knew what had happened. The details were carved deep enough into her that no landscape could add to them. Another part of her, the one that woke up sometimes in the middle of the night with the taste of rain and panic, suspected there was a different reason. She was afraid of standing there and feeling nothing. Afraid that the ground would be just rock and dirt, indifferent, bearing no mark of the moment that had split her life in two. Afraid that the place that meant everything to her would mean nothing at all to the earth that held it. To see if the ground remembers him made a painful kind of sense. She looked down at the documents again, then at the map folded beside them. Layer upon layer, a prospector swallowed by a canyon, a family circling that story for decades, a man now old enough to be the one lost, asking for one last look. I can't promise what we'll find, she said quietly, or that you'll feel any different afterward. I know, he replied. But if I never go, I will die with the same picture in my head I had when I was a child. A newspaper clipping, a half-told story, a blank where his face should be. I would rather replace that with an honest view of rock and sky, even if the rock does not care. Elena's fingers drummed lightly on the table, a small, restless rhythm. The song on the jukebox drifted into a chorus about leaving town. Beyond the window, the superstitions sat motionless, their edges softened by heat. They looked, as always, like a painting, harmless, from this distance, decorative. She knew better. 3 days, she said, picking up her pen again. We go light but not stupid. If I say we turn back, we turn back. No arguments, no heroics. If you feel off at any point, you tell me. Agreed, Harold said without hesitation. She studied his face one last time, looking for any sign of the fever she'd seen in other treasure hunters. The kind that would make a person ignore warnings, push past limits, trade safety for a chance at a story. She didn't see it. What she saw instead was a quiet, persistent ache. A man who was not chasing gold so much as trying to stop a question from echoing forever. All right, she said, and felt something small shift in her chest as she wrote the dates down. We'll do it. As if in response, a faint vibration passed through the window glass, too subtle to be an earthquake, too soft to come from the highway. The ice in Harold's water glass chimed softly against the sides. The waitress glanced up briefly, then went back to refilling someone else's cup. Elena told herself it was a truck hitting a rough patch of asphalt out front. Still, for a second, it felt like something out there had leaned just a little closer to listen. They had eaten most of their food by the time the conversation circled back from history and grief to the simple, practical matter of not dying. Elena pushed the last triangle of her sandwich through a smear of ketchup, more out of habit than appetite. Her notebook lay open beside her plate, pages already crowded with neat, slanted handwriting. Dates, gear lists, route notes, temperature estimates. The tip of her pen tapped lightly against the margin as she thought. All right, she said finally, drawing a small box on the page and writing rules above it. If we're serious about this, there are a few non-negotiables. Harold wiped his hands carefully on a napkin and folded it into a precise square. Of course, she looked up, making sure he was paying attention, not just being polite. First, no hiking in the dark, ever. I don't care how close we think we are to a good campsite or how eager you are to get to a particular ridge. Once the light starts to go, we stop. The rocks and the heat don't care about our schedules. He nodded. I understand. Second, she continued, we stay together. No splitting up. Not for a quick look, not for a short detour. We go where we can both go, or we don't go. His expression didn't change, but she saw something shift in his posture, a small straightening of the shoulders, as if he'd expected her to say that and was relieved to hear it anyway. You have had people try to wander off on you before. You have no idea, she said dryly. It's always the ones who swear they just want to see what's around that bend. The bend never cares that they have a family waiting at home. She wrote it down. No splitting. Underlined it twice. Third, she said, tapping the pen against the page. No heroic shortcuts off established paths unless absolutely necessary. Once we're on rough ground, we move like we assume every loose rock is waiting to roll. We do not just cut across anything. Harold's mouth twitched. You would have hated my grandfather. I already do, she replied without thinking, then softened it with a half smile. "No offense." "None taken," he said. "Good. I'd like you alive to be offended later." She let that sit for a beat, watching to see if he would push back, argue that he knew his limits, insist that he was not like other clients. He didn't. He only rested his hands on the table, fingers interlaced, and listened. She realized she was so used to conflict at this stage with private clients, so used to coaxing, rephrasing, explaining, that his immediate compliance left her a little off balance. "No fires outside designated areas," she added, scribbling another line. "We'll keep it minimal. Use a stove when we can. And if at any point I say we're turning back, we turn back. No debate on the trail. You want to complain? You can do it back at the parking lot. At which point, you will ignore me," Harold said mildly. "Exactly." The waitress drifted over again, coffee pot in hand. "Top you off?" she asked, already pouring into Harold's mug when he nodded. "Thank you," he said, and she replied automatically, "You bet," before moving on, her sneakers whispering on the tile. Elena watched the steam rise from the refreshed coffee, curling in strange shapes. When it dissipated, she closed her notebook. "So, those are my rules," she said. "If that doesn't work for you, there are other guides." "Your rules are very reasonable," Harold said. He took a sip and set the mug down carefully. Then he steepled his fingers, his gaze dropping briefly to the map folded on the seat beside him. "May I add one of my own?" That made her pause. "Depends what it is." He looked up, and for the first time since she'd met him, there was a hint of something harder in his eyes. Not anger, exactly, but a kind of restrained intensity. "If we find anything that looks like old workings," he said slowly, "tunnels, supports, rails, anything that suggests we are near where they once dug, we touch nothing. We take nothing. Not a stone, not a nail, not a coin, not even a picture. We leave it exactly as we find it." Elena blinked. Well, that's fine," she said, taken aback. "I don't let clients loot anyway. But no pictures? At all?" "No pictures," he repeated. "Not of anything that looks like the mine. Not of any opening. Not of any tools left behind. The ground can be photographed. The sky. The trail. But if we stand at the mouth of something that was once used to drag gold out of the hill, I want it to remain, as much as possible, unseen." His words settled over the table like a piece of cloth. She was used to people wanting the opposite. Shots of every rusted can, every carved initial, every wooden beam half swallowed by time. They wanted proof they had been near something forbidden, something legendary. They wanted to take that proof home, show it off, feed the part of themselves that believed a story wasn't real unless they possessed a piece of it. Harold's request was a reversal of that impulse. It made the back of her neck prickle. "May I ask why?" she said. "You're paying a lot of money to go somewhere, and then not document it." He hesitated, eyes flicking down to his hands, as if he needed to check that they were still there. "When I was a boy," he said, "my father used to talk about these mountains as if they were a relative we were on bad terms with. You know how people say, 'That's just how Uncle So-and-so is,' when they excuse bad behavior? It was like that, but with a landscape." He smiled thinly. He used to say, "The Sloan men keep losing pieces of themselves in that mountain. First my grandfather, then an uncle who nearly drank himself to death, chasing the same mine. Then another cousin who came back from a trip up there. Not headless, but not quite whole anymore. Quieter, angrier, less here. His fingers tapped once, very softly, against the table. "I do not want to contribute another piece," he finished. "Souvenirs are a kind of piece. Pictures, too." Elena thought of the photo on her fridge. Diego, standing next to her in parking lot gravel. An entire memory compressed into a flat rectangle she could hold between two fingers. Sometimes, when she looked at it too long, she felt like the real moment, the one with the smell of fuel and the feel of his arm around her shoulders, had been siphoned off into the glossy paper, leaving the original thinner. She thought of the unknown picture on her phone, the one taken by someone she had not seen, of her group in front of a ridge that now seemed to be accumulating stories far older than 3 days. That image, too, had taken something. Peace, maybe. Sleep. She rubbed at a spot on the table with her thumb, feeling the stickiness of some old spilled syrup that had seeped into the grain. "Most people want proof they were there," she said quietly. "You want proof you can leave it alone." "Something like that," Harold replied. "If we are intruding on a story that has already taken more than enough from my family, the least we can do is not carry any more of it back down the hill." There was something almost superstitious in his tone, but it didn't make her bristle the way talk of curses usually did. It sounded more like respect or guilt. "Fine," she said. "We can work with that. No souvenirs, no photos of any old works. Even if they look perfectly Instagrammable, I assure you, I am the least Instagrammable man you will ever guide," he said. And for a moment, the tension cracked enough for an actual smile to pass over his face. She extended her hand across the table. "Then we have an agreement." He took it. His grip was the same as before, dry, steady, unshowy. As their hands met, the fluorescent lights above them flickered. It was a small stutter, the kind this place probably produced a dozen times a day. The bulbs blinked once, twice, casting the room into a dimmer version of itself for the span of a heartbeat, then glowed steady again. "Damn wiring," the waitress muttered from behind the counter. "I told Jim we need an electrician before this place sparks itself to death." The couple near the door laughed. Plates clinked. Someone dropped a fork. The world resumed. Elena let go of Harold's hand and sat back, but a faint chill lingered along the skin of her palm, as if something else had brushed it a half second after his grasp released. She glanced instinctively toward the window. The day had slid toward evening while they talked. The sky outside was no longer a hard, bright blue, but a softer, bruised shade, streaked with the first hints of pink and purple. Neon from the diner's sign buzzed to life, throwing a harsh red outline across the asphalt and the parked cars. Beyond the lot, the Superstition Mountains rose in darkening silhouette. The edges of their ridges were sharper now, the details of rock and scrub disappearing into one solid line of shadow against the sky. She let her eyes follow that line, tracing the highest peaks, the dips between them, the places where she knew, from maps and memory, that canyons cut in deep. For a second, just one, she thought she saw a shape standing alone on one of the far-off ridges. It was too tall and too narrow to be a saguaro cactus. Its outline didn't quite match any rock spire she remembered. A thin column against the fading light, head bowed, as if listening. She blinked, and it was gone. When she looked again, there was nothing but the familiar jagged skyline, the day slipping away behind it in perfectly ordinary silence. She told herself it had been a trick of distance, of light, of her own very tired brain, layering last night's unease over tonight's horizon. Inside, the jukebox clicked and rolled into another song. Someone laughed at something the waitress said. The coffee machine hissed. At the corner table, with a folded map and a shared plan between them, Elena felt the edges of her world tilt a fraction. The mountain, out there in the deepening dusk, did not move. It did not speak. But for the first time in years, she wondered if it might be paying attention. By the time the sun had climbed high enough to bleach the sky to a flat, merciless blue, Elena could feel the familiar grit of desert dust working its way into everything. It puffed up around their boots with each step, coating laces and pant legs, settling in the creases of her hands where the trekking poles rubbed. The trail wound through low scrub and scattered boulders, a pale line worn into the earth by years of feet chasing the same views. Heat shimmered above the stone, turning distant shapes into wavering ghosts that hardened back into cactus and rock as they approached. Cicadas droned from somewhere in the brittle brush, their whine a rising and falling saw that seemed to slice the air itself. The smell of hot creosote and dry earth wrapped around them, thick and almost metallic on the back of the tongue. Harold moved at her side, a half step behind, his pace slower than hers but steady. His breath came out in measured huffs, not the ragged gasps she had heard from other clients his age. He used his poles properly, the way someone did when they had practiced, and listened and learned, not when they had bought the gear last week and watched a 3-minute video. Sweat darkened his shirt in a neat V down the center of his back, but he did not complain. When she called for water breaks, he drank without arguing, tipping his bottle back, throat working, eyes turned briefly toward the sky. They passed groups of day hikers in bright synthetic colors, families with children dragging their feet, couples taking selfies, a gaggle of college-age friends with cheap backpacks and expensive sunglasses. Almost all of them had something to say about gold. "Think we'll find the Dutchman's stash today?" A man in a sun hat joked to his partner as they stepped aside to let Elena and Harold pass. "Hey, if you find any extra gold up there, send some back down," someone else called, laughing. Elena gave her standard polite smile each time, the one she had practiced in bathroom mirrors. Friendly, non-committal, just enough curve at the corners of her mouth to signal she had heard them and was not interested in engaging. On the inside, the repetition of the same phrase made something in her quietly unclench and fold away, like a hand withdrawing. The lost Dutchman, the mine, the treasure. It hung in the air out here, even when no one spoke it, like a low-frequency note only some people could hear. It was always the same idea, that the mountains owed someone a payoff. She misunderstood these places, less the fewer demands she made of them. By late afternoon, the flow of hikers thinned. The maintained trail narrowed and grew rockier, winding toward higher ground. The sun had begun its slow slide toward the west, painting the desert in harsher shadows, the light taking on a slightly more forgiving angle, though the heat still pressed down on their shoulders like a hand. "This is where most people turn around," Elena said as they passed a weathered sign warning of unmaintained terrain ahead. "We keep going. No more benches, no more trash cans, no more rescue call boxes. Just us and what we brought." Harold glanced back at the sign once, then followed without comment. Not long after, she angled them off the main path and down into a narrower wash, a dry riverbed that had carved its way through the landscape long ago and now waited for the next hard rain. The walls rose a little higher around them, streaked with mineral stains, bits of rock jutting like broken teeth. Sand and small stones replaced some of the hard pack, their steps sinking and slipping slightly with each forward push. The air felt different here, quieter. The highway noise had faded away miles ago, but now even the wind seemed to pull back, leaving only the crunch of their boots and the fuzzy halo of insect sound. "This way," she said, gesturing toward a bend in the wash. "There's a sheltered spot up ahead that should be decent for the night. Good view of the sky, but enough rock around us to break the wind." The bend she chose was shallow but effective, a gentle curve where one side of the wash rose in a smooth, sloping wall of stone, the other edged with larger boulders. There was a flat stretch of gravel and sand in between, just wide enough for 2 tents and a small cooking area. Above them, the strip of visible sky narrowed, a rough frame of rock and scrub around it. "Not bad," Harold said softly, setting down his pack. Elena shrugged her own pack off with a practiced twist, feeling the immediate relief in her shoulders. The straps left faint indentations in her shirt. She rolled her neck once, listening to the small clicks in her vertebrae, then took stock out of habit: ground surface, wind direction, loose stones, any signs of recent flooding or animal tracks. Everything looked normal. Normal for a place that could turn violent in an afternoon if the weather decided to change its mind. "Let's get camp set before the light goes," she said. "We can relax after we make sure we have somewhere to be relaxed in." Harold smiled at that and got to work. He set up his tent with the careful, almost reverent movements of someone who had spent years doing this alone and still never quite got over feeling grateful for shelter. He shook out the fabric gently, checked each pole section before sliding it into place, staked down the corners as if anchoring the structure not just against wind, but against whatever else might roam in the dark. When he finished, he stood back and looked at it for a moment, as if confirming it had settled properly into the world. Elena's own routine was quicker, the motions embedded in muscle memory. Tent up, rain fly on, stakes at the right angle, sleeping pad unrolled and left to inflate, bag fluffed, headlamp checked, boots placed just inside the vestibule, laces loosened. She laid out their small cooking setup on a flat patch of ground, stove and pot and fuel arranged in a tidy little triangle. The stove's first ignition came with a small, satisfying woof of blue flame. The faint hiss of gas followed, steady and reassuring. The sharp smell of burning fuel curled up into the cooling air, soon joined by the less pleasant but familiar scent of dehydrated food reconstituting, salt and artificial spices, the ghost of vegetables. As they waited for water to boil, the sun slipped behind the ridge, and the wash fell into a deeper shade. The heat drained away slowly, like water seeping from a sponge. The air touched their skin differently now, the edge of night cool beginning to slide in under the leftover warmth. Elena changed into a long-sleeved layer, feeling the sweat on her back chill. She moved through her checks by headlamp as the ambient light faded, satellite phone on and charged, beacon light blinking its tiny green assurance, first aid kit where she could grab it without digging. When she finally allowed herself to sit down, cup of tea steaming in her hands, the sky above them had shifted fully into indigo. The first stars were pricking through the deepening blue, then more, each minute adding points of cold light to the slice of universe visible between the canyon walls. This part always calmed her. The rhythm of camp at night settled into something almost ritualistic. The soft clink of spoon against pot, the crackle of a few carefully chosen pieces of dry brush, in the tiny fire ring she built. Flames no higher than her hand. A small, controlled warmth, more for companionship than necessity. Crickets tuned up somewhere in the dark. A distant owl sent one questioning note out across the desert and then fell silent. Harold sat across from her, his face half lit by the fire, half swallowed by shadow. He cradled his own mug in both hands, eyes turned upward for a while, tracking constellations he probably knew by old names. The lined planes of his face relaxed in the flickering light, losing some of the tightness she had seen in the diner. For a little while, they did not speak. There was no need. The world had narrowed to the circle of firelight, the soft dome of starlight above, the faint outlines of tents hulking at the edge of vision. Elena took a sip of her tea. It was too hot and tasted vaguely like plastic and leaves, but the warmth worked its way down her throat into her chest, unwinding something there. This, she thought, not for the first time, was why she kept saying yes to jobs like this. Not the adrenaline or the pay. Though those mattered, it was this feeling. The air against her skin, the ground under her bones, the sense that the night out here was vast and indifferent, and paradoxically, kinder than many crowded rooms she had known. "You know," Harold said softly, breaking the comfortable silence. "The stories people tell on those day hikes are almost charming." She glanced at him over the rim of her mug. "The ones about the gold? And the ghost of the Dutchman, and the Apache curses, and the mysterious lights," he said, a faint smile in his voice. "They sound like campfire stories, meant to keep children from wandering too far from the tent." "Most of them are," she replied. "They get retold in town, polished up for tourists. Easier to talk about haunted mines than dehydration and poor planning." The fire popped once, sending a tiny shower of sparks up into the dark. They faded quickly. Harold watched them go. When he spoke again, his tone had shifted, turned a shade lower. "Would you like to hear the real versions?" he asked. "Not the ones they print on brochures, the ones that do not sell very well, but do not leave you quite as easily." Elena looked at him fully now. The flames threw moving shadows across his features, deepening the hollows of his cheeks, accenting the lines around his eyes. For a moment, he looked older than he had all day. And then, beneath that, younger, like the boy who first heard that his grandfather had gone into these mountains and come back only as a story. She considered saying no. She could have told him she'd read enough reports, heard enough variations, that she did not need more fuel for the parts of her brain that woke her at 3 a.m. But the truth was, they were already here. The map was already unfolded. The question was already walking beside them. "Go on," she said quietly, setting her cup down on the packed earth. "Tell me the versions they do not print, somewhere high above, on the rim of the wash where the darkness thickened. A small rock shifted and rolled, its faint tumble lost beneath the steady hiss of the stove." Elena's head turned briefly at the sound, but she saw nothing beyond the boundary of light. Harold did not look up. His eyes were on the fire, seeing something far older than their small ring of flame. Harold took his time answering, as if he were deciding where to start a story he had told 100 times, but never in quite this order. "The way people talk about Jacob Waltz now," he said, "you would think he was born a ghost, a whisper with a pickaxe, but he was just a man, a sick one at that." The firelight picked out the fine lines along his mouth as he spoke. His voice stayed low, the kind of tone that made you lean in without realizing you were doing it. He had bad lungs, Harold continued. Smoked too much cheap tobacco, breathed in too much dust. You know how it is out here. The land sands you down from the inside. Elena nodded, watching him, the flames reflected in her dark eyes. He came over from Germany, Harold said, and somewhere along the way, he slipped sideways from looking for a better life to looking for a better seam of gold. Not intentionally, just one day, the only thing that mattered was what he could pull out of the ground. He drew a slow line in the dirt with the toe of his boot. He found something. That much we know. Hid it up in these hills. He would disappear for weeks, then come back to town with enough ore to pay his debts, keep a roof over his head, buy more supplies. He never brought anyone with him, never left a map, never said the same thing twice about where it was. Elena had read the tourist versions of this, the ghostly Dutchman, the secret clues. Hearing it told this way, stripped of romance, made it feel sadder. Picture him, Harold said. Old bed, thin mattress, wood frame, coughing his lungs out in a little room that smelled like sweat and dust and something sweet going bad. There are men crowding around his bed because they can smell the gold in his past, like vultures smell meat. His chest rattles. He mutters directions between bouts of hacking. Follow the red. He mimed a hacking cough. Turn when you see the... Another cough. The men lean in, trying to fill in the blanks themselves. In her mind, Elena could see it. The old man's hands twisted in the blanket, the opportunists leaning so close they could have kissed his forehead, hearing half phrases and convincing themselves they had the full map. They wrote those half sentences down, Harold went on. In notebooks, on napkins, on the backs of envelopes. They turned his dying confusion into a puzzle they believed the mountain was obligated to solve for them. He died in that bed, with no more gold in his pockets than he needed to pay for the funeral. And then other men kept walking out there, clutching their scraps of his last words like lottery tickets. He fell quiet for a moment. The fire hissed softly as a small green twig released its moisture. That's the part you heard in the brochures, he said. Now for the parts they leave out. He shifted, settling himself a little closer to the warmth, and his voice lost what little embellishment it had had. It turned flat, almost clinical. There was a man they called Red Tom, he began. Not because of his hair, though that was red too, but because of his beard, which he never cut, and his skin, which burned instead of tanning. He took the stories of Waltz's mine as a personal insult, walked away from a decent job and from the woman he was supposed to marry, built himself a shack up in the hills, and let the sun and the years have him. Elena listened, her hands wrapped around her mug, feeling the ceramic cooling against her fingers. He refused to wear clothes after a while, Harold said they were a lie. He grew his hair long enough that it turned into a cloak, one big matted curtain down his back. People saw him now and then, up on the ridges, shouting at thunderstorms and heat waves as if they were neighbors who owed him money. Sometimes he'd come into town to buy bullets and flour, nothing else. There are records of that. Witness statements, not just stories. And, Elena prompted, though she thought she knew the shape the story would take, the same shape all of these seemed to favor. And then he stopped coming into town, Harold said. Weeks went by, then months. Some boys up on a hunting trip found his shack. Empty, dishes on the table, boots by the door. No sign of him. He looked past her, into the dark of the wash. A search party found him eventually, he said, 4 miles from his shack. His body was mostly intact. Scavengers had been at him, but not as much as you'd expect. His head, though. Harold's voice thinned, but did not falter. His head was not attached. It had been placed on a flat rock a few yards away, pointed toward a ravine, like someone wanted him to watch something he'd never find the end of. Elena's jaw tightened. She could feel her heartbeat in her throat. Animals move things, she said, more to herself than to him. Coyotes drag, birds pick, they scatter parts. They don't arrange them. Exactly, Harold murmured. The coroner at the time wrote that in softer words. My father learned the sharper version later, from a deputy with a bad memory and a worse conscience. He did not dwell on it. Instead, he shifted, as if turning a page. There was another man, he said, dressed very differently, always in clean khakis, pressed shirt, shiny boots. He came down from California in the 30s, rented a room above the general store, had himself photographed standing in front of the mountains with a big revolver on his hip and a map in his hand, grinning like he'd already won. Elena could picture him easily. There were modern versions of that man in every trailhead parking lot. Different clothes, same eyes. He told anyone who would listen that he was going to put this nonsense to rest. Harold went on. Find the mine, mark it on a proper chart, sell the rights, be done with it. Nothing mystical about a missing German and a bunch of badly told stories, he'd say. He laughed at anyone who suggested otherwise. Harold's gaze turned inward, as though he could see the swaggering figure standing at the edge of their firelight. One winter, he didn't come back, he said. At first, people assumed he'd just extended his trip, but after a while, his family back home got worried, wrote letters, paid for a search. He paused, letting the wash fill briefly with the distant sound of wind threading through scrub above them. Months later, he said, a ranch hand found a skull, caught in the roots of a mesquite tree after a flood. The sheriff matched it to dental records as best he could. It had 2 neat holes in the forehead, close together, clean, like someone had taken their time. There was no gun anywhere nearby. His skeleton turned up miles away in a shallow wash, legs broken in a way that did not make sense if he died where the skull was found. No boots. Those, it seems, were too valuable to leave behind. Elena swallowed hard. Her tea had gone cold in her hands. Guns get lost, she said quietly. Water moves bones. Floods can do strange things. But 2 shots like that do not feel like panic, Harold finished. They feel like punctuation. He let that sit for a beat before continuing. And then there was the man in the helicopter, he said. Much later, after the war, after a different era. But the mountain doesn't keep track of decades the way we do. He described him simply, a treasure hunter who convinced a pilot to drop him deep into the canyons with 2 weeks' worth of supplies and a lot of confidence. The pilot left him there, the helicopter's beating blades stirring up dust and hope. When the pilot came back 2 weeks later, Harold said, he found the camp exactly as he'd left it. Supplies untouched, food still sealed, his bedroll made. No sign of a struggle, no sign of him. Elena had heard variations of that story, but not this version, not with this kind of detail. Search parties went out, Harold continued. They combed the surrounding canyons. Dogs, men on foot, helicopters circling overhead. They found nothing. Months passed. People forgot. Then one winter, Some hikers looked up and saw something hanging from a ledge. He drew a slow breath. They found him rolled up tight in his own blanket, he said, suspended on a narrow rock shelf by a length of rope knotted carefully around him, like a parcel hung up and forgotten. Ribs broken inward, head gone. His identification papers, his money, even his spare socks were stacked in a neat little pile on a lower ledge, held down by a rock so they wouldn't blow away. The fire cracked softly, as if reacting. Elena's shoulders had crept up toward her ears. She forced herself to roll them back down, keeping her voice as level as she could. People do terrible things to each other, she said. If someone wanted to make a point, wrap a body like that, take the head as a trophy, arrange the rest. Yes, Harold said. They do. They can. Animals drag heads away. Birds scatter bones. Storms move things that look immovable. Ropes rot and drop. Maybe it didn't start hung up. Maybe it fell that way. Maybe the rope got caught. Maybe, he agreed. She was aware, as she spoke, of how thin her words sounded even to her own ears. The desert was full of ways to die. She knew that as well as anyone. The randomness of it was part of what made the place honest. But there was a pattern here that tripped some instinct she couldn't quite name. It wasn't the broken bones, or the lost weapons, or the rearranged belongings. It was the missing heads, over and over again. She wrapped her hands more tightly around her mug to hide the faint tremor in her fingers. Your family memorized all of these, she said. Why? Harold shrugged one shoulder, the motion small. My father believed that if you knew the shapes of the stories, they would surprise you less, he said. He wanted us to understand that there are ways to die out here that do not feel random. He thought maybe that knowledge would keep us from adding our own crosses to his map. Did it? She asked. His gaze drifted to the edge of the firelight, where the sand met the first rise of stone. Not entirely, he said. They let the fire die slowly, the way you might dim a lamp in a sick room. Careful, respectful, not wanting to startle whatever might be watching the light go out. Elena scattered the last of the embers with the tip of a stick until the glow broke into smaller, weaker islands and then faded altogether. The sudden absence of the orange flicker made the stars above them feel brighter, the strip of sky a pale river pouring between the dark walls of the wash. Good night, Harold said quietly, already half turned toward his tent. His voice sounded smaller without the fire to sit in. Night, she replied. Zippers rasped, nylon brushed against nylon. The small noises of human beings retreating into thin synthetic cocoons echoed strangely in the open air. Then there was only the soft rustle of fabric as they settled, the click of a headlamp being switched off, and the sounds of the desert sliding in to fill the spaces they left. The night closed around them like a slow tide. Crickets sawed away in the brush above, their overlapping rhythms turning into a kind of static. Somewhere far off, a coyote called once, the note sharp and questioning, and another answered from even farther away, the sound stretched thin by distance. The air felt cooler against Elena's face, where it peeked out of her sleeping bag, carrying the faint scent of dry stone and something green she could not name. She lay on her back, eyes open, staring at the slight sag of the tent ceiling above her. The nylon glowed faintly with the residual light from her headlamp before fading back into dimness. The dome of fabric felt very small suddenly, a flimsy bubble between her and a world that had just spent the last hour reminding her how easily it could break people open and rearrange them. Her mind replayed Harold's stories on a loop. Red Tom's hair tangled into a cloak, the braggart in his polished boots, the man in the helicopter who never broke the seals on his food. Each one ended the same way, with absence where a face should be. The pattern wormed beneath her rational explanations, tugging at memories she tried not to press too hard. She saw Diego's red hood vanishing into fog, heard the crack from below, remembered the way the rescue team had said, gently, "You don't need to see him like that." Her chest tightened. Her fingers curled against the sleeping bag. She closed her eyes and pulled her attention back into her body, the way she had learned to do on nights when her thoughts tried to convince her that gravity might reverse itself if she didn't keep watch. Grounding, she told herself silently. Not ghosts, just grounding. She focused first on the weight of her boots. They were placed just inside the tent's vestibule, toes pointed toward the rear wall, the way she always set them, habit drilled in by years of wanting to be able to find them in the dark without kicking them over. The dense, familiar weight of leather and rubber sat against the edge of the sleeping pad, a quiet assurance that if she needed to move quickly, she could. Beside her, near her left hand, the satellite phone rested in a small mesh pocket. She reached out and let her fingertips brush it, feeling the hard plastic casing, the slight give of the buttons. Ready, charged. A line, however thin, back to other human voices if something went wrong. She drew a slow breath in, then out. The air was cool enough now that her lungs relaxed around it. Her heartbeat, which had been ticking faster ever since the first missing head story, began to slow. Just another night out, she thought. Another campsite. Another client with heavier baggage than average. She listened to the sounds outside, labeling them in her head like items in a catalog. Crickets. Wind brushing through sparse scrub. A small, dry rattling as sand shifted down some unseen slope. The occasional plink of a cooling rock. Normal, ordinary. Then she heard something that did not fit the pattern. It came from above them, near the rim of the wash, up where the walls met the strip of sky. A slow, heavy crunch of rock. Not the skitter of pebbles knocked loose by a lizard or a rabbit. Not the light, unsteady clatter of something small. This was deeper, a weight settling onto loose stone, grinding it slightly before lifting again. Step, pause, step, pause. Her eyes snapped open. The tent ceiling above her remained the same vague, dark curve, but her body reacted as if someone had switched on a light. She held her breath without meaning to. The night around, the sound seemed to lean in, the crickets dimming for a beat before resuming their dense chorus. A deer, she told herself, or a stray cow wandering in from some ranch miles away. Animals found strange routes in the dark all the time. They stumbled into washes, nosed along edges, knocked rocks down, but the pattern made her doubt the story she was trying to tell herself. Step, pause, step, pause. Not a straight line walking past, but a pacing motion, back and forth along the rim, the kind of rhythm a person fell into when they were thinking hard or watching. She swallowed, the sound loud in her own ears. Every instinct she had, honed over the years, told her to stay still, to listen, to catalog. Every less disciplined part of her wanted to sit up and unzip the tent and shine her headlamp straight at the sound, demand to see what was making it. She compromised. Slowly, trying not to make the sleeping bag rustle too much, She propped herself up on one elbow. She reached for the zipper with careful fingers and eased it down just far enough to create a narrow slit. Cool air slid in, carrying the dry, mineral smell of the wash. She brought her eye to the gap and peered out. The world outside was all shadow and starlight. The walls of the wash rose up on either side, black shapes with faint edges, less like stone and more like the jagged silhouettes of enormous teeth. Above them, the sky spread wide and indifferent, a sheet of glittering points that felt close enough to touch if she were only a little taller. She let her gaze scan the rim, moving slowly so her eyes had time to adjust to the degrees of dark. Rocks, scrub. The angular outline of a boulder she had noticed earlier now turned into a looming presence. No antlers catching starlight, no pale flank of a cow, no crouched human shape she could identify. The sound had stopped. The silence that followed was not complete, but everything else seemed quieter. The crickets dulled their song. The distant coyotes held their questions. Even the wind felt like it had chosen to sit down and wait. She realized she had been holding her breath again and exhaled, the air coming out in a trembling, almost soundless sigh. Her exhale fogged the tiny opening in the tent for a second, a ghost of breath visible in the starlight. "Dear," she whispered to herself, barely louder than a thought, "or rockfall, or nothing. You are listening for patterns because you've been marinating in bad stories for hours." The naming helped, a little. Names turned shadows back into objects. Fear hated specifics. Carefully, she zipped the tent flap back up, closing herself again in the small nylon sphere of her own making. The faint comfort of the fabric barrier returned, not because it would stop anything determined, but because it drew a boundary she could work with. As she settled back down, rolling onto her side, her hand dropped to the floor of the tent, fingers seeking out the familiar shape of her boots. The rough texture of the soles brushed her fingertips. She let her palm rest there for a moment, taking reassurance from the solidity, the way they anchored her mentally to every other night she had done exactly this and lived to fold the tent away again in the morning. Her fingers slid along the edge of the nearest boot, then paused. The toe was pointing the wrong way. Earlier, before getting into her sleeping bag, she had placed them automatically, as she always did, side by side, toes toward the rear of the tent, away from the entrance, so she wouldn't trip over them if she had to crawl out quickly. Now, in the dark, her fingers traced the curve of leather and realized that one boot, just one, was angled differently. The left shoe still pointed toward the back, but the right was turned slightly, its toe now aiming toward the front of the tent, toward the mouth of the wash. A small adjustment, 15, 20 degrees at most. The kind of change you could make with 2 fingers and no noise at all. She froze, hands still resting on the leather. Of course, she thought immediately, you did that. You kicked it when you sat up, or when you were getting in, or when you were pulling the zipper. Boots shift. The ground isn't perfectly flat. 1 inch here, 1 inch there, and suddenly it looks meaningful. Her mind stacked explanations neatly, one on top of another, building a little wall between her and the more unsettling option. She could almost see herself, from the outside, bumping the boot with a knee and not noticing. She could imagine herself laughing about it tomorrow, shaking her head at how jumpy she'd been. But her body did not buy what her mind was selling. Her pulse thudded harder in her throat. The skin along her arms prickled under the thin fabric of her base layer. A faint, clammy heat gathered between her shoulder blades, not from temperature, but from adrenaline. Step, pause, step, pause. The remembered sound from the rim threaded itself together with the small twist in her boots and refused to come apart again, very slowly, as if sudden movements might draw attention from something outside. She covered the boot with her hand, turning it back the way she preferred, toes toward the rear. "There," she whispered, voice barely audible even to herself. "Back where you belong." It was a tiny act of defiance, of reclaiming. "This is my space. These are my rules." She drew her hand back into the warmth of the sleeping bag and curled onto her side, facing away from the tent door, as if turning her back on the entrance would prevent anything from coming through it. For a long time, she lay awake, listening to the subtle music of the desert night, waiting for the heavy crunch of footsteps to resume. They did not. Eventually, exhaustion dragged her down into a sleep that was not deep, but was just long enough for her to dream of walking along a ridge where all the boots on the ground pointed toward a canyon she could not see the bottom of. By morning, the memory of the boot's small betrayal had settled into a place in Elena's mind, somewhere between explainable and do not touch yet. She broke camp in the pale light before the sun cleared the ridges, fingers moving on autopilot, shaking sand from tent fabric, rolling sleeping pads, sealing food bags. The air held a brief sweetness then, a fragile coolness that she knew would not last more than an hour once the sunlight reached down into the wash. Harold moved more stiffly than the day before, but not by much. He stretched his back with a small grimace, rotated his shoulders, and accepted the instant coffee she handed him with something that might have been gratitude or resignation. "How'd you sleep?" she asked, as she always did, the question half courtesy, half assessment. "Like a man being slowly boiled," he said, "but pleasantly enough. You?" "Like a guide on day 2, she replied, which was as close to honest as she wanted to get. They hoisted their packs and left the shelter of the wash, climbing back up onto the higher ground where the trail thinned into a suggestion more than a path. The sun was waiting for them there, already bright and intent. By the time they reached the first set of switchbacks, the sky had hardened into a glassy, relentless blue. The trail zigzagged up the side of a slope, carved into the dirt and stone in narrow strides. With each turn, the land fell away beneath them a little more, the wash shrinking into a thin, pale line. The air grew thinner, and strangely, a touch cooler. Heat still radiated from the rocks around them, but the faintest whisper of moving air slid across their faces now and then, making the sweat on Elena's temples feel briefly cool before drying again. She watched Harold from just behind and to the side, her guide instincts running their quiet diagnostics. His gait had the slight stiffness of age, but his feet landed with care, his poles placed deliberately. His breathing was audible but not strained, the rhythm consistent. No undue sway, no dragging steps. On a scale of 1 to call the helicopter, "How are you doing?" she asked, as they paused to let a gust of wind chase dust along the switchback. "I would say I am at a solid mumbling about my joints, but secretly pleased to still have them," he replied, wiping sweat from his forehead with a bandana. "Do I pass inspection?" "For now," she said. "If you start seeing 2 of me, that's when we worry. If I start seeing 2 of you, I will assume the mountain is finally trying to apologize by providing better company," he said. She snorted, despite the heaviness in her legs. "Flattery won't get you an extra break. I did not come this far to collapse before being disappointed," he added dryly, adjusting his pack straps. The line made her smile, but it also tightened something in her chest. Disappointment was not typically on the list of things she wished for clients, but in his case, maybe it was the best possible outcome. They continued upward. After another hour, the switchbacks opened onto a narrow ridge, the trail flattening just enough to provide a sense of reprieve. On one side, the slope fell away in a steep, stony drop scattered with scrub, a long tumble into a basin full of rocks, big enough to break a body in complex ways. On the other, the hillside reared up sharply, studded with spines of agave and blocky outcrops like fists pushing through the soil. The silence here felt different. The cicadas had faded, their endless song thinning with altitude. A few small birds flitted between the scattered shrubs, but they did not call much, as if the air above the ridge were too thin for casual conversation. Even the wind seemed to move more carefully, like someone walking on tiptoe through a sleeping house. The world narrowed to the strip of dirt in front of Elena's boots, the scuffed path ahead of Harold, the hard blue bowl of sky overhead. At a particularly narrow section, where the trail pinched to barely enough width for a single pair of boots, Elena called out, "Watch your footing here. Don't look down too long. Just keep your eyes on where you want your feet to go." "Is that guide advice?" Harold asked, "or life advice?" "Both," she said. He stepped forward, poles clicking against stone, shoulders set. From behind, he looked smaller against the sweep of the landscape, a compact, determined figure with a pack that seemed almost too big for him, and yet he carried it without complaint. His hat cast a short, sharp shadow on the trail ahead, a little moving patch of shade in an otherwise exposed world. She paused for a moment, taking a sip from her water bottle, the lukewarm plastic taste weirdly comforting. Half out of habit, half from something she did not want to name, she pulled her phone from the pouch on her hip. "Hold up a second," she called. "Let me get a shot of you before you look too tired." "I already look too tired," he muttered, but he did not turn around. He just kept walking, his back to her, posture steady. She lifted the phone and framed the scene without thinking too much about it. Harold in the center, small but clear. The ridgeline ahead, pale and dusty, snaking into the distance. The slope dropping off on one side into a hazy tangle of rock and scrub. The sky a hard, bright band above, so blue it almost hurt. The line of his back had that particular stubbornness she recognized in a certain type of client. The ones who had decided that aging was something that happened to other people, and that if they just kept putting one foot in front of the other, the decades would hesitate to touch them. There was a tenderness in the way he occupied the trail, a refusal to shrink more than his body forced him to. She tapped the screen. The phone made a soft imitation of a camera shutter. The image appeared for a second, then slid away into storage. She considered looking at it, checking the focus, making sure she'd caught what she wanted. But the thought of staring too long at another photo taken in these mountains made her thumb hesitate. Instead, she locked the screen and clipped the phone back to her belt. As she did, she felt it. A thread of cold, thin as a knife edge, slid across the back of her neck. It cut through the heat like a line of ice, making her skin pebble. A shiver chasing itself down her spine to settle between her shoulder blades. The air all around them was still baking, the sun pressing down without mercy. But that one strip of sensation felt like it came from somewhere else entirely. A draft from an open freezer door, in the middle of a desert. She stopped dead, the soles of her boots gripping instinctively at the dust. The feeling lasted only a heartbeat, 2 at most. Then it was gone. The ridge returned to its previous state, hot, bright, silent. She rubbed the back of her neck, fingertips chasing the memory of the chill, and glanced behind her. The trail stretched back the way they'd come, a series of switchbacks stepping down into the distance, empty, no hikers, no shadows that shouldn't be there. Just the compressed map of their own ascent carved into the slope. She turned slowly toward the drop-off side, squinting against the glare, scanning the rocky basin below. Nothing moved down there either. No deer picking their way through the scrub. No stray cattle in search of a miracle patch of grass. For a moment, she had the unnerving sensation that if she looked up, not at the trail, not at the rocks, but straight into the blue above, the cold would return. She did not look up. "Everything all right?" Harold called from ahead, his voice floating back a little thinner in the high air. "Yeah," she said, forcing her shoulders to relax. "Just checking something." She took another drink she didn't really want, the water heavy in her stomach, and stepped forward to close the gap between them, her boots crunching on gravel that now felt a shade more treacherous. The sensation faded completely by the time she caught up with him. The sun resumed its smothering press. Sweat reclaimed the space where the cold had been. Still, as they walked along the narrow spine of earth, with the world falling away on either side, Elena could not quite shake the impression that the ridge was not just a piece of land, but a kind of line drawn with intent, a boundary. On one side, stories told at campfires, in diners, on tourist brochures. On the other, whatever had been walking along the rim of the wash last night, turning boots by degrees. She adjusted the strap of her pack, feeling the familiar tug on her shoulders, the rub of fabric at her hip. The phone at her side felt heavier than its actual weight. The image she had just captured tugging at her curiosity like a small, insistent hand. Later, she thought, at camp. In light that was not so harsh. For now, she kept her eyes on the trail and tried not to think about how it felt for a moment back there, as if something had stepped close enough to taste the shape of her spine with a single, cold breath. The second night's campsite was less dramatic than the wash, and somehow that made Elena like it more. They had pushed on past the exposed ridge until the trail dipped down into a shallow saddle, then up again into a pocket of land where the map showed a small, flat clearing. In reality, it was a rough oval of hard-packed dirt ringed with thorny brush and a few stunted trees, their branches twisted as if they had grown by negotiation with the wind. The scrub formed a loose wall around them, catching the gusts that came wandering down from higher ground. The air here felt a little less exposed, as if the world had cupped a hand around this spot and said, "Here, this will do for a night." Elena dropped her pack with a soft grunt and rolled her shoulders. The evening light had gone from brutal to gentle, the sun sliding down the sky until it hovered near the horizon, painting everything with a warmer, more forgiving glow. The temperature followed suit, heat loosening its grip on her skin by degrees. They went through the familiar motions. Tents up, gear checked, a small flame coaxed from the stove. The sharp, artificial smell of dehydrated food rose again, but it was accompanied this time by the faint sweetness of crushed sage from a plant she had brushed against on her way to gather a few dry twigs. After they ate, Harold sat with his back against a rock, a small notebook balanced on his knee. He wore his headlamp angled down so the beam slanted across the page, turning his face into a mask of shadow and light. His pen scratched softly as he wrote, his lips moving a little, as if he were sub-vocalizing each word before he trapped it on paper. "What are you writing?" Elena asked, more out of curiosity than anything. "Dates, distances, small observations," he replied without looking up. "I find that if I do not pin certain details down, they fly away. I would prefer not to let this particular trip get away from me." She nodded, even though he couldn't see it. "Trail journal, then?" "If you like." He smiled faintly. "Also, I want there to be a record that someone my age made it this far without collapsing in a dramatic fashion. It will comfort my doctor." She huffed a quiet laugh and shifted her attention back to her own little sphere of light. Her headlamp cast a clean circle on the floor of the tent, catching the corner of her sleeping bag, the dull sheen of her boots, the small mesh pocket where the satellite phone rested. Outside, the night rustled gently, a chorus of insects, the occasional sigh of wind stirring the brush, a faint, far-off yip that might have been a coyote or just her memory filling in expected sounds. She pulled her phone from its pouch and settled cross-legged just inside the tent entrance, wanting the illusion of privacy while still being close enough to hear if Harold called out. The screen lit her face in pale blue, the sudden brightness making her squint. She flicked through the photos from the day, a close-up of a lizard doing a push-up on a warm rock, the view back down the basin they had climbed from, a shot she had taken of Harold at a rest stop without telling him. Each image was framed by the phone's silent border, turning vast distances into something she could swipe past with her thumb. Eventually, she reached the ridge. The shot appeared on the screen, small at first, a narrow strip of trail cutting along the spine of the mountain, the land falling away on one side into a hazy wash of rock and scrub. Harold in the middle distance, a small figure with pack and poles, his hat a little dark triangle against the overwhelming light of the sky. She felt a small tug of affection, the kind she rarely allowed herself with clients. The line of his back, the tilt of his shoulders. It was the posture of someone carrying more history than muscle, refusing to let either stop him. For a moment, she saw not just him, but every stubborn person she had walked behind on a trail. All the quiet defiance bundled into aging bodies. She zoomed in a little, tightening the frame around him. The details sharpened. The faint salt crust on his shirt, the curve of the trail ahead, the tiny scratch of shadow where his poles met the ground. Something else caught at her peripheral vision. At first, it was nothing. Just an odd elongation of darkness behind him, slightly higher up on the slope. A smudge, a shadow, something her brain almost skipped past as a glitch in the lighting. She pinched the screen, zooming further. The pixels swam for a moment, rearranging themselves. The shape resolved just enough to stop being abstract. It was tall. That was the first thing. Taller than Harold by a head and a half, at least, even accounting for perspective. Too narrow through the torso, as if someone had taken a human silhouette and pulled it upward like taffy. The head was bent forward, a subtle tilt that made it look like it was studying the trail. Long lines extended down from the body in a way that suggested arms, though the details fuzzed at the edges, refusing to become crisp. The angle made no sense. If someone had been that close behind Harold on the ridge, she would have seen them. The trail, had been empty. She remembered checking, her guide's reflex glancing back every few minutes to make sure no one was gaining on them. No overconfident solo hiker trying to pass on a narrow section. No one had been there. She tried to make the shape into something else. A trick of overlap between a darker rock and a lighter one. A small cactus perched on a higher ledge, its shadow stretched oddly by the angle of the sun. Her mind cycled through the usual suspects, but none of them quite fit. The proportions were wrong. The suggestion of bent head and dangling arms refused to be anything but that. She zoomed in until the image began to break down, the screen becoming more mosaic than photograph. Even then, the underlying geometry of the thing persisted. Her scalp prickled beneath her hair. Her mouth went dry. Behind her, outside the thin nylon of the tent, the night carried on, unaware. Crickets. Wind. The distant murmur of Harold's pen. The small, familiar world of camp. The satellite phone beside her screamed. The sound hit her like a blow. A sudden, ragged screech of distorted static tore through the quiet, too loud for such a small device. It was like a scream chopped into pieces and pushed through wires, sharp edges catching in the air. The noise lasted for 2 seconds, no more, and then cut off mid-rasp, leaving a silence that felt punched out rather than natural. Elena flinched so hard her phone nearly slipped from her hand. Her heart vaulted into a sprint, thudding against her ribs, as if it wanted to run without her. The tent walls closed in for a second, the nylon seeming to lean toward her. "What the?" Harold's voice called from outside, muffled and wary. "Everything all right?" She swallowed, throat clicking dryly. "Yeah," she managed, though her voice came out thinner than she liked. "Phone. Freaked out." She grabbed the satellite phone with her free hand, fingers clumsy, and turned it over. The small screen glowed innocently, displaying the idle home menu. No incoming call notification, no missed call icon. She thumbed through the log with quick, jerky motions. Nothing new. No record of any attempt to connect. No indication that anyone had reached out from any tower or satellite or base. Her body did not care about the lack of evidence. It reacted to the sound alone. Adrenaline flooding her veins, breath coming faster, hands trembling just enough to make the phone feel less solid in her grip. Outside, the night sounds returned, as if someone had turned a dial back up. The crickets resumed their steady scrape. A breeze rustled the brush circle. Harold's notebook scratched faintly once more. She sat there, hunched in the thin light of her headlamp, caught between the ridge image on one screen and the blank innocence of the other. "Technical glitch," she muttered, as if saying it out loud might convince her nervous system. "Bad connection, interference, old hardware, whatever." The words felt flimsy, like tissue paper pressed over a hole. She forced herself to slow her breathing, in through the nose, out through the mouth. She did not want Harold hearing panic in her voice. He had hired her for steadiness. She owed him that. "Everything okay?" He called again, a shade of concern edging his tone now. "Just startled me," she answered. She tried to make her voice sound like a shrug. "Must have caught some interference. We're fine." The pause that followed was long enough for her to imagine him listening, trying to decide whether he believed her. "All right," he said at last. "Shout if it does, whatever that was again. I would rather not be decapitated in my sleep by a rogue satellite phone." His attempt at humor drew a strained exhale from her that was almost a laugh. "Noted," she said. She set the satellite phone down more gently than it deserved. making sure the volume was lowered, as if that would change what kind of sounds it was capable of producing. Then she looked back at the image on her other screen. The tall, narrow shape behind Harold waited there, pixelated and patient. Her thumb hovered for a moment over the phone, then moved almost of its own accord to the share icon. She hesitated, aware of the weight that came with showing someone else what she had seen. Once shared, it would no longer be solely hers to explain away. But he had asked for the real stories. He had walked into these hills looking for the place where his own family's nightmare had set down roots. He deserved to see the smaller, stranger things the mountain was growing along the way. "Harold?" she called softly. "Yes?" His voice came back, closer this time. She heard the faint creak of his tent fabric as he shifted. "There's something you should look at," she said. She cleared her throat, trying to scrape the extra tightness from it. "From the ridge today. A photo." She scooted to the tent door and unzipped it halfway, letting the cooler night air slide in. The smells of dust and sage and faint sweat mingled. She held out the glowing rectangle into the shared space between their tents. "Come see," she added, aiming for casual and landing somewhere closer to carefully neutral. The beam of his headlamp bobbed as he shuffled closer, casting strange, moving shadows on the brush around them. For a moment, their two circles of light overlapped in the dirt, brightening the ground to an almost clinical white. He took the phone from her with both hands, his fingers brushing hers briefly. His skin felt cooler than she expected. On the screen between them, the ridge unfurled in miniature. A narrow trail, a small figure in a hat, and a shadow that did not quite belong to either. Harold did not react at first. He held the phone close to his face. The beam of his headlamp dimmed so it would not wash out the image. The small screen lit his features from below, hollowing his eyes, throwing his cheekbones into sharp relief. From where she sat, Elna could not tell what he was seeing, only that his gaze had gone very still. He zoomed in with careful pinches of his fingers, the way someone handled a fragile photograph rather than a slab of glass and circuits. For a long moment, he did not breathe loudly enough for her to hear. When he finally exhaled, it sounded less like surprise and more like that small, private sigh a person releases when they take off a dress shirt at the end of a long day. Not dramatic, just tired. "Yes," he said quietly. "That seems about right." The answer irritated her because it was not really an answer at all. "What does that mean?" she asked, leaning forward. "Right compared to what?" Instead of responding immediately, he stepped back from the tent and lowered himself onto a flat rock near the faint ring of stones where they cooked earlier. He set the phone on his knee and looked out into the darkness beyond their small circle of habitation, as if trying to line up what he'd seen with something only he could perceive. "Come," he said after a moment, nodding toward the spot opposite him. "If we are going to talk about this, I would prefer to do it as people and not as disembodied voices in nylon cocoons." Against her better judgment, Elena climbed out of the tent, tugging her jacket tighter around herself as the night air wrapped around her. The stars above them were sharp and numerous, the brush around the clearing a mass of black shapes. Their headlamps carved out overlapping cones of white on the ground. She knelt across from him. The phone sat between them on the rock, the image still open, the ridge, the small figure of Harold, and behind him, the tall, wrong shadow. This is not the first time someone has captured something up there without meaning to, Harold said, tapping the screen lightly. Though in my family, The stories were usually about what showed up in eyes, reflections, not on Kodak film, and certainly not in pixels. There could be a dozen ways to explain this, Elena said quickly, hearing the defensive edge in her own voice. Glare, artifact, some weird compression thing. It's not exactly high-end photography, and even if it looks like a person, that doesn't mean it is one, or anything. He nodded as if he agreed, or at least as if he understood the need to say the words. Of course, there are always explanations. That is one of the things I appreciate about you, Ms. Marquez. You collect them like other people collect superstitions. He shifted, glancing down at the phone again. But there is a story that sits underneath all the other ones, he added. The one nobody prints on brochures or tells over beers to tourists. It is not as entertaining. Something in his tone made her stomach tighten. And you think this, she flicked a finger toward the screen, fits that story? I think it rhymes with it, he said. He fell silent for a long moment, the night pressing in close, as if to listen. When the Apache elders spoke about these mountains, he began, they did not talk much about a ghost with a pickaxe or a cursed German. That is our contribution. They spoke in fragments about something that lives deeper, in the rock, in the seams, not a person, not an animal, a presence. He drew his hand over the dust at his feet, fingers tracing the outline of something abstract, and then smudging it away. The Spanish soldiers heard pieces of that and did what conquerors do, he went on. They translated it into their own myths. Demons, hellmouths, punishment from God. They saw decapitated men and missing faces and imagined devils sharpening swords under the ground. Elena folded her arms tightly, as if the gesture might keep the creeping unease from wriggling further in. People always do that, she said. They find something horrible, and instead of admitting that humans did it, they invent demons to take the blame. Quite so, Harold agreed. But in between the exaggerations, there were details that stayed the same. Stories about a thing that does not have a face of its own because it does not need one. It lives in the pressure and the heat and the dark. It only occasionally comes up. When it does, the elders said, it wears human heads over itself, like masks, so it can walk among us for a little while. He did not embellish. The matter-of-factness of his tone made the words feel heavier. It chooses those who come for gold, he said, because they are already digging into its body, taking something from the veins of the hills. There is a kind of symmetry in taking something back from them. Elena could not help it. She thought of his father's phrase about gold in other people's skulls. The mountain wanting to pull value not from ore, but from the people who chased it. And this thing, if you believe the story, does not like to be looked at directly, Harold continued. It can be near you, behind you, in a reflection or a shadow. But if you fix your attention on whatever shape it is using, if you stare too long, it learns you. The elders talked about it reading the structure of a face, the bone, the muscles, the way the skin sits. And once it knows your face, it wishes to keep it. Her jaw clenched. That sounds convenient, she said, for explaining a lot of headless bodies without having to say someone murdered them and took trophies. I did say you would not like the story, he replied gently. He hesitated then, his mouth pressing into a thin line. There is a name some of the local old-timers use for it, he said. Not one of the Apache words. Something we made up after twisting their warnings to fit our own tongues. What is it? She asked. He shook his head once, the movement small but decisive. I try not to give names to things like this anymore. Names are hooks. They catch in the mind. They give weight. My father favored one, the borrower. Some of the other men called it the collector, because they liked the drama of that better. He lifted his gaze to hers. Personally, I would prefer not to invite it, as if we were discussing a neighbor. So we're just going to sit here and pretend we can't say words now. Elena's laugh came out sharper than she meant it to. I guide people past rattlesnakes and loose shale and men with guns. I've dealt with drunks pulling knives at trailheads and teenagers getting lost, trying to impress their friends. All of that is enough. We don't need to add some rock thing that wears faces like Halloween masks. I agree, Harold said. We do not need it. She seized the opening. Exactly. Humans are perfectly capable of doing everything you described. A prospector gets in a gunfight. A hermit crosses the wrong person. A man in a helicopter interrupts someone's whatever they were doing out there. They die. Someone arranges things afterward for reasons that make sense only to them. Or injuries make faces unrecognizable, and grief fills in the gaps with superstition. She could hear herself speeding up, words tumbling as if she could outrun the image on the phone, and the memory of her boot turned toward the wash. People mess up, she went on. They ignore weather reports. They push farther than they should. They get greedy. They underestimate how much water they need. They get paranoid and shoot each other. And when it goes wrong, it's easier to say, the mountain is cursed, than we failed each other. Monsters are tidier than negligence. The night listened. Their headlamps hummed faintly, the bulbs warming the thin air. Harold let her finish. He did not interrupt, did not try to argue over her. He simply watched her with that same steady, patient gaze, his hands resting lightly on his knees. When she finally stopped, breath a little shallow, he nodded again. You are right, he said quietly, on almost every count. The concession startled her more than any argument would have. It is people, he continued, almost always. Their choices, their greed, their fear. They cut corners. They turn on each other. They leave bodies where no one will find them. And yes, they blame the hills, or God, or cursed Germans. It is easier to light a candle than to look in a mirror. He reached out and turned the phone slightly, so the screen angled toward him again. The tall shadow behind his own figure blurred at the edges, a hint of shape refusing to resolve. But if it is only people, he asked, his voice softening to something that felt like an ache. Why do so many of them die in the same ways, doing the same things, in the same places, even when they have read all the warnings, even when they know the stories, have seen the maps, have heard the statistics? He was not challenging her, not exactly. It felt more like he was putting the question down between them, the way he had put the map down in the ranger office. An object they were both expected to look at. Elena opened her mouth and closed it again. She had answers. Confirmation bias, pattern-seeking brains, the way certain terrain funneled people along the same hazardous routes. She could talk about geography and psychology until her throat went hoarse. But under all of that, there was a smaller, quieter part of her that remembered standing in a mountain storm with her brother and thinking, just for a second, that the world around them felt aware. Like something under the rock had turned and was watching to see what they would do. A small pop from the fire ring made her flinch. She hadn't consciously registered that she'd fed a couple of twigs into the leftover coals while they'd been talking, more from habit than intention. Now, one of the sticks cracked, sending a tiny plume of sparks upward. A brief, orange bloom of light flared and died. In the same heartbeat, a coyote howled somewhere out in the dark. The sound was not the long, rolling call she expected from the open desert. It was shorter, sharper, and it seemed to come from below them rather than from any of the ridges, like an echo thrown up from a deep hollow. The hairs on Elena's arms rose. She felt the ground under her legs in a new way, not just as something solid, but as something with depth, a thickness, layers that went down and down and down, into places no map had bothered to chart. She looked at Harold. He did not look afraid. If anything, he looked sad. Stories are how people try to draw lines around things they do not understand, he said softly. Call it a monster. Call it a curse. Call it bad luck. Call it nothing at all. The mountain does not care what name you use. It will still be there when we are gone. He slid her phone back across the rock to her. The image on the screen dimmed as the device timed out. The tall shadow and the small figure and the narrow trail, all vanishing into black. Behind them, under them, all around them, the desert night breathed on. On the third morning, the trail drew them inward. They left the scraggly shelter of their second campsite and followed a faint path that wound between low hills before tilting down toward a darker line in the land ahead. From a distance, the canyon mouth looked like a crack someone had tried to seal and then given up on. A narrow split in the rock that swallowed shadow even when the sun was high. By the time they reached it, the light had shifted into something more cautious. The sun still poured down on the open slopes around them, but the entrance to the canyon drank it in, letting only a thin spill of brightness creep across the threshold. We go through there? Harold asked, adjusting his pack straps. Unless you want a lot more climbing for very little gain, Elena said. This is the cleanest line toward your marked coordinates. It will be cooler, narrower, too. Sound is weird in there, just so you know. People hear their own voices coming back wrong and get jumpy. Good to have something new to be jumpy about, he murmured. They stepped into the shade. The temperature dropped almost at once. Not winter cold, but a relief sharp enough to make her skin exhale. The walls rose up on either side, close and tall, their surfaces streaked with minerals laid down over ages. Rust reds, chalky whites, thin ribbons of dark that looked almost oily. Patches of scrub had found purchase in cracks and ledges, small, hardy plants with roots that dug into the stone like clenched fingers. The sky above shrank to a narrow strip, a ragged ribbon of pale blue that seemed very far away. The air carried a faint metallic tang, as if someone had scraped steel along the walls and left traces behind. Their footsteps sounded different here. Out on open trail, boot on rock was a single, simple event. A crunch, a scrape, absorbed quickly into the wide silence. In the canyon, each step echoed back in strange ways. Sometimes the return sound came almost immediately, a quick slap of noise that made it feel like someone was walking just behind them. Other times, the reply lagged, bouncing off some unseen bend ahead and returning late, like a second, invisible pair of feet continuing where theirs had stopped. Elena tested it without thinking. She planted her trekking pole more firmly than necessary, the tip clicking against stone in a clear, sharp note. The sound sprang out and went forward, swallowed by the narrow hall of rock. A beat later, longer than it should have taken, a matching click came back. Not precisely an echo. More like something further along had replied. She frowned and did it again. Tap. Pause. Tap. This time, the returning sound seemed to come from slightly higher up, as if someone on a ledge above them were repeating her motion with a fraction of a second delay. "Sound plays tricks in here," she said. More to herself than to Harold. "You can get reflections from angles you don't even see, like being inside a throat." "Charming image," he said softly, but there was no teasing in his tone. They moved deeper. The canyon bent and kinked in subtle ways, never a straight line for long. Each turn revealed more of the same rough beauty. Walls, sweating minerals, small scars in the rock where water had once torn through with fury, pebbles and sand underfoot, arranged in patterns left by flows long gone. Every now and then, the canyon widened just enough to let in a wider slice of sky before narrowing again, like a chest expanding and contracting. Elena found herself lowering her voice without meaning to when she spoke, as if anything louder than a murmur might wake something in the stone. "How does your breathing feel?" she asked quietly during one of their brief pauses. Her own lungs seemed to like the cooler air, but the enclosed space did odd things to her sense of depth. "Surprisingly cooperative," Harold answered. His words drifted down the canyon and came back broken, pieces arriving out of order. "I have had worse mornings in shopping malls." She smiled, despite the tension coiling in her shoulders. "This is my kind of mall. Less fluorescent lighting, fewer sales. Fewer people trying to sell me phone cases," he agreed. They walked on. Their shared silence settled again, comfortable on the surface, taut underneath. After a while, Harold said, "This reminds me of a place my father used to talk about. Far from here, much colder. He said the ground grew teeth up there." The phrase hung oddly in the canyon, the word teeth coming back first as a warped whisper, followed by the rest of the sentence. "Teeth?" Elena repeated, glancing at him. "Yes." Harold's gaze slid over the canyon walls, as if seeing another landscape superimposed on this one. North, far north, beyond the forests and the farms, up where the rivers cut into the land like knives, and the winters are long enough to make you forget what your own hands feel like when they are warm. "Canada?" she asked. "Further into it than most tourists push," he said. "There is a valley my father read about as a younger man, sent away for old newspapers, wrote letters to anyone who had been near it. He was thorough when a story took his interest." Elena listened, the soft grind of her boots on the canyon floor marking their progress. The air in here had its own temperature, its own smell. The idea of another place pressing in through the story made the space feel even narrower. "The local people have a name for that valley," Harold continued. "I will not butcher their language by trying to pronounce it, but it translates roughly to the place where heads go, or where the head is lost." My father never quite agreed on the nuance. She felt the familiar internal flinch at the repetition of that theme. Heads, always heads. "Prospectors went in, as they always do," he said. "Early last century. Chasing rumors of gold up there the way men chased Waltz's promises down here. 2 brothers in one story. They were last seen paddling up a river into a gorge with high walls, talking about how they would come back with enough ore to buy hotels and schools, and maybe, if there was room left over, a little happiness. The canyon around them narrowed briefly. the walls leaning in, forcing them to walk single file. Harold's voice slipped ahead of her, then came back off the stone, sounding older. When searchers finally went looking, he went on, they found the brothers' camp. Firewood stacked, kettles, traps, all the little comforts men build for themselves when they pretend they are not in danger. No sign of the brothers themselves. Later, they found them in thick brush a short distance away. Bodies close together, heads gone. The air seemed to still for a moment, as if the canyon itself were listening. Scavengers, Elena said automatically, though her voice lacked conviction. Bears, wolves, winter. He nodded once. That is what the officials said, yes. That the cold and the distance had given animals plenty of time to tidy up. But my father kept returning to one detail. They never found the heads, not near the bodies, not downstream, not in any obvious den, just gone. They turned another corner. The light shifted slightly, catching a seam of quartz in the rock, so it flashed briefly like a frozen bolt of lightning. There was a trapper, too, Harold continued. Built himself a cabin on a small rise. Sent letters out describing how he'd found a good line of fur, how he was going to live quiet and comfortable. Then his letters stopped. People found his cabin months later. It had burned down. His belongings were half ruined. His body was inside, or what was left of it, charred, again, missing its head. Elena focused on placing her boots carefully, partly to maintain balance, partly to keep the stories from settling too deep. The canyon floor dipped and rose, the surface changing from firm rock to looser gravel and back. Sometimes they found men frozen upright, Harold said, or so the stories go. Bodies near still-burning campfires, as if something had stopped them mid-motion. Boots in the snow, coat buttons fastened, faces. He paused, then adjusted the word. Heads, gone. The locals had explanations of their own. Spirits, old debts. They named the valley for where the important part of a person kept vanishing. The echo of his words traveled down the canyon and returned patched together. Valley, important, gone. The way my father told it, Harold said, he saw a pattern. Men driven by hunger for gold or fur, or simply a piece of land they could call their own. Men who thought distance would protect them from consequences. And over, the same ending. Bodies, no heads. Stories, no clarity. Elena exhaled slowly. You see the same pattern here. You don't? He asked gently. I see terrain that's easy to get hurt in, she said. And people who underestimate it in the exact same ways, regardless of where they are. Arrogance travels well. True, Harold said. But you have to admit, it is an odd joke. If it is a joke that the continent keeps telling itself, different ridges, different valleys, same punchline. Her rational mind reached for footholds. Geography, she thought. The kind of terrain that attracted certain personalities, the way information about these places spread. Treasure hunters swapping tales across decades, patterns amplified by repetition. Confirmation bias. Humans ignoring all the boring, ordinary deaths and fixating on the strangest ones. Yet here she was, walking through a canyon where her own voice came back in scrapes and whispers from angles that did not match her mouth, listening to a man talk about another valley, thousands of miles away, where the land had earned a reputation for swallowing the parts of people that made them recognizable. The thin strip of sky overhead looked narrower with each step. She tapped her trekking pole once more against a rock, just to hear something she could control. Tap, Silence. Tap, faintly, from somewhere further ahead. Her skin crawled. Sound here is mostly physics, she told herself under her breath. Reflections, angles, nothing more. The canyon walls did not disagree. They simply held her words for a second, and then released them back in a form she barely recognized, as if the space itself were trying on her voice to see how it fit. They stopped in a bend, where the canyon widened just enough to allow for a patch of shade. A ledge jutted out halfway up one wall, casting a slanted shadow over a flat stone at the base that looked as if it had been waiting centuries for someone to sit on it. Elena eased her pack off with a hiss of relief and dropped onto the rock, feeling the cool seeping up through her trail pants. Her back pressed against the canyon wall, the stone at her shoulders pleasantly chilled. Harold sat a few feet away, legs stretched out, boots dusty. Sweat had carved pale tracks down the dust on his face, but his breathing was still under control, chest rising and falling in a measured rhythm. He sipped from his bottle in small, precise swallows. "Not a bad resting spot," he said, looking up at the thin strip of sky. "Feels like we're inside a throat someone forgot to finish swallowing." Again with the charming imagery, Elena muttered, but she understood what he meant. The walls rose around them, curved and close, the space above tight and vertical. If the canyon decided to close its mouth, they would have nowhere to go. She flicked a small stone with her thumb. It bounced once, twice, then dropped into a narrow crack where the floor met the opposite wall and vanished. Harold watched it disappear. "Do you know," he said, "there are castles in Europe that make less sense than this canyon?" She raised an eyebrow. "I'm almost afraid to ask." "My father loved stories of old fortifications," he said. "Not the grand famous ones with tour guides and postcards, though he collected those too, but the strange little ones, out of the way, keeps built in places that do not matter." He leaned his head back against the stone, closing his eyes briefly, as if calling up a mental image. There is one in particular that stuck with him. Middle of nowhere, as far as strategic value goes. No trade routes, no borders to defend, no fertile land. Just a squat stone fortress built over a hole. "A well?" Elena asked. "A hole," he repeated. Old stories called it a pit, a shaft that went down further than anyone claimed to have measured. The local tales said things came out of it in the night. Winged shapes, voices. Nonsense, likely. But whoever built the castle did so directly over that opening. He opened his eyes again, turning his face toward her. Here is the odd part. All the battlements, all the arrow slits, all the walkways, they faced inward. The outer walls were smooth, almost unguarded. You would not build a defensive structure like that if your concern was an army approaching from outside. It was as if the only enemy that mattered lived under their feet. Elena picked up another pebble and rolled it between her fingers. So they built a giant stone lid. "Exactly," Harold said. "A lid with people on top of it. A layer of watchful eyes and tired men with spears who, if the old stories are to be believed, spent more time listening for sounds from below than scanning the horizon." She tossed the pebble. It pinged off the canyon wall and dropped into another crack, vanishing just like the first. "There are other places like that," he continued. "Monasteries perched on top of caves everyone swears are deeper than they should be. Fortified churches with thick, unnecessary foundations over sinkholes. Even here, in this part of the world, you have little outposts, old mission sites, arranged over gaps, spots where the ground feels thin. He tapped his boot gently against the rock beneath them. No obvious strategic purpose, plenty of fear, though. You think they're all sitting on... She gestured vaguely downward. What? Hellmouths? Borrowers? Face collectors? I am not arguing for one grand unified demon, Harold said. Heaven forbid. I barely have room in my head for the God I was raised with. I am saying that across time, across very different cultures, people keep deciding that certain places should be marked as do not open. They build stones over them. They post watchers. They make rules. He looked up again at the thin strip of sky, squinting against the brightness. Patterns interest me, that is all. Elena thought of the safety rails she had argued for at trailheads, the warning signs about heat and flash floods, the little laminated notices she'd watched people read and then ignore. Do not enter beyond this point. Dangerous terrain. Stay on marked trail. She was professionally a walking boundary, a person whose job it was to say, politely but firmly, please do not go there. We do the same thing, she said slowly, just with less stone and more bureaucracy. We put up fences and signs. We build visitor centers. We put emergency phones at the spots where people are most likely to do something stupid. We mark the places where the ground has already proved it will win. And yet, Harold's mouth tilted. People still hop the railings because they think the rules are for other people, not them, she said, or because the danger feels abstract until they are standing on the edge looking down. Another tiny stone found its way into her hand. She flipped it toward the wall. It hit, bounced once, and disappeared into a long, dark fissure that seemed deeper than the others, as if the rock had inhaled a little harder there. Look, she said, more to herself than to him. We're pattern machines. That's what we do. We connect storms and loose rocks and bad judgment and call it a curse. Or we build a castle over a sinkhole and then tell ourselves we did it because of devils, all to give meaning to probability. Yes, Harold agreed. We are very good at that. Filthy weather and filthy greed become stories about wrathful gods. Wrathful gods, in turn, become excuses for all sorts of terrible decisions. He rubbed a thumb absently along a crack in the stone beside him. But sometimes, he added, you have to ask why so many people in so many different places felt compelled to put doors in the same positions. To say, whatever is there, please stay there, even if what they feared was only themselves. Elena let that sit. The canyon around them felt heavier, the walls less like scenery and more like part of some architecture whose blueprints she would never see. A faint breeze drifted through the bend, cool and dry. It tugged lightly at the brim of Harold's hat, ruffled a few strands of hair at Elena's temple, then moved on. Not strong enough to shake anything loose. She found another stone. This one she didn't throw. She turned it over in her palm instead, feeling the slight warmth it had stolen from the sun earlier. Her fingers moved of their own accord, tracing its irregularities as if it contained braille she did not yet know how to read. What about you? Harold asked quietly. You spend your days telling people where not to step. Does it ever feel like you're standing in a doorway someone else built? Every time I have to explain that a closed trail doesn't mean closed to everyone but you, she said. Sometimes it feels like I'm babysitting. Sometimes like I'm standing between them and a very old, very disinterested hazard. Most days, it just feels like work. She hesitated, then added, but now and then, yeah. There are places where the air changes. where you feel silly saying this spot feels wrong out loud, but you think it anyway, and you put up more signs and hope that's enough. It was not a thing she said often. Saying it made it more real than she liked. She didn't get to decide whether the canyon thought that was an interesting confession. The rock fell without warning. One moment, the space in front of them was just packed earth and scattered gravel. The next, there was a whump like a punched drum, and a chunk of stone the size of a football slammed into the canyon floor 3 meters away. Dust leapt up in a pale cloud. The rock exploded into shards, sharp pieces skittering across the ground like thrown knives. A sliver snapped past Elena's boot and pinged off the wall behind her. She jerked back instinctively, hand flying up to shield her face. Her heart surged into her throat, a hot rush of adrenaline flushing her cheeks. For an instant, the world narrowed to the point of impact, and the echoing crack bouncing down the canyon, turning a single event into a stuttering chorus. Harold had flinched too, one hand half raised as if to ward off a blow. His eyes were wide behind his glasses, the pale dust from the shattered stone drifting through the beam of his headlamp like smoke. They both looked up. The canyon walls climbed above them, rough and indifferent. The rim was a jagged line against the strip of sky, no dislodged stones still rolling, no birds flapping away in surprise, no small animals darting from a crumbled ledge. Nothing to account for why a solid hunk of rock had suddenly decided that now, out of all the moments it had spent attached to its parent cliff, was the one to let go. The air after the impact felt heavier. Dust settled slowly, coating the ground in a fine layer, dulling the colors of smaller stones. The silence that followed was not the same as the one before. It was thicker, more deliberate, as if the canyon were waiting to see what they would do. With the answer, it had just dropped at their feet. Wind, Elena said finally, though she had felt no gust. Freeze-thaw, time, gravity. It was going to fall sooner or later. Of course, Harold murmured. His voice sounded calmer than she felt. Rocks fall, people die. That is the way of things. He turned his head slightly and met her eyes. In the dim light, his expression was hard to read. There was fear there, yes, but layered under it was something that looked a little like grim amusement. Still, he added softly, if I believed in doors built to keep things in, I might take that as a suggestion to move along. The canyon said nothing. It did not need to. The fresh scar on its floor spoke clearly enough. Elena's fingers tightened around the stone she had been toying with, the edges biting into her skin. For a moment, she imagined the canyon as a giant, stony hand flexing its knuckles, dropping a single, casual hint of what it could do if it truly wanted to close its fist. "Break's over," she said, pushing herself to her feet. Her voice came out a little rough. "Let's not sit around waiting for the next piece of encouragement." She hefted her pack, feeling the familiar weight settle back onto her shoulders, anchoring her. As they moved forward, skirting the fresh rubble, she could not help glancing back once at the splintered stone, shattered in the exact spot where, seconds earlier, their shadows had been resting in the dust. By the time they chose a place to stop for the night, comfort was no longer part of the equation. The canyon had spat them out hours earlier into a harsher, more chaotic piece of country. The terrain lifted and broke into piles of boulders and steep, tilted slabs, as if some enormous hand had once tried to crumple the landscape and then lost interest halfway through. There was no gentle, sandy wash this time, no circular clearing ringed by friendly scrub. just a slightly flatter patch of ground between two breast-high outcrops of rock, with barely enough level space for their tents and a stove. They made do. Elena pitched her tent close to one rock face to steal what shelter she could from the wind that occasionally came knifing down from the higher ridges. Harold's tent went up a few meters away, tucked into the lee of a boulder. The sky above them was huge and scattershot with stars, but the rock piles on all sides made it feel like they were sitting at the bottom of a broken bowl. The fire, when she finally allowed herself to build one, was smaller than the previous nights. Just a few sticks and chips of dead wood, coaxed into a tight, controlled flame in a shallow scrape she dug in the dirt. The burn ban in this area was more suggestion than law, but she treated it like gospel anyway. A single spark blown into the wrong patch could turn their entire route into a funnel of smoke. Water was rationed more carefully now. No extra mugs of tea. No wasteful rinsing of utensils. They sipped from bottles, rolling the lukewarm liquid around their mouths before swallowing, pretending it tasted like something other than plastic and minerals. The shadows thrown by the little fire were sharper here, leaping up the faces of rocks, exaggerating their angles. At the edge of the ring of light, the dark felt thicker, as if the night had weight. "Not exactly glamping," Harold said, breaking a piece off his dehydrated meal and chewing thoughtfully. "Next time, we will book the deluxe package with the turn-down service," Elena replied. She tried to sound casual, but there was a tightness in her voice she could hear even if he pretended not to. The sense that the walls were leaning in was not just metaphorical. The rocks around them rose like hunched shoulders, hiding their little camp from view, and hiding who or what might be moving beyond. "This," she said after a while, gesturing at the scattered boulders, "is the part of the map where the more boring dangers usually live." "Boring sounds appealing," Harold said. "Please, go on." She ticked them off on her fingers, the way she had done in safety briefings so many times that the rhythm of it almost soothed her. "Unmarked prospectors," she said. "People out here trying to scratch something out of the ground without permits. Some of them are just old guys with pans and stubbornness. Some of them are not. If they think you have seen something you were not supposed to see, or that you might tell a ranger, the conversation can go sideways fast." "Guns," Harold said. "Guns," she agreed. "Then you have the survivalist types, the ones who move out here to get away from the government, or their ex-wives, or the imagined apocalypse. Homemade signs, canned food pyramids, dogs that do not like strangers. Most just want to be left alone. A few are the kind of people who hear footsteps and shoot first, ask questions when they feel like it." The fire popped, sending a tiny ember skittering onto a nearby rock. She nudged it back into the center with a stick before it could think about wandering. "And then there are the families," she continued, voice softer. "The ones who get stuck on a story. A missing hiker, a rumor of treasure, a son who never came back. They keep coming out here, generation after generation, convinced they can do what the last person could not. Sometimes they start out kind, rational. Somewhere along the way, the need to find something eats away at other priorities. Money, safety, ethics." She did not look directly at him as she said it. Harold's gaze stayed on the fire, eyes reflecting the small flames. "My father used to say, obsession is just grief wearing a busy hat," he said. "It keeps moving, so no one notices it is not healing." "That is depressingly accurate," she murmured. He turned his hands palm up briefly, as if checking to make sure they were still the same ones he had started the trip with. Over the years, he said, some of my own relatives came out here with very heavy hats indeed. Elena glanced at him then. To look for the mine, she said, and for my grandfather, he replied, or for whatever took him. They said they wanted to finish the story, as if stories ever actually end. They brought maps and notebooks, and guns, always guns. For protection, they said, in case we run into whoever is doing this up there. Did they? She asked. Run into someone? He shrugged one shoulder. Some of them ran into bad weather. Some ran into their own limits. A couple ran into absolutely nothing and came home angry at the emptiness. A few did not come back at all. The way he said it, flat, without extra detail, made her want to ask more and not ask anything at the same time. And the ones who did, she prompted carefully, came home with less of themselves than they left with, he said. Not visibly. No missing limbs. No scars you could point to, but they were quieter. Suspicious. Always watching the horizon or the floorboards. They stopped laughing as easily. My uncle used to joke that the mountain had lent them back on a kind of interest-only arrangement. It is still deciding whether to foreclose, he would say. Then he stopped making that joke and moved his chair so he could see both the door and the window at all times. Elena thought of Harold's phrase from earlier. Sloan men keep losing pieces of themselves in that mountain. It felt less metaphorical now. It is easy, she said slowly, to tell yourself you are going out for closure, to prove something, to bring back answers. That sounds noble. It is harder to admit that sometimes the thing you are really feeding is obsession, or ego, or an old grudge you have started to mistake for purpose. Is that what you think I am doing? He asked, not offended, just curious. She stared into the firelight, watching sparks rise and die. I think you carry more questions than one man should have to carry without setting some of them down, she said. And I think this trip is partly about trying to find a place to set at least one of them, whether the place is real or not. And you? He countered gently. What are you feeding? The question landed with more accuracy than she liked. She considered her answer. Somewhere out beyond the ring of light, something small moved through the scrub, its footsteps whisper soft. I plan every tour 3 times, she said eventually. I check weather from 3 sources. I walk routes alone beforehand if I can. I fight for more signs, more warnings. I triple check every gate. You have no idea how many arguments I have had with people about closing off a trail for one season because a rock slide made it borderline suicidal. You sound like a competent guide, he said. I fail to see the flaw. The flaw is that I do not know how to stop, she replied. I tell myself I am doing it to keep other people from ending up like my brother, to make the mountains safer, to prove that what happened to him was fixable if someone like me had been there. Her throat tightened. She forced herself to keep going. But there is a point where vigilance shades into obsession, she said, where I am not just guiding tours. I am replaying one failure in 100 different ways, trying to catch it on the next loop. That is a story too. I am living it whether I want to or not. The firelight flickered, briefly revealing the fine tremor in her hands before hiding it again. Harold watched her with an expression that was not quite sympathy, not quite apology. Perhaps, he said, we are both here to see whether the stories we inherited can be put down without dropping ourselves. The wind shifted, bringing with it a faint dry smell from somewhere up canyon. Dust and sunburned stone. The rocks around them loomed, their edges softened by the fire's glow, but no less massive. After a while, Harold cleared his throat. "There is something else I should tell you," he said, "in the interest of transparency. And so, you are not surprised, should it matter?" She looked at him, alert. "All right." He reached behind him, toward his pack, the movement slow and unhurried. From a side pocket, he drew out a small, matte object wrapped in a cloth. He unfolded the cloth with the same careful precision he had used on the old map days earlier. Inside was a compact handgun, black, plain, well-maintained. He did not hold it up or point it. He let it rest in his palm, parallel to his thigh, as if it were merely another piece of gear. "I brought this," he said. "I debated telling you before we left. I know you guides have rules, liability concerns, stories about that too." Elena's heartbeat spiked, then steadied with effort. The sight of the gun did not shock her. She had seen weapons on clients before, tucked away badly, flashed proudly, usually accompanied by jokes about snakes and just in case. It was not the object that unsettled her. It was how calm he sounded, how unremarkable he made it seem. "Why?" she asked, the word quiet but very clear. He did not sigh or look away. "Because if there are men out here who still believe they are guarding something, who think a secret in these hills is worth more than a human life, I do not intend to let them make me headless for a story that was never truly mine." The phrasing sent a chill through her. Headless. Again. Always that. "You think you will need to shoot someone," she said. "I hope very much that I will not," he replied. "But hope is not, in my experience, an adequate safety measure. I am an old man. My fists are not persuasive. My running days are behind me. This feels like insurance. A way to say, if you mean me harm, you will have to work for it." The line between protection and escalation, which had always been present on every trail she guided, suddenly felt razor thin. She pictured a man stepping out from behind a rock with a rifle. She pictured Harold's hand moving toward his pack. She pictured the flash, the shock, the split second where fear turned two human beings into opposing forces instead of potential witnesses for each other's survival. Her stomach tightened. "Guns make some situations safer," she said slowly. "They make other situations worse. Very quickly. You know that." "I do," he said. "I have watched my own family handle firearms poorly. The mountain has claimed more than one Sloan man with our own tools." He wrapped the cloth back around the handgun, hiding its shape, and slid it into the pack again, as if putting away an instrument, not a threat. "I am telling you now, so that you are not surprised," he added, "and so that if you feel the need to walk away in the morning, you can do so with all the information." The offer was genuine. That made it worse somehow. Elena stared at the dark line of his pack. She could feel the weight of the small gun inside it as surely as if it had been placed on her own chest. Part of her appreciated the honesty. Another part wanted to march over, take the weapon out, clear it, and chuck it into the deepest crevice she could find. Instead, she said, "If that thing comes out, I need to know before it does. No surprises? No. I will just quietly tuck this into my waistband and hope no one notices. We do not point it at anyone unless we are already being shot at. And if I say, put it away, you put it away." "Agreed," Harold said. There was no hesitation. The fire burned lower, wood collapsing inward. the tongues of flame shrinking. Their shadows on the rocks behind them drew closer to their bodies. Elena lay awake longer that night than she had the previous two, listening, not just for the crunch of rocks above or the strange echoes from the canyon, but for the soft, human sounds that meant someone with a weapon was moving in the dark. Out here, she thought, the question was no longer whether there was something in the mountains. The question was how much more dangerous the stories became when people decided they might be the heroes, or the guardians, inside them, armed and ready to prove the plot was real. By the next morning, the landscape had given up pretending to be friendly. They woke to a sky already bright and hard, the light bouncing off pale stone in a way that made everything look overexposed, as if someone had turned the contrast up too far. The scrub thinned as they climbed, giving way to more open stretches of rock and gravel. Slopes broke away into fields of loose scree that shifted under their boots, each step accompanied by the dry whisper of stones sliding over one another. Cactus grew in tighter, meaner clusters here, low, dense pads armed with spines that seemed to lean toward any exposed ankle. The occasional taller specimen reared up like a sentry, its arms twisted, its shadow small and sharp on the ground. The rocks themselves slanted at odd angles, layers tilted and fractured, as if the mountain had been subjected to stress it had never quite recovered from. They climbed slowly, not because of any single dramatic obstacle, but because everything underfoot demanded attention. The air had thinned just enough that their breath sounded louder in their own heads. Elena listened to Harold's breathing the way she might listen to approaching weather, alert for changes in rhythm, for strain sharpening the edges. "How are you doing?" she asked during one of their brief pauses, hands on her hips, chest still rising and falling faster than she liked. "More creaks than a haunted house," he said, leaning on his poles. "But the lights are still on." She managed a small smile. "If your lights go out, I am not carrying you." "I would not dream of asking," he replied. "I am not nearly interesting enough as a ghost to justify that effort." They pushed higher. As they crested yet another rise, the slope ahead shifted from chaotic to arranged. Not neatly, not cleanly, but with a kind of accidental symmetry that made Elena's skin prickle. A particular hillside caught her eye, a broad slanting face of rock and debris with a darker wound in its side. From a distance, it looked like a shadow that refused to move with the sun. As they drew closer, the shadow resolved into something more deliberate, a partially collapsed opening in the hillside. The mouth of it was framed by old wooden beams, their ends splintered and darkened with age, jutting out at uneven angles like rotten teeth in a jaw that had forgotten how to close. The closer they came, the quieter the world seemed to get. The wind, which had been moving around them in restless gusts for most of the morning, hesitated. Insects, which had been a constant background noise even in the harsher stretches, seemed to thin out. Elena felt her body start to tighten even before her mind registered why. She knew the shape of that kind of opening, had seen it in training manuals, in old photos, in cautionary tales told by rangers over coffee. Dead workings, they called them. Abandoned mine entrances. Holes in mountains that did not want to be held open. "Stop here," she said sharply, lifting a hand. Harold obeyed immediately, planting his poles, eyes on the dark gap ahead. They were still several yards away, far enough that the opening looked roughly the size of a door. tall enough to walk into without ducking, wide enough for a cart to have once passed through. The ground in front of it sloped downward slightly, littered with chunks of stone and old timbers that had fallen as the support structure surrendered to gravity and time. The air around them was warm, the sun beating against the back of Elena's neck through her shirt. But from the mouth of the opening, something colder breathed out. It was not a dramatic gust, no theatrical draft, just a constant exhale of air that felt out of place, a steady, cool thread slipping across her face when the rest of the world was baking. It carried with it a smell that made her tongue press against her teeth involuntarily. Damp earth, heavy and close, like the inside of a cellar that had not been opened in decades. Underneath that, the faint tang of oxidized metal, the scent of iron left too long in water. It reminded her, uncomfortably, of the smell in an emergency room after a bad night. The metallic ghost of blood that no cleaning solution fully erased. Her stomach tightened. "Do not go any closer," she said, more out of instinct than calculation. The ground there could be undermined. Those beams are one good sigh away from collapsing. We're not going inside. This is close enough. She heard her own voice take on the clipped, no arguments cadence she used when corralling reckless tourists away from cliff edges. Every part of her training was screaming the same thing: unstable, unsafe, unpredictable. Old workings meant unsupported ceilings, hidden shafts, pockets of bad air that could put a person on the ground before they had time to realize something was wrong. They had reached something like what Harold had asked for, a place where men once dug, where a story had set down roots. It did not require them to offer themselves as additions to the tale. Beside her, Harold nodded. "I told you," he said quietly. "I had no intention of going inside." She believed him, mostly. "Remember your rule," she reminded him anyway. "We touch nothing. We take nothing. Not even a photo. We look, we mark it, we leave." Yes. His agreement came easily, but his voice sounded distant. She scanned the area around the entrance, catalog mode switching on automatically. To one side of the dark gap, half buried in the dirt and rock, lay a length of rusted rail, the kind used once to guide small carts in and out. It peeked from the debris like a bone. Nearby, a round metal wheel sat tilted at an angle, fused to the earth by rust, its spokes eaten away in places, the rim jagged. Closer to the mouth, the ground bore faint impressions, hardened into a kind of fossil. Old footprints, not sharp. Time and the rare desert rains had softened their edges, but still there. Ovals and half-moons pressed into where mud had once briefly existed before drying and baking hard. The traces of boots that had walked up to that darkness, and presumably not all walked away. The air from the opening kept breathing over her skin, cooler, denser, unwilling to mix with the sun-baked atmosphere of the slope. Elena adjusted her stance, planting her feet a little wider, as if bracing against something she could not name. "You see this?" she said, letting her guide's tone steady her. "This is exactly the kind of thing the warnings are for. Old workings are coffins someone forgot to nail shut. You do not poke them. You do not test the floor with your weight. You give them a wide berth and let them rot in peace." "I understand," Harold murmured. She expected him to be staring at the opening, at the black that began just beyond where the light fell and continued into unknowable depth. But when she glanced at him, his gaze was not fixed on the hole. It was fixed on something just past her shoulder, The expression on his face tightened, not into fear exactly, but into a careful stillness, the way a person's features might sharpen when they saw a shape in the road ahead that required immediate assessment. Elena's neck prickled. She resisted the urge to spin around quickly. Instead, she turned her head slowly, following the line of his eyes. Behind her, the slope continued upward, broken by outcrops and scraggly vegetation. No obvious movement. No person emerging from behind a rock. No animal standing too still. The only thing directly in her peripheral vision was the mine mouth itself, the beams leaning, the dark inside unhelpfully blank. "What?" she asked, fighting to keep her tone level. For a second, Harold did not answer. His eyes stayed locked on that point beyond her, pupils a little larger than the light warranted. Then he blinked, once, as if clearing his vision. "Nothing," he said, and the word was too quick, too smooth. Her heartbeat picked up a notch. She turned fully then, scanning the hillside, the path they had taken, the rocks around them. The silence in that moment felt deliberate, an intake of breath, waiting to see what they would do. The cool air from the dead workings slipped past her again, smelling like damp stone and old metal and something else she could not quite place. A sweetness gone sour. "We're not going in," she said again, more to the presence of the opening than to Harold now. "We have seen enough." The mouth of the mountain said nothing. It only kept breathing. They stepped away from the dead opening, not because the story was done, but because Elena's instincts refused to let them stand on that slope any longer than necessary. "Up there," she said, nodding toward a natural ledge a little higher on the hillside. "If we are going to look at this place, I want solid rock under us. Nothing hollow. Nothing that thinks we are part of the ceiling." They angled across the loose scree, boots sliding slightly with each step. The ledge was a broad, tilted shelf of stone jutting from the hillside like a balcony, its surface flatter than most of the broken ground around it. Reaching it required a short scramble, hands on cold rock, fingers finding holds worn smooth by wind and time. When she pulled herself up onto the shelf, Elena froze. The rock here was wrong. Everywhere else on the slope, the stone was littered with debris, pebbles, grit, shards of larger rocks that had given up on holding themselves together. Here, in an oval roughly the size of a small bedroom, the surface was bare. Not polished, not perfectly smooth, but cleared. A faint dusting of fine grit lay over the stone, but the usual scatter of larger chunks was absent, as if someone had swept them away. At the center of that cleared patch sat a ring of stones. They were not random. Each rock was roughly the size of a fist, or slightly larger, placed with care, the gaps between them almost equal. No scorch marks blackened their surfaces. No charcoal filled the circle. This was not a campfire ring, abandoned after a night of beer and stories. It was too precise, too deliberate. A boundary, she thought, not a hearth. Inside the ring, the dust told a story of its own. A long, narrow disturbance ran from one end of the cleared area to the other, slightly off-center. The fine grit had been compressed down along that shape at some point, leaving a faint depression where weight had once rested, about the size of a human body lying flat. At one end of that elongated mark, near where a head would have been, the stone was darker. The discoloration was subtle at first glance, just a patch where the rock seemed a shade richer, as if it had absorbed more shadow than its surroundings. But up close, the difference was undeniable. The stain had seeped into hairline cracks, feathering out like veins. Time and sun had faded it, but could not erase it entirely. Elena's throat felt suddenly tight. Behind her, Harold climbed up more slowly. When he reached the shelf, he stopped just inside the edge, eyes taking in the ring, the depression, the stain. For a moment, he said nothing. The wind moved lightly across the ledge, nudging a small dry leaf along the border of stones before abandoning it. "This matches," he said finally, his voice low, as if addressing the rock rather than her. "The report." He stepped closer to the circle and then dropped to one knee, the motion controlled, almost formal. His hands hovered above the boundary, fingers spread, careful not to cross over the line of stones. "The deputy's note," he went on. "He wrote that the boots were here." He gestured to a spot just outside the ring, near the end of the long disturbance. Placed side by side, toes facing south, and the rest of him. His hand skimmed the air above the compressed dust, following the length of the invisible outline. Stretched out there, Elena swallowed, her mouth dry. She could see it now, overlaid on the scene in front of her. A man laid down like an offering inside a circle someone else had arranged. Boots lined up neatly, as if he'd taken them off before lying down, though she knew from the reports that had not been the case. This was not where someone fell. This was where someone was placed. Harold reached into the inner pocket of his shirt with his free hand, doing it slowly, as if any quick movement might disturb more than dust. He pulled out a small, folded square of paper that had been softened at the edges by years of being carried. The corners were rounded, the creases deep. He unfolded it with care. The photograph inside was black and white, the tones more gray now with age. It showed a slope, a cluster of men in dark uniforms, the pale blur of a stretcher. The image had been taken from some distance, the figures small, but the key elements were clear. A ring of stones, a long smudge in the dirt, a darker patch at one end. He rose slowly, moving a few steps this way and that, holding the photo up at arm's length, squinting past it at the world beyond. For a moment, he looked like a man trying to align two separate realities. "There," he murmured. He shifted a half step to the left, raised his arm a fraction, and something clicked into place. From where Elena stood, she could see what he was doing. The horizon in the old image, faint and blown out, matched the line of the ridges in front of them. The same curve of hillside, the same notch where a boulder had broken away, who knew how many decades ago. A particular cactus, now taller and more twisted, occupied the same spot relative to the ring in both views. The mine opening below was just visible at the edge of the frame, a dark blur that mapped perfectly onto the wound in the hillside beneath their ledge. The slope in the photograph and the slope under their feet were the same. "This is it," Harold said quietly. His voice did not crack. If anything, it became steadier. This is where they found him, where they left him long enough for the deputy to write that note, long enough for someone to take this picture and send it to my grandmother with a typed letter that said, "Accident," and nothing else. The wind lifted the corner of the paper briefly, threatening to snatch it away. He cupped his hand around it, protecting it, then folded the photo back along its old creases and returned it to his pocket with a care that made Elena's chest ache. She watched his face as he did it. There was no dramatic catharsis there, no sudden tears. Just a tightness around the eyes, the kind that came from staring at the same unanswered question for most of a lifetime and finally standing on the square of earth it had grown out of. She felt compassion rise in her, sharp, protective. A part of her wanted to step between him and the ring, to tell him that this was enough, that he did not have to look any harder or longer, that sometimes preserving the shape of a wound was the closest thing to healing a person got. Another part of her wanted to get them off this ledge as quickly as possible. The whole arrangement made her skin crawl. Everything here was too composed. The cleared rock, the precise circle of stones, the long body-sized disturbance, the old stain. It felt less like a grave and more like a stage a performer had stepped away from, the set left behind, waiting for the next act. She crouched down near the edge of the circle, careful not to let her boots nudge any of the stones. The air felt different inside the boundary, as if the line marked not just a visual perimeter, but a change in pressure. "You said the boots were outside the ring," she said softly. "So whoever did this knew enough to keep them out." "Yes," Harold replied behind her. "They kept the utilitarian things where they belonged, the important part inside." She considered the stain again, the way it had seeped into the rock. Time and sun and wind had done their work on it, but remained there anyway, stubborn, like a message written in a language she did not want to learn. Her gaze drifted beyond the ring, scanning the edges of the cleared area, because that was what her training and temperamental need for control demanded. Look at the margins. See what does not want to be seen. Near the far edge of the ledge, partially tucked under a small rock, something broke the natural palette. A thin, frayed line of pale color. She moved closer, heart ticking faster, for reasons that had nothing to do with altitude. Kneeling, she used 2 fingers to nudge the small rock aside. A short length of climbing rope lay there, half buried in dust. The outer sheath was sun-bleached to a near white, the original color only hinted at in a faint ghost of red or orange along one side. The fibers were fuzzy and worn, but not rotted. When she pinched it between thumb and forefinger and squeezed lightly, it still had some give. This was not something from the 1940s. It belonged to the world of modern hardware stores and REI memberships. 2 decades old, perhaps. 1. Less. Hard to say. Old enough to be abandoned. Young enough that water and sun had not yet turned it to powder. She let the rock drop back into place, covering the rope again, her fingers tingling. "Someone else has been here," she said. "Recently enough that their gear hasn't turned to dust. They stood where we are standing. Maybe they read the same reports. Maybe they brought their own photos." "Of course they did," Harold said quietly. "Stories like this breed visitors, hunters, pilgrims, whatever word you prefer." "Did any of them have your last name?" she asked before she could stop herself. He was silent for a moment. "Some," he said, though none admitted to leaving rope behind. "We are not as tidy as we like to believe we are." She looked back at the ring of stones, at the long depression within, at the dark stain anchoring one end. The idea that other feet had stood exactly where hers were now, knees bending in the same spots, eyes lining up the same horizons, carrying variations of the same obsession, made the ledge feel crowded. "You said your rule was that we touch nothing," she reminded him, more for herself than for him. "We do not take a piece of this place home. Not a stone, not a nail, not a relic." "The rule stands," he said. "We brought enough of our own ghosts with us. We do not need to borrow anymore." The wind moved again, this time cutting straight across the ledge, lifting a thin veil of dust from the inner depression. For a heartbeat, the long shape within the ring was outlined more clearly, the lines of it sharper, like a body drawn in chalk. Then the dust settled. Elena straightened slowly, feeling every muscle in her back. Standing there, with the dead workings below, and the arranged circle at her feet, and the modern rope half hidden at the edge, she had the strangest sensation that the mountain was not just a passive backdrop. It felt for a moment like a host who had laid out a table in a careful, unsettling pattern, and was now waiting politely to see whether they would sit down. For a few heartbeats, they simply stood there. The world on the ledge had narrowed to the ring of stones, the long pressed shape in the dust, the faint dark stain at one end, and the cool breath of air leaking from the dead workings below. The wider desert might as well not have existed. The sky was just a thin, colorless strip. Time felt like it had slowed down and pooled around their ankles. Elena became aware of a change before she could name it. The tapestry of background sound that had followed them for days began to unravel. The faint insect buzz that usually hid in the edges of silence faded. The distant, irregular sighs of wind across rock quieted. Even the subtle grit and slide whisper of sand shifting somewhere down slope seemed to pause. The air did not stop moving, exactly. It thickened. A subtle weight settled on the back of her neck and shoulders, as if someone had placed a hand there and was gradually increasing the pressure. The skin along her spine prickled one vertebra at a time. A sensation gathered between her shoulder blades, low and insistent, that felt impossible to mistake for anything but attention. She had felt watched before, by bears, by curious teenagers, by men who lingered too long at trailheads. This was different. The awareness had no direction at first. It felt as if the entire hillside had turned its head. Her body decided on its own that the threat was above. She turned slowly, scanning the ridgeline above their ledge. The rocks rose in broken shapes, teeth and knuckles and jagged fingers. The brightness of the sky behind them made the stone into silhouettes, sharp and simplified. Her gaze slid past one notch between two rocks, did a double take, and snapped back. There, framed by the narrow gap, stood a shape. It was tall. That was the first thing. Again, taller than any of the surrounding shrubs or cactus. Too tall to be a person standing comfortably on that uneven rock unless they were balanced perfectly at just the right spot. The body was narrow, a long vertical line that seemed to devour the light around it. The head was bowed forward, slightly off-center, as if whoever or whatever it belonged to was still getting used to the weight of what sat on its neck. For a moment, distance tried to blur the details. Her mind wanted to reduce it to a trick of the rocks. A cactus overlapped with a column of stone, a shadow thrown strangely by the angle of the sun. Then the shape sharpened, the suggestion of something like a long coat or shredded cloth hung from its frame, edges not quite obeying gravity. Arms draped down from two high shoulders, longer than they should have been. The hands, if that was what they were, hung a little too low, just past where a human thigh would end. Where a face should have been, there was only a darker oval, not a featureless blank, and not an identifiable mask. A refusal. The shadow there was denser than the rest, swallowing detail rather than offering it. It was not moving. That made it worse. Her breath caught, her muscles tensed without her permission, a readiness without a plan. She thought, with a tiny flash of detached panic about the old story Harold had relayed the night before. Something that did not like being looked at. Something that learned faces. Her headlamp was not on. Her phone was in her pocket. The only thing connecting her to that silhouette was the direct line of her gaze. A shriek tore through the air. The satellite phone in her vest pocket screamed again, louder this time than it had at the previous campsite. The sound was raw and ragged, a slab of static that surged up from the small device as if it had been possessed by a radio broadcast from somewhere very far away. It was almost a wordless howl, chopped into bits, shoved through wires, and spat out. Elena flinched so hard her knees nearly buckled. Her heart slammed against her ribcage, then seemed to stop and lurch back into motion. The sharp, mechanical noise crashed against the fragile stillness on the ledge, turning the thickened air into something jagged. Her hand flew to the pocket, fingers closing around the hard plastic. She yanked the phone free and stared at the screen. No call, no incoming number, no emergency alert, just the idle home display, polite and empty, as if it had not just ripped a scream through her nervous system. The shriek cut off as abruptly as it had started, leaving her ears ringing. The echo did not bounce back from the rocks the way normal sound would have. It felt mute, swallowed. Her breath came in shallow pulls. She became acutely aware of how exposed they were on the ledge, how close the edge dropped away, how the ring of stones at her feet now felt like part of a diagram with her standing inside it. She forced her head to turn back toward the notch. The silhouette was gone. The gap between the rocks held only sky now, pale and blank. The edges of the stone were as they had been before, rough and irregular, nothing perched between them. No tall, narrow figure, no bowed head, no long arms. Her brain scrambled to build an honest mistake. She had imagined it. The contrast had tricked her eyes. A cloud had passed, reshaping shadows. Her fear had climbed up the back of her spine and projected itself onto the ridgeline. The phone's scream had broken the illusion. The explanations felt thin, like paper stretched over the frame of her skull. She was aware of Harold behind her, in the way you might be aware of a second heartbeat in the room. She turned toward him. He was not looking at the place where the silhouette had been. He was looking at her. His face was pale in the thin light, the lines at the corners of his eyes deeper. For a second, she thought he was going to ask her what she had seen, invite her to say it out loud, turn it into something shared. Instead, he said nothing. That was somehow worse. Her fingers tightened around the satellite phone, feeling the warmth the sudden activity had given it. The object that had always represented connection and rescue now felt like a conduit for something that had no interest in helping them. Her usual rule as a guide flickered through her mind. The client decides how far to go, as long as it is safe. She had repeated it often enough in training sessions and briefing notes that it had become a kind of mantra. People like Harold hired her to get them where they wanted to go within the boundaries of reason. She was there to inform, to advise, to recommend, but ultimately, it was their trip. Standing on that ledge, with the old ring at her feet, the stain in the rock, the memory of the silhouette still clinging to her peripheral vision, and the phone quiet and blank in her hand, she felt that rule fracture. Her voice, when it came, was calm. The calm was not softness. It was iron-tempered thin. "We are turning back now," she said. The words hung between them, simple and absolute. Harold blinked, as if she had physically tapped him on the forehead. His mouth opened, just a fraction, as if his reflexive response was to argue. He was, after all, a man who had spent most of his life chasing information into uncomfortable places. The missing pieces of his family's history were not puzzles he would put down easily. She met his eyes, holding his gaze the way she might hold a rope that someone could either grab or ignore. "This is as far as we go?" she continued in the same steady tone. "We have reached the point you wanted to reach. You have stood where your grandfather was found. You have seen the works. We are not going closer. We are not staying longer. We are not giving this place more of us than it already has." He searched her face, looking for something. Fear, maybe, or room to negotiate. He must have seen both. Fear, certainly, and something else under it, solid and unyielding. For a long moment, the only sound was the faint hiss of the cool air still breathing out of the mountain below, tasting them. Then his shoulders softened. "I have seen enough," he said quietly. The words carried not defeat, but a kind of release. The tension in his jaw eased, the set of his mouth loosening. The hand that had hovered near his chest since they had come onto the ledge dropped back to his side. "The mountain does not need more of my family," he added. "It has already taken the best parts. It can keep whatever it thinks it is owed." Relief flickered across his face, surprising and raw. It was braided with sorrow, a deep and settled grief that had found new context, but not new answers. Under both, there was something like gratitude, not to the mountain, to her, for drawing a line where he had not been certain he could. She nodded once, more formal than she felt. "Then we go down," she said. "Carefully, no sudden moves. No looking back longer than you have to." As they stepped away from the ring of stones, the feeling of pressure between her shoulder blades did not disappear entirely, but it lightened. With each yard they put between themselves and the ledge, the air thinned back toward ordinary. The desert sounds crept in again, hesitant at first, then more confident. A bird called from somewhere lower on the slope, offended by their presence. Elena did not look back at the notch where the silhouette had stood. If something watched them go, it did so from a distance, wearing whatever face it had decided to borrow, waiting to see who might come next and how far they would let themselves be invited in before choosing to turn around. The way down did not erase what they had seen, but it altered the shape of it. They left the ledge by the same angled scramble they had used to reach it. The rocks felt sharper under Elena's hands, edges digging into her palms, but the sensation grounded her. Each hold, each step, became part of a quiet ritual of leaving. The dead workings below them kept exhaling their cool, damp breath, but as soon as the slope dropped out of direct line with the opening, the draft thinned, fading into the wider movement of the air. She did not look back. The hillside that had seemed hostile on the ascent, slopes fractured and tilted, cactus bristling like sentries, looked different on the descent, not friendlier. The mountain did not soften for anyone, but the shapes that had felt like threats now felt more like witnesses, worn and unsentimental. Boulders watched them pass with the same patience they would give to rainstorms and coyotes and whatever came after. Harold moved more slowly than he had on the way up, joints stiffening, muscles cooling. Elena adjusted her own pace to match his without comment, letting her stride fall into an easy, careful rhythm. The air warmed as they dropped, the thinness easing from her lungs. Her legs ached. but it was the honest ache of descent, different from the uncertain tightness she had felt on the way toward the ledge. Every so often, Harold glanced over his shoulder, looking back up the slope. Not with the hungry, measuring gaze of the man who had been chasing a set of coordinates, but with something smaller and more complex. An acknowledgement, perhaps. A final inventory. He talked more. The stories he told were not of missing miners or borrowed faces. They were about holidays and small houses where too many people tried to pretend an empty chair was not casting a shadow over the table. About a grandmother who made the same dish every Thanksgiving because it had been his grandfather's favorite, even though most of the grandchildren hated it. About his father's habit of saving newspaper clippings in shoeboxes under the bed, as if information itself were a kind of inheritance. Grief made us strange, he said once, as they picked their way across a patch of loose scree. We orbited around this absence as if it were a planet, everyone trying to make sure we did not bump into it too hard. It made us careful about the wrong things. Elena listened, letting him spill the smaller memories that had been crowded out by the larger, darker ones. He talked about an uncle who told inappropriate jokes at funerals, about cousins who grew up believing that mountains were either sacred or greedy, nothing in between. There was a lightness in the way he spoke that had not been there before. The ledge had not answered the old question, but it had given the question a specific address. Sometimes, that was enough to loosen a tongue. They found their way back into the canyon, that bent sound in its own peculiar ways. The entrance swallowed them in shade again, the air cooling, the walls closing in. The echoes came back, delayed, skewed, returning their own footsteps in odd rhythms. Last time, this path had felt like a throat. This time, it still did, but less like something preparing to swallow, and more like something listening. Elena paused in a wider spot halfway through, where the walls made a shallow curve and the strip of sky above narrowed to a slit. She stood still for a moment, feeling the way the space held their presence. She drew in a breath and spoke clearly, not loudly. "We are not your story," she said. Her voice went out and met the rock. For a long half-second, there was no reply. Then the canyon gave it back, softer and a little altered. The words smeared just enough to make them sound like an agreement spoken through stone. "Not your story." It sent a small, unexpected shiver through her, but of a different kind than before. Less fear, more recognition, an odd sense of boundaries being acknowledged on both sides. When they stepped out of the canyon and back into full sun, she narrowed her eyes against the light. The open desert spread before them, familiar in its harshness. The plants and rocks and dry washes that had felt like a maze on the way in now formed a path her body seemed to remember without conscious effort. Hours later, when the faint scars of human maintenance began to reappear, stacked cairns, faintly fresher trail cuts, a modest wooden signpost half swallowed by scrub, she felt a strange blend of relief and reluctance. The wildness of the last 2 days had been cruel, but it had been honest. The reappearance of human intention brought with it all the messy, hopeful, foolish parts of people she was paid to shepherd. They rejoined a maintained trail, not with a dramatic transition, but with a gradual knitting together of lines. The ground underfoot grew more consistently packed. The route became more obvious, a pale ribbon worn by many boots. The first real warning sign appeared at a junction, a metal post bearing a reflective rectangle. "Unstable terrain," It declared in stern, blocky letters, "Do not proceed beyond this point." Beyond the sign, faint traces of youth still wandered off into the rough country they had just left. A ghost path made by people who believed themselves to be the exception. Elena stopped and looked at the sign for a long moment. The blunt, official language felt both inadequate and tender. This was the human attempt at drawing a line where the mountain's invisible lines already existed. A rectangle of metal and paint saying, as clearly as it knew how, "Here, enough, turn back." She raised a hand and brushed dirt from the edge of the sign where it had collected. A small, almost unconscious gesture of respect. Harold studied it too. "Someone in an office wrote those words," he said, perhaps thinking of liability, perhaps also thinking of sons and grandfathers, whether they admitted it or not. She inclined her head. If they were doing their job right, both. The closer they got to the trailhead, the more the markers of other lives began to appear. Boot prints, overlaying boot prints. A discarded snack wrapper caught in a bush. Faded chalk on a rock, where some hiker had scrawled their initials years ago, and the rain had not quite finished erasing it. At the parking area, the world fully reasserted itself. Trucks, sedans, a dusty SUV with a sunshade pressed against the windshield. A family unloading water bottles and laughing too loudly, their voices bouncing around the lot. The smell of hot plastic and old coffee. It felt jarringly normal. It felt blessed. Elena shrugged off her pack and rolled her shoulders, feeling the weight of the last days slide down her spine and pool around her boots. Her clothes smelled like sweat and dust and dry sage. Her skin carried a thin film of salt. Harold stood beside the open trunk of his car, his own pack resting on the bumper. He looked smaller here than he had on the ridge. Less mythic, more human. A man in his 60s, with sore knees and a tired back, and a wallet somewhere in the glove compartment. He reached into his pack, rummaged for a moment, and pulled out the brown topo map he had first unrolled on the ranger office table. The paper looked even older in full daylight, edges frayed, folds worn white in places. Tiny pencil crosses and dates dotted the contours. One cross, the one they had visited, had a faint, oily smudge where fingers had pressed it over and over. He smoothed the map on the trunk lid and then lifted it, folding it once, twice, not along the usual creases. Then he held it out to her. "Keep it," he said. She stared at his hand. "Harold, that's a problem," he finished for her, mouth quirking. "If it goes back into my family's drawer, it will grow teeth again. Someone else will pull it out in 10 years and say, maybe if I just follow these lines a little more precisely. I think it has done enough damage in our hands." She hesitated, then took the map. The paper was softer than it looked, worn into pliancy by sweat and time. Her fingers brushed over the marks, the tiny crosses, the looping notes in an older man's script. She felt the weight of its history and the potential weight of its future. "Maybe," she said slowly, "I will keep it to remind myself where not to go." "Or maybe you will throw it away," he said, "or burn it, or put it between the pages of a book and forget where. Whatever you choose, it will be your story then, not mine. That seems appropriate." She folded the map carefully and slid it into her own pack. The simple act felt oddly ceremonial, a transfer of something that was not quite a curse and not quite a relic. As he closed his trunk, she caught a glimpse of a photo taped to the inside, faded, but still recognizable. A younger Harold, standing with a woman and a boy in front of a small house. The boy had his eyes. The woman's smile did not reach all the way up to hers. She thought of Diego then, not as a frozen image on a memorial card, but as he had been on the trail that day, annoyed by a blister, making bad jokes, tugging his pack straps too tight. She had spent years avoiding the sight of his fall, treating it as if it were a mine opening of its own, a place that would take more from her than it gave back. Now, with the mountain behind her and Harold's map in her pack, she felt something shift. It wasn't a decision, not yet, more like the outline of one. The thought formed slowly, that one day, not soon, not tomorrow, but one day, she might go back to that other range, not to chase answers that would not come, not to prove anything, not to outstare fate, just to stand in the place where the story had broken open, to mark it, to say, silently, this is where it happened, and then to leave it behind, the way they were leaving this hillside now. "You'll be all right?" she asked Harold, more from habit than doubt. "I have been all right in worse places," he said. Then softer, "This is the first time I feel like I am walking away from it instead of circling it. That seems new." She nodded, feeling the sun on her face, the faint ache in her calves, the grit in her socks, the map pressing lightly against her spine from inside her pack. The mountain rose in the distance, as it always had, and always would, its ridges folding into one another, its shadows hiding more stories than any one family could exhaust. They were leaving, and it would remain. That felt correct. As she turned toward her own vehicle, she glanced once more at the warning sign at the trailhead. Unstable terrain. Do not proceed. For the first time, she read it not just as a directive for hikers, but as a sentence that applied to other landscapes too. Grief, obsession, old stories carried too long. Some places you go. Some places you mark and then walk away from. Heart beating, eyes forward, knowing that surviving the descent is its own kind of answer. That night, the mountain felt very far away. Elena sat on the edge of her bed in clean clothes, bare feet resting on the cool laminate floor. The small rental house held the sounds of its own ecosystem. The low, cyclical hum of the refrigerator in the kitchen, the faint tick of cooling pipes in the wall, the muted whoosh of a car passing down the street outside every now and then. Somewhere in a neighboring unit, a television murmured through a laugh track that reached her as a distant, harmless pulse. A damp towel hung over the back of a chair, the air in the bedroom carrying a faint scent of soap and shampoo. Her hair, still drying, left darkened marks on the collar of her t-shirt where drops of water had soaked in. On the nightstand beside her sat a small collection of objects that, taken together, felt like a kind of altar. The topo map, folded into a neat rectangle, lay on top of a paperback she had been pretending to read for weeks. It looked smaller here than it had on the trunk of Harold's car, but its presence pressed outward all the same, a quiet, dense weight in a flimsy paper skin. Next to it stood a framed photograph of Diego. He was squinting into the sun, a baseball cap turned backward on his head, a backpack strap slung carelessly over one shoulder. The background showed some trail in some other range, years ago. The exact location, unimportant. What mattered was the way his mouth quirked just before a full grin, the familiar mischief at the edge of his expression. Beside the frame, A glass of water collected bits of light from the bedside lamp, the surface trembling slightly whenever a truck rolled by outside. The satellite phone, now switched off, was half visible in the mouth of her open pack on the floor, its dark shape suddenly ordinary again among nylon straps and spare socks. Her body felt used in a good way, muscles tired, skin tender from scrubbed-off dust. Her mind had not yet decided whether to follow suit. The phone in her hand, her regular one, felt too cool against her palm. She leaned back against the headboard, drew her knees up slightly, and opened the photo gallery with a thumb swipe. The familiar grid of images appeared, each a small square of the last few days. She started from the beginning of the trip, letting the pictures flow past. Boot prints in the dust at the trailhead, the first distant outline of the mountain pale against the sky. A lizard caught mid-push-up on a sun-warmed rock, a stand of brittle, silvered ocotillo, their spines catching the light. Harold appeared in a few frames, standing with his hands on his hips at a viewpoint, his hat tilted back, his mouth open mid-sentence, half in shadow on the first night by the wash, his notebook open. A candid shot where he did not know she was taking the picture, his face momentarily unguarded. Most of the images were mundane: trail documentation, plant shapes, rock formations, things any guide might capture to use later in safety briefings, or slideshows for bored tourists who liked to see what they had survived. She had been half expecting, half dreading, to find something else. Another tall, wrong shadow in the background of some shot she had not examined yet. A pale blur behind a cactus. A smear of darkness peering from a ridge. Nothing obvious jumped out. Relief loosened something in her chest. At the same time, a small disappointment whispered that it would have been easier if the mountain had left her with a clear marker of its strangeness, something she could point to and say, "There. That is what I saw. It is not just in my head." She kept scrolling. The image of Harold on the narrow ridge appeared. She paused on it, heart ticking a little faster, but when she zoomed in, the space behind him was empty rock and sky. Whatever had stood there that day, if anything had not chosen to imprint itself on this iteration. She exhaled and moved on. Eventually, she reached the last cluster of photos, the ones she had taken near the dead workings. Most were the kind of reflexive shots guides accumulated without thinking. A particular mineral streak in the rock, a plant stubbornly growing out of a crack, the general shape of the hillside for reference. One picture stopped her thumb. It was not of the mine entrance itself. She had honored Harold's rule and her own instincts there. This shot was off to the side, angled slightly away, taken in that moment when they had turned to leave, and she had, almost absently, lifted the phone and tapped the shutter without composing much of anything. The screen filled with rock, a vertical wall, pitted and weathered, tan and gray and rusty red. Sunlight grazed it from one side, emphasizing the tiny indentations and raised areas, turning the surface into a textured map of erosion. At first glance, it was utterly unremarkable. One more record of one more piece of stone in a place made entirely of stone. She was about to flick past when her mind snagged on a pattern. She zoomed in, the familiar pinch of her fingers enlarging a portion of the wall. Pixels rearranged themselves, sharpening into more detailed pits and grooves. There, near the center of the frame, a shallow depression took shape. Oval, roughly the size of a human face, not perfectly symmetrical, but bounded by a gentle rim of slightly smoother rock, as if something had once pressed against it with more force than the surrounding area. Above that, two smaller hollows sat, where eyes might sit if you sketched a face in 3 quick lines. They were not deep, just slightly darker zones, where dust had settled differently, where the stone had crumbled more readily. Below, a faint horizontal groove crossed the oval, positioned where a mouth could be. It was nothing. It was everything. The longer she looked, the more her brain obliged, drawing in the missing lines with imagination. The faint suggestion of cheekbones, a barely perceptible ridge where a nose might have cast a shadow if there had been one. Not a photograph of a face, not a carving, nothing so deliberate. More like the impression left when someone leaned hard into wet clay and then pulled away, leaving the idea of themselves behind. She shifted the phone a little, tilting it away from her and back, watching how the light from the lamp caught the shallow contours. The hollows deepened, then softened, the mouth line brightening and fading. The illusion did not vanish. Her throat tightened. She told herself that humans were wired for this. Pareidolia, the psychologist called it, the tendency to find faces in clouds, in stains on walls, in the burnt surface of toast. The brain hungry for pattern, trying to make meaning out of noise. It was the same mechanism that made people see animals in constellations, saints in water stains. If she wanted to, she could scroll back through 100 other rock photos and probably find a dozen random configurations that could be coaxed into eyes and mouths. But this impression was not random. The oval followed the architecture of a skull too closely. The spacing of the eyes, the placement of the mouth. They fit into ratios her own bones recognized in a way that felt uncomfortably intimate. Almost without meaning to, she lifted her head and looked at the mirror on the opposite wall. Her face looked back, half lit by the lamp, shadows curling under her cheekbones, her eyes darker than usual in the softer light. She studied the lines, brow, nose, the particular angle where jaw met neck. Then she glanced back at the screen. The resemblance was not exact. Of course it was not. The rock was too crude a medium, the photo too low in resolution. This was not a one-to-one stamp, no perfect negative. But in the shallow depressions and the faint groove, she could see echoes, the width of the oval, the distance between the eyes, the gentle asymmetry where the left hollow sat slightly lower than the right, the way her left eye did when she was tired. Her skin felt too tight across her own skull. She imagined, with a sudden, unwelcome clarity, what it would feel like to put her forehead against that stone, to line up her features with the faint hollows, to press, to feel the cool rock meeting the contours of bone until it felt less like she was pressing against the mountain and more like the mountain was pressing back. A thought slid into place like a piece in a puzzle she had not known she was assembling. Whatever watched from that hillside, whatever shape it chose to wear or not wear, did not need to take a person's head to keep it. It did not have to wrench skulls from spines or carry trophies down into the dark to remember them. It only had to be looked at long enough. Let a gaze land on it and stay. Let eyes trace its outline. Commit it to nervous systems and stories. Then later, it could press itself back into the world in those shapes. On ridge lines, in shadows, in faint impressions etched into rock walls by nothing more than memory and time. Her stomach dipped. She thought of the silhouette framed in the notch. Tall, narrow, bowed. She thought of the satellite phone screaming at the exact moment she had locked eyes with it. Of Harold's stories about something that learned faces when people stared too long. Of the ring of stones and the long body-length depression in the dust. It does not have to keep the bone, she realized. It just has to keep the pattern. Her own reflection watched her from across the room, expression caught somewhere between tired and frightened. On the screen in her hand, the rock face stared back in its own way. Hollow features, waiting for someone to decide they were real. Elena set the phone down, gently on the blanket beside her, screen still glowing. The stone face silently occupying a small rectangle of light. In the quiet of her bedroom, fridge humming, traffic sighing, ordinary life pressing in at the edges, she became aware of a subtle ache behind her eyes. The feeling of having looked at something too long, of being looked at in return. Somewhere far from the Superstition Mountains, in a different kind of darkness, there is another room. The overhead lights are off. A single lamp glows on a nightstand, soft and warm, painting a small circle of safety on the wall. Outside the window, the night is just a blur. A few distant streetlights, the occasional passing car, the faint suggestion of trees or neighboring houses. The world out there is big and complicated. In here, it is narrowed to 4 walls and a bed. This is your room. Maybe there is a glass of water on the nightstand, faintly sweating onto a coaster. Maybe your phone rests there too, screen dimmed, face down, or turned just far enough away that its light will not surprise you. Maybe there is a pet curled at the foot of the bed, or breathing softly on a rug nearby. Maybe the other side of the mattress is empty, but it is an emptiness you have made peace with, not one that claws at you. The sounds here are small and familiar. The low hum of a fridge down the hall, a pipe ticking as it cools, a car door closing somewhere outside, not your problem. The quiet of your own breathing, moving in and out at its own patient pace. Nothing in this room is trying to take anything from you. It is not a ledge, not a canyon, not an opening in rock that breathes cold air out of the dark. Tonight, the mountains belong far away. All the stories of headless prospectors, of tunnels and borrowed faces and cold drafts from places that were never meant to be opened. They are still out there, tucked into the desert and the cliffs and the old reports. They have their place. They do not share this one with you right now. In this moment, you are not standing in front of a dead mine. You are not listening for footsteps above your tent. You are not watching a silhouette that may or may not be there. You are in a small human space built for rest. Your own life carries its dangers in different shapes. Stress that sits heavy between your shoulders. Regrets that wake up with you at 3 in the morning and ask old, sharp questions. Choices you replay, wondering where the ground gave way and where it simply felt like it did. Those things are real. They do not need a monster in the rock to have weight, but you are not required to face all of them at once. Every generation finds its own way to say the same simple thing. Do not go there. Do not open that. Do not dig too deep into what is not yours. In Arizona, they tell it with tales of headless bodies on scree slopes and mines that eat people. Far to the north, they speak of valleys where winter finds men standing and takes only their faces. In old European stories, they build castles with all their walls turned inward, stones stacked over holes no one wants to see again. In everyday life, the warnings arrive in quieter forms. A gut feeling that curls in your stomach When you are about to say yes to something you should refuse. The way your hands shake just a little when you push yourself to keep working long after your body has asked you to stop. The flat, numb feeling that tells you you have gone too far into someone else's chaos and are starting to lose your reflection inside theirs. You may call it intuition, or fatigue, or anxiety. Underneath all the labels, it is often the same old message. Maybe do not go any farther. Maybe go home instead. Even now, as you lie here, there are parts of your life that feel like those mountains. Some tempting ridge, emotional or practical, that promises treasure if you just keep walking a little more past the warning sign. A relationship you tell yourself you can fix if you give a little more of yourself. A job that keeps pushing the boundary of what it takes and what it returns. A habit that feels like control, but takes more than it gives. Just a little farther, it whispers. Just one more day, one more favor, one more compromise. You know, somewhere under all the noise, which places are unstable terrain. So, tonight, as the house settles and your room grows softer around the edges, you are invited to do something simple. You do not have to solve anything. You do not have to untangle every knot. You can just name, quietly in your own thoughts, one place in your life that feels like the Superstition Mountains. One ledge, one door, one dark opening that keeps asking you to come a little closer than is good for you. You do not have to say it out loud. You do not have to tell anyone tomorrow. Just let the shape of it appear in your mind for a moment. The job, the fight, the memory, the secret, the thing you keep circling because you think if you stand there long enough, it will give you its gold. And then remember Elena on that ledge. Remember the moment when she felt the weight of something watching and chose to break her own rule. When she said, with a steady voice, "We are turning back now." Remember Harold looking at the place where his grandfather's body had been arranged and saying, "I have seen enough. The mountain does not need more of my family." They did not defeat anything that day. They did not solve the mystery. They simply refused to give it more of themselves. If you ever find yourself standing at the edge of something that asks for more than you can afford to lose, you are allowed to do the same. You are allowed to step back. You are allowed to say, "This is as far as I go." You are allowed to leave some stories unfinished and some questions unanswered, and walk away with your head, your face, your name still belonging to you. Not every tunnel needs to be explored. Not every silence needs to be filled. Not every hurt demands that you dig until you hit the deepest, darkest layer. For now, all that is being asked of you is smaller and kinder. Feel the pillow under your head, how it gives a little and then supports. Notice the weight of the blankets, the way they anchor you to the bed without trapping you. Listen to the rhythm of your own breathing, in and out, a slow, even tide that has carried you through every night so far. Let your shoulders sink a little deeper. Let your jaw unclench. Let your eyes grow heavier, not because something is watching, but because nothing is. Outside, somewhere far away, and beyond your walls, the mountain stands in the dark, holding its unfinished stories and its half-buried faces exactly where they are. You do not have to go there tonight, because tonight, the only line you need to honor is the one that keeps you safely on this side of sleep.